John P. Murtha naval ship. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many moving parts that you have to keep an eye on.
That's absolutely right, yeah. But first of all, on behalf of the crew of USS John P. Murtha, Megan, thanks for having me on today. Happy to tell you what we're doing and excited to get the interview started.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we actually take a look at the flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we noticed all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck. We had 2 imagery helos as well as the 2 crew helicopters that will go recover the crew. This is just one of the many things that, again, our ship of 550 people, it's something that you oversee as commanding officer.
Yeah, absolutely. Every commanding officer, I would say really every naval service member, our priority is always safety. And as the commanding officer, I take that as one of my primary roles here on board. Mission accomplishment is important, safety always. So my day really has, I would say my message to the crew has sort of changed over the past 24 hours. As we're leading up to today, we've been building up the excitement and motivating the team for the training that we've executed. But really over the past 24 hours, now I'm trying to get us to slow down a little bit. Trust our training, right? Don't believe all the hype. Don't believe everything that's going on. Just let's trust what we've done to get to this point, and if we do that, we'll be successful today.
Mm-hmm. And also part of the big success is obviously the coordination between NASA and the U.S. military. How does it feel being able to support the human space program we have?
Yeah, I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the history between NASA and the Navy has been in lockstep. But like any other skill, if you don't practice it regularly, the skill atrophies. So we've had a few decades off from that. But, over the past 4 or 5 years, really with this ship over the past year, we've constantly trained and working for this moment right here. Building up the hype, but to get to this point today, to be able to trust in all the training we've done. We've worked with, working with NASA, the Air Force, the medical team, dive team. You want to talk about high-performance organizations coming together, working in unison? We are seeing that here on board the USS John P. Murtha, and I can't be more proud of all the work everyone's doing.
Yeah, you had some great words this morning saying just that, again, that it's really nice to see everybody working together and so excited. I mean, you just became the commanding officer of this ship back in February. How does it personally feel for you to be a part of this historic moment today?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'd say any opportunity to command any warship in the United States Navy is a tremendous honor, is a pinnacle of any naval officer's career. That being said, as my change of command was approaching, and I realized that Artemis was going to be in the window here, to say that I'm humbled and honored to be here is an understatement. What really just excites me is the opportunity to see this crew, who has been training so hard over the past year plus, come together. It is what inspires me. Listening to NASA and the ownership and pride they take, they make my crew better. I think we're making NASA better together. That synergy is something that I'm happy to see and hopefully take forward with me in my career.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. We couldn't do it without you, and we couldn't have gotten to the moon without our international partners as well. So thank you so much, Captain. It was really great to have you here today.
Thanks, Megan.
Awesome. All right, Rob, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again. Here in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers led by Rick Henfling and Jackie Mahaffey serving as the spacecraft communicator. We have just handed over communications links from the Deep Space Network that we communicated with the crew through from the time of the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd. We've just handed back to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system as we prepare for the crew module service module separation that will take place just 17 minutes from now. With the Earth looming in front of Integrity as it barrels back for a splashdown of the Pacific just 50 minutes from now, we're just 5,700 nautical miles from splashdown. Just one other quick note about the comparison from the Artemis 1 entry profile to the Artemis 2 entry profile and how that is serving as an extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis 1 entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long downtrack, and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
Integrity, Houston, comm check on TDRS.
Jackie, we have it loud and clear on TDRS.
We have you the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha. So the Artemis 1 entry had the vehicle...
The update on GPS, we haven't seen it track in yet.
Reed, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CMRCS hot fire.
And that exchange indicating that we are expecting to acquire data from the GPS system on board. That'll be a navigational tool that will basically tell Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the corridor for the entry interface that will lead them to their splashdown point. Once again, the Artemis 1 entry exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis 2, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface with just 14 minutes of duration, and it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the difference between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, all designed into this mission to gather data, to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis 3 mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield that will allow that skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. And once again, a dueling box view of some of the assets that are involved in recovery operations today. The
Integrity, cabin configured, all crew suited and seated.
Houston, copies.
That confirmation from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, as you see the assets being deployed to the splashdown zone. At the time of splashdown, we expect the John P. Murtha to be about 5 miles away from Integrity, keeping a safe distance until we are sure that the vehicle is in the water and upright, and that it is in a good configuration system-wide for the recovery teams to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft.
2 minutes to CMRCS warm-up hot fire.
We're ready.
That call from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters, that will be a hot fire test prior to the separation of the crew module from the service module. The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed for that service module have been executed on time and without a problem. There is the European Flight Control Room that has overseen the manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit on this mission for not only propelling the Integrity and its astronauts toward the moon, but also conducting the fine-tuning of its trajectory to bring it to this point where we are dead spot on down the middle of the corridor trajectory-wise to bring Integrity down for its splashdown in the Pacific just 44 minutes from now. What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity, currently traveling about 16,000 miles an hour. Integrity traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
For the precautions, we're taking a look.
Copy that.
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown scheduled 43 minutes from now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module service module separation. We are confirming.
Integrity, we are assessing details, but so far looks like a good hot fire.
Looks good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
And Jackie Mahaffey took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say that we had a good hot fire test of the thrusters in advance of the crew module service module separation that's coming up just 8.5 minutes from now. This will begin the period in which we will have rapid-fire succession of critical activities on board that will lead to entry interface just 28 minutes from now, where the vehicle will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. The time of entry interface, 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time. Integrity's astronauts were awakened at mid-morning to begin their entry preparations. And propulsion officer now reports a good hot fire test in preparation for the crew module service module separation. We're now inside 41 minutes until splashdown.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire, and although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Integrity copies.
That GPS discussion indicating that we will be acquiring navigational data for Integrity through the Global Positioning System equipment on board. We just don't have it yet, but we will. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape to support its high-speed entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It, once again, will reach a peak speed of 24,661.21 miles an hour.
Your call, GPS. We at least have GPS 1 looking good on board.
We're confirming.
The Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system. Now, following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too, especially GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 3.
That GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but its trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics and the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer is spot on. We have now armed the pyros for the crew module service module separation coming up less than 5 minutes from now. Once again, just 10 seconds after entry interface, we will see Integrity reaching its peak speed of 24,661.21 miles per hour. That will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Integrity, Houston. Your vehicle is in a good config for CM-SM SEP and go for CM raise.
Houston, we see the same on board and copy go for CM raise.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the aft end of the vehicle so that it's tilted a bit upward, providing the final angle of attack as the vehicle enters the Earth's atmosphere. This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat loads on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface, some 1,701 nautical miles to the splashdown site. Integrity systems in excellent shape. We are currently 3,300 nautical miles left in this mission. Splashdown scheduled 36 minutes, 39 seconds from now.
Integrity, Houston. For the 2 enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey, our Capcom for tonight, and Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, indicating basically to ignore sensor data. All of Integrity's systems are in good shape. Now, coming up on about 90 seconds till the crew module, service module separation. all quiet here in Mission Control as we enter the most critical phase of the completion of this flight. All of the preparatory activities leading up to the vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere just 21 minutes from now. Coming up on 1 minute. Mark 1 minute till crew module, service module separation. And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation, and a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from Integrity, a job well done.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
So, with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission, next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away. This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation. Just 2,800 miles from Earth.
Houston, we got a great view of the European service module out the window with the sun hitting the side and the solar rays and the NASA worm right there. It's a beautiful looking machine.
Roger.
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation, 1 minute away from the raise burn. And the crew module raise burn is underway, a 19-second firing of the thrusters, and we have a completion of the burn.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
We copy.
So for those who are watching the series of events coming up, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere 14 minutes 45 seconds from now. 6:53 and 30 seconds is what is pegged for entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at approximately 34,800 feet per second, range to touchdown or splashdown 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter a 6-minute blackout period in which we will lose communications with the crew. This is expected due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect due to the collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. During that period of time, we will reach our peak speed of 24,661 miles per hour. That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second. The blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes. We expect that blackout period to end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. From the end of the blackout period until splashdown, it is just 7 minutes, at which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow Integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
We see the same, waiting for the 180 rolls.
The parachute deployment sequence, once again, will come in several segments, but in rapid fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics. Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second. Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
Integrity, Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good baros. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown. You can see the reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds, winds at 10 knots, wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Integrity back in EI attitude.
We see the same on board, Jackie. Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Houston copies.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS. And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface, we will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles. And once again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects. And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Houston concurs.
That blackout period to begin at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time, and again will last about 6 minutes in duration. We're 4 minutes away from entry interface. This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface. "16.5 minutes till splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go. Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface. Mark 1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Ten seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds. And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout. This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew. We're 30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory. And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st. Four and a half minutes until the end of the blackout period. Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds. The landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on Integrity. Three and a half minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield. Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds. Multiple airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on integrity. And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals. We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew. We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now. We are now processing data from integrity. Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone. Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home. Passing 100,000 feet now. Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splashdown 4.5 minutes. And a view of Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet. The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison. And there go the first series of parachutes, and we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up.
We copy, we see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Passing through 10,000 feet, still on drogues. Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet. Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes. Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes. Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds. Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon. Passing through 1,000 feet.
Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth. And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon. We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in for 06 and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on, however, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up the sat phone now.
So integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape, and we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes. Integrity back on Earth following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 28 per hour main on this frequency.
We copy.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board. But that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly. There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
I tried to call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity, Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
That's affirmative.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have Mission Control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle. that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master Diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us. And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Checking.
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA Administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, you know, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at KSC. Core stage for Artemis 3 is rolling out on April 20th. We're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, you know, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis 2, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort, we are returning to the moon, we're doing it to stay, we are building that enduring presence, we are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone, we're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaacman. We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board. We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures, so we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle. All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation worked like a charm. So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch of Orion into that inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard two Navy helicopters in a variety of different configurations. Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion, two crew members for each helicopter before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape. So just to recap, it has been some 26 and a half minutes since the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific. The vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned, splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to Integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto two Navy helicopters, two crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston. After talking to the flight dynamics folks, we have a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Once again, from Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Reports from the Pacific indicate that the recovery team, in communications with the crew aboard Integrity, that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft called the front porch. Again, no issues with Integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific, but we will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch, is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair of Navy helicopters that will then fly a short distance back to the USS John P. Murtha. What you're looking at is one of the fast boats circling the vehicle to make a hazard assessment. This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of Integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see, the first phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of Integrity. This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process. At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity, and the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats. As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion. In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats. First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar. You might also hear it referred to as a stab collar. Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out. Again, we splashed down to the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon Rick Schuring earlier in this broadcast, and he said to me, no rush to get the crew out. Just want to make sure that they're feeling good, and whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready. And as there are mission audio loops in mission control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open. Side hatch of integrity is open. You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there. In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boats getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st. As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon. With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft, known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew, let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secure to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
The front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this, as well as a bigger mission for the Navy and joining up with NASA to do great things.
And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle. A number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, but we're going to stick with our operations out of the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition. Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown, plenty of time. So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad. You can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each. Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good. As you've heard us say in the broadcast, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000-mile journey around the moon. If you think you get car sick. Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great, but again, all those folks out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen, and so of course wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water. You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect to the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean. Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here. The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great. not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible. And so, as I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts. Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines. About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back. If you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion, reporting all 4 crew members feeling great. Progress being made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it. And it looks like they're starting to unfold the front porch in order to get that into the water here shortly and inflate that as well. Again, more than 40 people out in the water right now. And those Navy and NASA personnel have been in the water for now about 4 hours. The reason why they had to get out so early is just to stage everything. And actually here on the ship, when there are flight operations happening, you can't have anything else, right? Just because the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on planes coming and going from the ship, so that's why they wanted to get the boats in the water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops. And then the same crew here out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion. All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so so it doesn't sway so much in the water there. And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air. And enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet. It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion. All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected. Again, all this activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship.
I know.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV. And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha. Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again, quite a few flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of Integrity, that splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of flight dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego. And the initial, you can hear it. Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of Integrity. We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted. We now have 2 crew members out. Two crew members out, 2 to go. We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems functioned perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well. Crew member number 3 now out. And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship. Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown. And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle, all 4 crew members now out of Integrity. Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly. This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby, and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship. This is Mission Control Houston. We're about an hour and 34 minutes since the textbook splashdown of integrity in the Pacific to bring home our astronauts. And with us now is Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator. Amit, a little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks. Your thoughts as this team here basks in the glow of what they just accomplished.
Yeah, Rob, we're here in the control center, and it's kind of overrun with jubilant folks in the Mission Control Houston, as well as engineering, and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle. And you know, my thought is always about these teams. The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. You know, we still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Mirtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles, that held together tonight, that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine went through, and they did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states that came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis 2, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world, scientists and engineers and artists that have been inspired by this. And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they should come work in the program, because Lord knows we need the help, but even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize they can do amazing things when they work together and contribute to society and be good citizens and really change the way, the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. Flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved and the uncertainties involved. That when we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. You know, and it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the last few weeks about, you know, we did this before 53 years ago, and you know that. I mean, it is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is, you know, when we did Apollo, which again, the more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, you know, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really wanted to do, you know, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first before they were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But you know, after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right? So we recognized during Apollo that reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and you know, we spent a lot of money on these machines here. Even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Amit Kshatriya, NASA's Associate Administrator, as we begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
congratulations, Amit. This is Mission Control Houston, with the crew members now beginning to be hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters. Let's go to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha, who will take it from here.
Hey, Rob, yeah, back on the bow of the ship here, we are seeing the helicopters circling Orion, the first one there, having just completed picking up the first astronaut. Helo 2 now, hovering just 40 feet above the front porch, lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there. The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there, the front porch, with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest. And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch, getting hoisted into the second helicopter. That helicopter will now hover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the President of the United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight. Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch, We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determines that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now. That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck. And now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman. That second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch. Here it comes. Making its final approach here. The last astronaut, Commander Reed Wiseman, now off the front porch and almost into the second helicopter. Both now on their way back to the ship where we are, the USS John P. Murtha, just west of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship, excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard. Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the ship here. Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us, here on the bow. The first helicopter coming in. And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Hilo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops that the recovery team are using here to communicate with one another. And an announcement just made on the ship, integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew, the other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our imagery and aerial teams for giving us these beautiful views of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean. Second helicopter making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy as we are seconds away from wheels down. And there you go. We now have all 4 Artemis II crew members on the USS John P. Murtha. I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling. Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here. The team on the flight deck working quickly but methodically. Waiting for just one more helicopter to touch down. Very limited personnel here on the flight deck.
Restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
As that third helicopter touches down.
The ship is at flight quarters. Stand clear of waiter decks, aft of frame 095, or no cover staff side, thrown articles over the side, hold all trash and garbage on station. Flight quarters.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see in some of our views a very packed crowd overhead. Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system, reminding folks to stay clear of operational areas like the flight deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all 4 crew members on the flight deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one. All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge of one of the helicopters, looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. A photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them, because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972. Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling. Finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes? Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home. A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, Integrity." Victor in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another. And so now we see some Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now. Some pictures, video, to catalog this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean. Golden hour. These pictures will be beautiful. Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. He is on the flight deck, as well as Flight Surgeon Rick Schuring walking over to Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. We heard from Rick earlier in the broadcast. Again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling, anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing, they look like they're in great spirits and feeling pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon and now here to the Pacific Ocean. We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor? A hug from Christina? What a moment that we're getting to experience together. I'm sure congratulatory words. You know, we got to speak to the administrator live on this broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits after a 10-day mission around the moon. And here we go. We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay. It's a short walk, less than a minute. Again, that's why the recovery team decided to use helicopters to get them on the flight deck for that short walk to medical bay. And now on the flight deck, we see the chief of the astronaut office, Scott Tingle. Rick Schuring switching places. He's going over to the other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset setting the stage for this recovery tonight. All right, and now here we are, Christina, making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home. You can see she's looking up. Again, lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck, welcoming her home. Scott holding the door like a gentleman, but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck. So still on the flight deck, Victor Glover and Reed Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay. More hugs, more hugs. He's a hugger. Victor looking good as he walks across the flight deck. NASA Administrator applauding. Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today. And finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck, Commander Reed Weissman. Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. See our 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency. A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon. Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating our flight deck. All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know how you must be feeling right now. Ecstatic, relieved?
So ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in medbay. You know, our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all. Everything went very well, just as planned. Our teammates in Houston, the flight control team was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery, and I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of, high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so happy that the crew's doing well, Ryan's doing well, and thank you for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
The funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch. And they opened the hatch, and of course we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time with the medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch. And again, you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional videos and pictures that they have that, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw It's just fantastic. You know, some of my favorite people do around this 10 days was the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel in the landing recovery team when the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the discussions about the moon. This is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic. Yeah. Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, you know, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what, what girls, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody. And I'm so happy about that. Yeah. Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
You had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity that splashed down in the Pacific right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for this evening and historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston. Main chute deploy. And we have 3 good main chutes.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Que estábamos hablando un poco. Tenemos una ubicación deseada para esta basura. Y reconoce que te estoy dirigiendo hacia un lugar donde dijimos que no hemos desplegado mucho todavía. Pero tenemos algunos artículos para que saques. La ubicación será el armario D, bolsa 1, etiqueta amarilla. Sacaremos un par de artículos. Te los entregaré en breve. Pero eso debería liberar suficiente espacio para poner unas 3 bolsas de basura en ese lugar. Eso suena genial. Y eso cubrirá la basura suelta que tenemos ahora mismo a bordo. Tenemos unas 4 bolsas en total. Y hemos encontrado un lugar para una de ellas. Cristina, eso suena bien. Y tengo un par de comentarios sobre la basura de ropa cuesta arriba que tenemos. Cuando estés listo. Sí, Cristina, suena bien. Ok, tomamos la info de esa basura de ropa cuesta arriba. Y también buscaremos la ubicación de esa 4ª bolsa de basura, solo para saber dónde guardar las cosas. Vale, perfecto. Las prendas de vestir de la montaña, las prendas de confort, las pusimos en las bolsas de ropa del primer día de vuelo. Básicamente, alarmíamos de ubicación a medida que nos cambiábamos a la ropa del primer día de vuelo y la guardábamos en el armario del que salían. Además, en ese armario tenemos la basura de los cargadores. Actualmente está en una bolsa ciplo doble, pero no en una bolsa de basura Orión. Y preferimos mantenerla así porque tenemos los 4 cargadores con cierre ciplo simple, con sus hojas de absorción de olores, en una bolsa ciplo grande. Así que los 4 juntos no cabrían en una bolsa de basura Orión. Cristina, copiamos esa ubicación y esa solicitud. Vamos a evaluarlo y veremos a ver si hay que cambiar algo. De momento, no sé dónde se encuentra la 4ª bolsa de basura, pero mientras guardo las demás, la localizaré y te informaré de ello a continuación. Recibido. Suena bien. Otra pregunta. Cuando estés listo, ve. Todo el material de embalaje. Tendríamos ahí envoltorios de concha, plástico burbuja, bolsas Ziploc y las normales. Básicamente, creemos que nuestra formación no implicaba la necesidad de conservar las bolsas Ziploc estándar, pero sí la de conservar las bolsas tipo clamshell o cualquier bolsa Ziploc acolchada y específica para el resto. Por lo tanto, queríamos volver a comprobar esto y obtener orientación sobre si deberíamos hacerlo de otra manera. Lo que estamos haciendo es guardar las bandejas de concha y cualquier tipo de plástico burbuja con cierre Ziploc. Las estamos conservando.
Disculpas a la tripulación de la nave Orion, pero si están viendo esto en el YouTube de la NASA, sigan atentos, sigan atentos. Esperamos que nuestra conferencia de prensa comience en un momento. La misión Artemis 2 es una misión de prueba de la cápsula espacial Orión.
Artemis 2 será la primera vez que llevemos humanos a bordo de este cohete. Volveremos a la Luna porque es el siguiente paso en nuestro viaje a Marte.
Siempre íbamos a ir a la Luna.
Nosotros explorar es esencial, una parte inherente. Es parte de ser humanos.
Y despegar.
Volveremos. Seguiremos probando cada parte de Orión.
Volveremos a la Tierra. 7 millas. 7 millas por segundo. Cuando la humanidad se fija grandes objetivos, podemos reunir a genios de todo el mundo. Tienen a las mejores personas del planeta Tierra construyendo este vehículo. Se trata de innovar en beneficio de la humanidad e inspirar al mundo a través del descubrimiento.
Y aquí vamos.
Damos la bienvenida al Centro Espacial Johnson de la NASA para una actualización sobre la misión Artemis. Hoy nos acompañan Lisha Hawkins, subdirectora del programa Artemis de la NASA, Jude Freeling, director de vuelo de Artemis 2, y Howard Hugh, gerente del programa Orión. Responderemos preguntas desde aquí en la sala y a través de nuestro puente telefónico. Pero antes de empezar, comenzaremos con las palabras de apertura. Adelante, Lisha.
Gracias y bienvenidos al tercer día de Artemis 2. Agradecemos el continuo interés de todo el mundo en la misión y en nuestra tripulación. Desde la inyección translunar de ayer para enviar a la tripulación alrededor de la Luna, la misión continúa funcionando bien en general y la tripulación está de muy buen humor. Actualmente en la tripulación se encuentra a más de 100.000 millas de la Tierra y a unas 150.000 millas de la Luna. Ya saben, Víctor dijo que a las cosas asombrosas que hacen los humanos las llamamos viajes a la Luna por una razón. Y de hecho, este es literal y simbólicamente nuestro viaje a la Luna en el que estamos inmersos. Ya saben, querían obtener videos e imágenes muy claros de la tripulación. Ayer, la tripulación configuró sus cámaras a bordo de Integrity. Tenemos algunas de las últimas imágenes para compartir con ustedes. Si pudieran recordar la primera imagen. Esta primera que obtuvimos en tierra muestra el punto de vista único de la tripulación mientras miran hacia la Tierra. Muestra una Tierra contraluz que revela auroras mientras la tripulación se dirige hacia la Luna. Fue tomada por Reed Wiseman desde una ventana de Orión y muestra dos auroras arriba a la derecha, a izquierda y abajo a la izquierda y una luz zodiacal que está abajo a la derecha. Es visible mientras la Tierra eclipsa al Sol. Saben que es genial pensar que, con la excepción de nuestros 4 amigos, todos nosotros estamos representados en esta imagen. ¿Podrían mostrar la siguiente imagen, por favor? Esta muestra la Tierra, como pueden ver, la línea Terminator. Y Reed también tomó esta foto después de la inyección translunar ayer. Qué toma tan increíble la que compartió con nosotros aquí. Entonces fue un enfrentamiento todo sobre nuestra nave espacial mientras operamos en el espacio profundo con tripulación por primera vez de mes. Y es importante recordarlo a medida que aprendemos un poco más día a día. Entonces, Jude, si pudieras hablar un poco más sobre los detalles.
Gracias, Liz. Veamos. Bueno, cuando salimos ayer por última vez, después de la inyección de Translúter, la tripulación de algunas conferencias de prensa con los medios, hicieron una inspección detallada de sus ventanas. También tenían conferencias médicas planificadas y vados mientras dormían en tierra. Inspeccionaron el módulo de la tripulación y el módulo de servicio para ver cómo estaba el vehículo desde una vista externa. También continuamos con algunas pasadas operativas. La antena de comunicación óptica que tenemos a bordo para descargar imágenes de alta velocidad. Pudimos hacer eso durante la noche. Esta mañana, cuando la tripulación se despertó, tuvieron sus conferencias de planificación normales y luego pudieron hacer sus conferencias familiares y habló con su familia. Y además realizó una nueva caracterización del ruido que producía el inodoro, hablando de su intensidad. Así que lo hicieron. Habíamos planeado hoy una corrección de trayectoria para OTC-1, de lo que se llama corrección de trayectoria del orbitador. Los sistemas están funcionando también, los sistemas de navegación y propulsión están funcionando también juntos, que eso no era necesario, así que lo incluiremos en el siguiente plan de corrección de trayectoria de mañana. Y le daré la palabra a Howard para que nos dé detalles sobre los sistemas de Orión. Gracias, Jude. Es genial estar aquí de nuevo. Veamos, nuestros subsistemas siguen funcionando muy bien. Todo es nominal y como se esperaba. Así que es realmente bueno informarles eso hoy. Como dijo Jude, hicimos la inyección translunar ayer y tuvimos la oportunidad de ver los datos y el uso por propulsor estuvo dentro del 5% de nuestros límites de uso previstos. Así que fue realmente bueno ver que salió tan bien. Y el rendimiento durante esos 5 minutos, 57 y 50 segundos fue excepcional. Veamos otros subsistemas. No hay problemas con la generación de energía de los paneles solares.
El sistema de revitalización del aire funciona muy bien. Estamos eliminando el CO2 a niveles muy buenos y saludables. Mantenemos la humedad en el rango adecuado y, como habrás visto, la tripulación parece estar disfrutando de su tiempo en la cabina. Y en otros subsistemas, como he dicho antes, estamos funcionando como se esperaba o mejor en algunos casos. Ahora, estamos trabajando en un problema con la hélice SM en términos de presurización. Tenemos helio que presuriza los tanques de propulsor, básicamente expulsa el oxidante y el combustible para realizar algunas de las principales quemas. Fue necesario pues desconectar y aislar una de las ramas del sistema. Tenemos ramas redundantes en el sistema, sin impactos en las emisiones. Por eso creamos redundancia en el sistema. Pero lo estamos evaluando, lo estamos analizando. Quizás eso sea algo que hayan escuchado en el circuito en relación con lo que necesitamos para aislar esta rama en particular. La segunda rama está lista para funcionar. Y cuando digo que no hay impactos en la misión, podemos realizar el resto de las quemas durante la misión sin hacer ninguna regulación, lo que llamamos modo de purga. En otras palabras, hay suficiente presión de helio en los tanques para que podamos expulsar el oxidante y el combustible sin necesidad de regular o requerir más helio de los tanques de helio. Entonces, en general, nuestras capacidades redundantes brindan la cobertura que necesitamos a medida que avanzamos en la misión. Veamos. Ayer también creo que alguien hizo esta pregunta, pero la tripulación pudo hacer el ejercicio ayer, que creo que hablamos poco sobre las implicaciones de rendimiento del sistema de control de navegación y guía, y hablamos con nuestros expertos y no hubo implicaciones en eso. Así que funcionó como se esperaba en términos de lo que pensamos que serían las fuerzas que se impartirían cuando la tripulación hace el volante de inercia. Lo hemos abordado muy claramente a través de nuestro diseño y me alegra ver que el rendimiento se mantuvo muy bien. Vamos a ver, creo que tengo un par de imágenes propias, algunas de las cuales Lisha te mostró, y un par de mis favoritas. Bueno, la primera, simplemente increíble. Ver desde nuestra nave espacial por la ventana nuestro hermoso planeta natal, la Tierra. Me parece que fue Reed quien tomó esta foto. Y verla, o mejor dicho, ver cómo la estaban tomando, me causa una gran emoción. Así que hay muchas otras fotos que vamos a ver que van a ser simplemente excepcionales y fantásticas para poder disfrutar. Y luego la segunda, no había visto a la tripulación en un tiempo. Obviamente los he oído, pero al verlos en la entrevista, creo que Jeremy está demasiado cómodo de esa manera. No estoy seguro de que se esté esforzando tanto, así que voy a tener que comprobar si está haciendo algo más que simplemente tumbado aquí de la... Pero, es genial ver a la tripulación, es genial ver sus caras sonrientes y escucharlos hablar de su experiencia hasta ahora. Y estoy deseando hablar con ellos cuando aterricen en casa, de vuelta a la Tierra. Y creo que eso es todo por hoy.
Muy bien, seguiremos y ahora vamos a iniciar la sesión de preguntas y respuestas. Si estáis en la sala, levantad la mano si tenéis alguna pregunta, y si estáis en nuestro puente telefónico, pulsad *1. Empezaremos aquí mismo con Mark.
Hola a todos, me alegro de volver a Soto. Mark Seman de CBS. John, quiero hacerte una pregunta, ¿te parece bien? Hay millones de estadounidenses que están en esta sala que se están enterando de que esta semana se está realizando un viaje a la Luna. Bueno, quiero adelantarme al hito del lunes, el sobrevuelo lunar, porque es importante. ¿Qué esperan obtener de él? Bueno, es importante porque, bueno, el objetivo es volver a la Luna. El objetivo de esta misión es una campaña para volver a la Luna y poder la superficie lunar con ojos humanos es un gran hito, ¿verdad? Y eso simplemente expresa el punto. Saben que vamos a volver a la Luna, vamos a quedarnos allí, ¿verdad? Y este es el primer paso para lograrlo. Obviamente nos basaremos en eso. Pondremos los ojos en la Luna, haremos un mapa de ella y luego continuaremos retrocediendo y avanzando. Sí, creo que tal vez yo sea el siguiente. Creo que en lo que a nosotros respecta, solo tocaré o seguiré con lo que dijo Jude, que son los componentes básicos. ¿Sabes? Estamos construyendo un sistema de transporte y para tener un sistema de transporte fiable y robusto necesitas probarlo en vuelo. Y creo que eso es realmente importante. Hemos hecho una demostración en Artemis con capacidad no tripulada. Hemos añadido un aspecto muy importante que es la capacidad bruta. Y esa capacidad bruta nos permite entender realmente cómo funcionan los sistemas cuando tenemos gente en la cabina y los ajustes que tenemos que hacer
Escuchas muchas de estas cosas durante el ciclo, ya sabes, pequeños ajustes que tenemos que hacer. Ciertamente, numbers, la experiencia en ingeniería y el diseño que implementamos conllevan cierta comprensión, pero hasta que no involucras a las personas, las operas y entiendes realmente lo que necesitas hacer para operar en este tipo de entorno, no lo obtienes hasta que estás en ese entorno. Por eso creo que eso es realmente importante.
Parte de lo que estamos haciendo son los aspectos técnicos y lo que estamos aprendiendo al dar la vuelta a la luna. La otra parte, obviamente, y ya es de lo que hablaste, ese engagement de las personas, ¿verdad? Tenemos mucha más participación de la que esperábamos tener y esperamos que aumente a medida que sigamos dando más y más pasos en esta misión.
Vale, responderemos a nuestra siguiente pregunta aquí delante, luego Eric.
Hola, Mark Kirman de la NSF. Probablemente esto sea para Jody Howard. Estoy muy fascinado, como acabamos de ver algunas imágenes del vertedero de residuos, y estoy muy fascinado con la predicción de la necesidad de quemas de corrección en comparación con lo que va a ser la realidad. Me preguntaba por qué hay muy poco material disponible sobre esto en subsistemas, al menos material disponible públicamente. ¿Puedes resumir las cosas aparte del vertedero de desechos que afectarían o perturbarían la trayectoria que emana este vehículo en comparación con lo que sabemos de los vertederos de desechos del transbordador y cosas así? ¿Y te sorprendió que no necesitaras esta combustión? Estamos más ajustados en la predicción de lo que la realidad era más ajustada de lo que se predijo hasta ahora.
Sí, entonces esa pregunta tiene dos partes. Primero, el principal contribuyente a las dispersiones son lo que llamamos básicamente pequeños chorros no planificados, los depuradores de dióxido de carbono. Entonces expulsan el CO2 por la borda. Y eso no es un respiradero no propulsor, pero tiene algo de propulsión, al igual que el respiradero de orina tiene un poco de propulsión. Eso provoca pequeñas desviaciones de trayectoria. Nos sorprendió que la corrección del orbitador o la corrección de trayectoria no se produjera. No, en absoluto. Quiero decir que está dentro de los límites. Lo que ocurre en realidad es que tenemos un umbral por el cual la corrección requerida es lo suficientemente baja y eso significa que nuestra fidelidad de nuestros propulsores de menor empuje, nuestro sistema de control de reacción, no merece la pena, ¿verdad? Así que acumularemos más errores, los arreglaremos en la siguiente corrección de trayectoria.
Creo que es realmente bueno ver que no necesitamos estas pequeñas correcciones. Bueno, demuestra que nuestro rendimiento de navegación y nuestra capacidad para obtener distancias ha sido excepcional y que estas cosas de ventilación, ya sean aguas residuales o la ventilación de CO2 del soporte vital, no causan perturbaciones mayores de las que esperaríamos en términos de rendimiento. Y creo que podríamos habernos saltado quizá dos más. Sé que ya nos saltamos la quema de corrección en Artemisa 1. Y por lo tanto no es inesperado y por lo tanto el equipo de control de vuelo tiene la oportunidad de determinar cuándo el delta V es muy pequeño variation, si realmente necesitamos ejecutar esa quema o no.
Vale, Eric, adelante.
Eric Burer, RC Técnica. Ayer, Howard, hiciste un comentario sobre que querías un poco más de humedad en la cápsula durante la sesión informativa, lo cual, como residente de Houston, siempre es un poco gracioso de escuchar. Pero ahora mismo mencionaste que el nivel de humedad había subido y era bueno. Y tal vez podrías hablar sobre la comodidad. En la cabina, creo que ha habido algunas preguntas sobre la temperatura. Bueno, Bray, ¿cuáles son las variaciones de temperatura ambiente, la temperatura ambiente y de comodidad de tripulación?
Sí, dejaré que Hugh empiece con la temperatura de la cabina de tripulación y yo puedo continuar.
¿Por qué no probamos? ¿Sí? Bueno, la temperatura de la cabina estaba a mediados de los 70 grados cuando entramos en órbita por primera vez y luego apagamos algunos de los calentadores de la carcasa y la temperatura va a unos 65 grados más o menos. Y luego nos dimos cuenta de que la tripulación no se sentía cómoda a 65 grados. Así que encendimos algunos de esos calentadores de la carcasa, bajamos algunas velocidades de los ventiladores de la cabina para intentar ajustarlo. Y ahora mismo hemos llegado a los 70 grados bajos, mediados de los 70 grados. Y en cuanto a la humedad, creo que Howard lo mencionó ayer, pero los depuradores de dióxido de carbono necesitan realmente algo de humedad para funcionar de manera efectiva.
Bueno, responderé. Tenemos muchos tipos diferentes de perillas que girar para permitir el nivel de confort o los cambios de temperatura. Por ejemplo, los calentadores de recipientes a presión de los que habla Hood, podemos llegar hasta los 85 grados, podemos llegar a Todavía no estamos ni cerca de eso. Bueno, esa es una perilla y tenemos otras cosas con las que podríamos reducir la velocidad del circuito de refrigeración también, en términos de cómo intercambiamos el calor o el refrigerante que es necesario para entrar en la cabina. Por lo tanto, hay muchas opciones diferentes disponibles y en general mantener un estado estable en relación con la humedad en la cabina nos permite asegurarnos de obtener buenas lecturas también del CO2 y la depuración del CO2 asociada con esa humedad.
Quiero recordarles que esto es parte de lo que queremos hacer. Queremos tener la oportunidad de poder ejercitar estas verillas a las que se refiere Howard para que tengamos una buena caracterización del sistema en el futuro. Entendemos la capacidad de la nave espacial SSCA y sus sistemas. Esto es lo que queremos.
Sí. De acuerdo. Respondremos a la siguiente pregunta aquí mismo.
Gracias, Marco, de Aviation Week and Space Technology. Quería volver a la inspección externa que hiciste con las cámaras Solar Ray del Orión y el módulo de servicio, solo para ver si inicialmente observaste algo preocupante que pudiera haber dañado el exterior o si se ve bien.
Sí, debo decir que no he visto personalmente las fotos de nuestra inspección. También las vi un poco en la televisión, pero no he oído nada que nos preocupe, Mark. Creo que seguiremos profundizando y observando las imágenes. Nuestro equipo de sistema de protección térmica lo está haciendo ahora mismo. Y mañana por la mañana me darán un informe y me mostrarán todo lo que hayan encontrado en relación con cualquier daño. Pero no vemos nada en relación con los paneles de la carcasa trasera ni nada parecido que pueda causar algo preocupante, según un conocimiento preliminar.
Vale, Jackie, adelante.
Hola, Jackie Waddles, NN. Gracias por hacer esto. Una pregunta rápida para Judd o Howard. Tengo entendido que durante la última comunicación con la tripulación hablaban de secar una especie de fuga con toallas. No estoy seguro de haber entendido exactamente qué estaba pasando. Me encantaría que me dieran más información. Y mañana hay un par de cosas programadas sobre las que me encantaría saber más, como el pilotaje manual, el objetivo de la prueba de vuelo y un momento para hacerme un selfie. Me encantaría saber qué está pasando allí.
Claro, bueno, secar el agua, pues es común que mientras llenan las bolsas de bebidas un poco de agua se escape. El incidente en particular del que probablemente hablaba la tripulación fue cuando estábamos llenando las bolsas de agua de emergencia. Siempre que teníamos que llenarlas, había una pajita y una jeringa y se ponía una toalla alrededor para asegurarse de que no saliera agua. También hay una característica del dispensador de agua portátil de vapor, de modo que cuando cierras la válvula sigue goteando agua durante un rato. Así que esas son probablemente las dos cosas de las que están hablando. En cuanto a los objetivos de mañana, el pilotaje manual, vamos a dos modos diferentes. Se llama 6 apagados y 3 apagados. 6 grados de libertad y 3 grados de libertad. Bueno, son sus diferentes modos de propulsión, el grado de control que tienes en todos los ejes y la traslación. Se trata de otro objetivo de la prueba para evaluar la conducción del vehículo. Y un selfie, creo que probablemente sea un selfie del vehículo Orion con las cámaras.
Sí, muy similar a lo que hicimos en Armis One, donde teníamos, creo, el palo para selfies más grande del mundo, lo que nos permitió tomar todas esas hermosas fotografías. Originalmente la intención era que esas cámaras de paneles solares hicieran el que Mark se refería y que hicimos hoy. Pero como lo estábamos haciendo, también pudimos usar uno de los rayos como palo para selfies y eso fue fantástico.
Muy bien, nos elegiremos algunas preguntas. Nuestra primera pregunta es de Joseph Howlett de Scientific American.
Hola, soy Joseph Howlett, Scientific American. Tengo curiosidad por saber cómo se encuentra la tripulación a bordo, cómo están de ánimo. Me sorprende que solo pudieran hablar con su familia ahora. ¿Y cómo le fue en esas conferencias?
Sí, bueno, hablaremos un poco sobre eso. Están de muy buen humor y están muy emocionados por la oportunidad de estar allí y por lo que está pasando. Obviamente han estado muy ocupados los primeros días, especialmente antes de la inyección del traductor pero ahora que ya hemos superado eso, por eso han tenido la oportunidad de realizar acciones como por ejemplo tener una conversación con sus familias. Y ya sabes, en cuanto a las cosas geniales que están pasando, esta mañana se despertaron con una canción llamada In a Daydream de la banda de Freddie Jones. Así que están pasando muchas cosas divertidas, además de mucho trabajo duro.
Vale, nuestra siguiente pregunta en el puente telefónico es de Micah Maidenberg del Wall Street Journal.
Hola, solo tenía un par de preguntas rápidas para Jude. Quería asegurarme de que entendía el periodo de observación científica lunar. Entonces, ver, durante ese periodo de 6 horas, Orión viaja alrededor de la cara oculta de la Luna durante todo ese tiempo, ¿o no? ¿Y sabes aproximadamente cuándo comienza ese periodo de 6 horas el lunes en horario del este o del centro? Muchas gracias.
Sí, puedo responderte. En cuanto a lo que estamos haciendo, es esencialmente cuando comenzamos nuestro máximo acercamiento a la Luna. Podremos ver la Luna prácticamente todo el día, así que lo que estamos haciendo es realizar observaciones visuales, tomar fotografías de la Luna con la cámara y cosas así. En lo que respecta a la hora de inicio, será aproximadamente a las 18:30 UTC del día 6. Bueno, restamos 5, son las 3:30 hora central. Y así será durante casi todo el día, ¿verdad? Porque estarán en su punto de máxima aproximación y bastante cerca durante todo ese tiempo.
Vale, responderemos una pregunta más por teléfono y luego volveremos aquí a la sala. La siguiente pregunta es de Marcia Dan, de Associated Press.
Hola, gracias por responder. Probablemente para ti, NOAA acaba de emitir una alerta de tormenta geomagnética G2, eyección de masa crónica. A ver, en fin, lo estáis viendo durante toda la misión, pero teniendo en cuenta que este no parece ser un problema grave, ¿la tripulación tomará alguna medida preventiva por ello? ¿Y cuáles son las últimas cifras revisadas sobre el punto de máxima aproximación a la Luna? Todas las cifras y distancias.
Bueno, tenemos especialistas en radiación que monitorean todo eso. Y si alguna de las elecciones de masa coronal de manchas solares se produce desde el Sol, si llegan a ser un problema, entonces obviamente tenemos mitigaciones, refugios contra la radiación que instalamos. No esperamos eso de pero lo estamos monitoreando continuamente. En cuanto a las cifras actualizadas que tengo en millas terrestres, deberían ser 252, 77, 107 millas terrestres en nuestra distancia más lejana de la Tierra.
¿No vas a convertir eso a millas náuticas?
Creo que Howard tiene una aplicación para eso.
Sí.
Vale, responderemos a la siguiente pregunta aquí. Adelante.
Hola, Lauren Gertz de Bloomberg. Muchas gracias. Solo quería volver a ese problema del helio del que hablabas antes. Dijiste que aislaste esa rama. Solo quería saber si hay algún problema con la segunda rama en la que confías ahora en si tiene un problema similar o si es la redundancia que mencionaste antes. Funcionaría para este problema. Y luego acabo de escuchar los bucles y parece... Ha habido varios, supongo que problemas con los sensores o problemas que están surgiendo que no parecen ser un problema, como que había una presunta fuga en la cabina. Alarmas de precaución que se activaban pero que luego resultaron ser falsas alarmas. Solo tengo curiosidad por saber si estás detectando algún patrón con eso o si son solo fallos aleatorios para un vuelo de prueba como este.
Sí, empezaré. Sí, la otra segunda rama en el lado del occidente está funcionando muy bien. El problema es allí. Y Fante nuevo, Hunt, esas redundancias allí. Dije antes, ya sabes, no necesitamos regular ninguna de las dos en esa línea para el resto de las quemas. Por lo tanto, creo que ambas rutas de redundancia están en buena forma. Bueno, yo diría, y dejaré que Shu de algunos detalles. En general, la Kesha dijo antes que estamos aprendiendo de este vehículo y que las advertencias de precaución se basan en límites y esos límites se establecen conjuntamente con el equipo de ingeniería y el equipo de operaciones de vuelo. Sin embargo, tenemos que operar en el entorno, tenemos que tener en cuenta las variaciones, así que creo que a veces no lo hacemos del todo bien. Y cuando no lo hacemos, lo corregimos y hacemos ajustes en tiempo real cuando podemos, y si es necesario, también haremos ajustes para el futuro, una vez que tengamos todos los datos. Así que creo que todas esas cosas forman parte del aprendizaje que estamos haciendo y sin duda es bueno mantener al equipo alerta. y asegurarnos de que no solo observamos los sistemas con mucho cuidado, sino que entendemos lo que el sistema nos dice y nos ajustamos en función de lo que entendemos de los datos.
Sí, y añadiré algo más. Es importante recordar que en Artemis 1 no teníamos un sistema de precaución y advertencia porque no teníamos tripulación a bordo a la que alertar. Así, pues, medimos todos los parámetros pertinentes a nuestra investigación. Sin embargo, obviamente no contaba la nave con un sistema ELAS a bordo, lo cual nos impidió conocer a priori el comportamiento a esperar. Así, todo esto forma parte exactamente de lo que la Kesha está hablando, de que esto es aprendizaje. Esto es aprender cómo funciona el vehículo con el sistema humano en el circuito.
Vale, ahora hablaremos con Bill.
Hola, Bill Harwood de CBS News. Bueno, esta es una pregunta que me hace mucho y me doy cuenta de que depende de a quién le preguntes cómo te responden. Pero ya sabes, teniendo en cuenta todas las misiones a Apolo, satélites que hemos tenido alrededor de la Luna, a altitudes mucho más bajas van a estar estos tipos. La pregunta que me hacen es, ¿qué aportan realmente a esto? Incluso si tienen buenas cámaras en sus manos, están muy lejos de la superficie. Quiero decir, a 4000 millas. ¿Te aporta esto que no tengamos ya de los satélites y misiones pasadas? Y no lo digo como abogado del diablo. Solo tengo curiosidad por saber cómo lo planteas en términos de prioridades de la misión.
¿Quieres que yo sea el primero? Sí. Bueno, lo que entiendo hablando con los científicos es que los ojos humanos pueden resolver los detalles mucho mejor que tomar una fotografía y luego mirarla incluso con un teleobjetivo. No, esa observación que buscan los científicos es realmente la clave, incluso desde tan lejos como mencionaste, a 4000 millas, todavía hay cosas que el ojo humano puede captar con granularidad que son importantes para la comunidad científica. Ahora bien, no puedo hablar sobre esas cosas específicas que busca la comunidad científica, pero eso es lo que entiendo.
Sí, creo que intentaré repetir lo que dije antes cuando le cuente eso a la gente. Y es realmente desde el punto de vista de las naves espaciales. Ya sabes, cuando hablamos de querer tener una base lunar, de querer tener gente en la superficie de la Luna u otros planetas, necesitas una forma de transportar a la gente de forma segura a ese dominio particular. Y para mí es muy importante que hagamos todo lo posible para comprender y proporcionar esa capacidad de forma sólida y fiable. Y tienes que caminar antes de poder correr. Y creo que esto es muy importante en nuestro paso hacia la exploración, es aprender, como dijimos antes, con todas estas preguntas relativas a nuestros subsistemas. Aprender sobre cómo funcionan los subsistemas en el espacio. Padme, cómo enviamos personas al espacio, especialmente a la Luna, primero. No lo hemos hecho en más de 53. Estamos intentando llevar a cabo una nueva generación de aprendizaje. Sin duda aprendimos mucho de nuestros Apolo, a los que llamo gigantes, pero tenemos nuestro propio aprendizaje que hacer y estamos intentando ser más capaces y estamos intentando ofrecer más oportunidades de ir a la Luna para poder enviar personas a la superficie.
Muy bien, responderemos a la siguiente pregunta aquí.
Hola, Michael Atkus de Houston Public Media. Sé que todos están muy familiarizados con las comparaciones del Apolo 8 con esta misión. Previamente hicieron su misión de Nochebuena y como saben, el domingo es Pascua Air. Estamos en medio de la Pascua y el Ramadán fue hace un par de semanas. Miller, ¿hay algún plan para hacer algún tipo de enlace descendente para conmemorar la ocasión o algo así?
Obviamente habrá una oportunidad de escuchar a la tripulación y de tener una conversación sobre lo que pretenden compartir con nosotros. Siempre son inspiradores en su comunicación con nosotros y estamos deseando que llegue ese momento.
Le responderemos a la siguiente pregunta, justo en el medio.
Hola TJMCO de la gran época. Muchas gracias. Mi pregunta es para Howard. ¿Qué cosas concretas han superado tus expectativas en lo que respecta a la nave espacial Orión?
Bueno, eso es interesante. Yo diría que es, ya sabes, lo contenta y bien formada que está la tripulación y nuestros equipos para resolver pequeños problemas que hemos tenido. Para mí no se trata tanto de superar las expectativas. Eso es lo que espero, pero solo quiero verlo en acción y verlo bien que funciona. Por supuesto, y espero que nuestra nave espacial funcione, pero nunca se sabe. Por eso tenemos una prueba de vuelo y me alegra mucho ver que aunque tenemos algunos problemas menores que resolver, el equipo funciona muy bien con la tripulación, tanto en tierra como entre nuestra sala de evaluación de la misión, nuestro equipo de control de vuelo y con la tripulación, trabajando en conjunto. Y por supuesto, la nave espacial está respondiendo de una manera que, por supuesto, conocíamos por Artemis 1. Cada nave espacial es diferente, pero el proceso es el mismo. Las pruebas rigurosas que hacemos y los análisis que hacemos. Y yo diría que siempre es bueno superar las expectativas.
Richard, del periódico Post. Una pregunta para Jude, hablando un poco un aspecto diferente de esto, con respecto al MSC. ¿Puedes hablarnos de las muchas partes móviles que hacen que esta misión sea un éxito desde ese departamento? ¿Ha resultado el consenso de los controladores y directores al ver cómo se desarrolla esta misión y qué piensan sobre cómo van las cosas hasta ahora en la misión?
Bueno, pues tengo la sensación de que hay mucha gente muy ilusionada, ¿no? Pues sí, estoy muy emocionada, no solo por el gran objetivo de volver a la Luna, sino también por el enorme esfuerzo que se ha realizado. Se han invertido años en la preparación de esta misión, desde la formación del personal hasta el desarrollo de la tecnología. Ver todo ese trabajo conjunto culminar en este proyecto me genera mucha emoción y creo que eso... A la pregunta.
Por curiosidad, las tecnologías han cambiado mucho en el control de la misión desde la época del Apolo hasta la del Artemis. ¿Hay algo que hayáis aprendido durante esta misión? ¿Habéis hecho algún cambio en el control de la misión? Vemos que los astronautas hacen cambios sobre la marcha. Tengo curiosidad por saber si también se están haciendo cambios en el control de la misión.
Sí, y creo que lo escuchas en todas las cosas graciosas que vemos. Con los sensores, la forma en que se comportan los sistemas, Eso significa que todos reaccionamos a eso y desarrollamos sobre la marcha formas diferentes a las que pensábamos originalmente sobre cómo operaríamos el vehículo. Y ese es siempre un proceso iterativo, ¿cierto? Y creo que estás viendo una demostración de eso en tiempo real, de que estamos iterando, no solo aprendiendo sobre el vehículo, sino también sobre cómo operarlo de manera iterativa.
Bien, responderemos otra pregunta aquí mismo en la sala.
Hola, Berly Casillas de Space Scout. Gracias de nuevo por hacer. 2 preguntas rápidas. La primera, escuchamos que la demostración de comunicaciones ópticas ya se está utilizando para descargar algunas imágenes de la nave espacial. Parece que sucedió durante la noche. La primera pregunta es, ¿se contempla la posibilidad de realizar transmisiones de video en vivo durante la misión? Y eso es algo que podríamos ver si es así. Y luego una segunda pregunta, porque parece que las maniobras de Orión han sido muy precisas durante la misión hasta ahora. A ver, ¿qué te gustaría aprender durante esta misión acerca de la guía, la navegación y la PNT en la Luna? ¿Y hay algún aspecto de ese proceso que ya estés empezando a comprender?
Bueno, me encargaré de la primera parte. Sobre la comunicación óptica, la forma en que se establece la trayectoria. Lamentablemente, los únicos pases que tenemos con Goldstone son cuando la tripulación está dormida. Y cualquier dato que descarguemos sería un video, como ya habrás visto, pero con una resolución más alta. Este vídeo mostraría a la nave espacial mirando hacia la Luna o hacia la Tierra. Y para ese propósito, ya sabes, vamos a usarlo para la de vídeo de alta resolución. Y luego tu segunda pregunta. Creo que me encargaré de la toma.
Sí, puedes repetir tu segunda pregunta. Creo que has dicho algo. Corrígeme, soy guía de navegación.
Sí, puedes repetirlo, por favor. Solo lo decía porque hemos visto lo preciso que ha sido el tipo de planificación de trayectorias, ya sabes, sin necesidad de hacer esta corrección de quemadura. Mira, ya has aprendido algo sobre navegación y posicionamiento con la nave Orión y los sistemas de tierra durante esta misión. ¿Y hay algún aspecto en la Luna que también esperes aprender y experimentar a ese respecto?
Bueno, ya sabes que estamos usando instrumentos de navegación muy tradicionales. Rastreadores de estrellas, las unidades de medición inerciales de las que hablé ayer. Creo que esperamos que sean precisos, son instrumentos o sensores de navegación probados y verdaderos que están en muchas naves espaciales en general. Creo que una de las cosas de las que puede que no hayamos hablado mucho es que tenemos la capacidad en Orión de navegar sin comunicación terrestre. Y ese sistema de comunicación óptica el sistema de navegación óptica. Y ese es un sistema basado en cámaras que te da un conocimiento de navegación lo suficientemente bueno como para poder regresar a la tripulación a casa y realizar la misión. Sí, y esa es una nueva capacidad que nos interesa mucho. Sé que el equipo de navegación sin duda está muy interesado. Hicimos algunas pruebas en Artemis 1 y aprendimos mucho de eso. Aprenderemos mucho de esto porque básicamente toma fotografías y traduce el tamaño de la luna o la Tierra dependiendo de hacia dónde apuntes y puede darte conocimiento de navegación a partir de eso. Es decir, es una herramienta que esperamos y, claro, como ingeniero de control con años de experiencia, valoro la capacidad del sistema de control para ofrecer una baja latencia o incluso cero latencia y disparar los jets cuando sea necesario. Una combinación de jets que necesitas en función de tu centro de gravedad desplazado y de dónde te encuentras en términos de propiedades de masa. Es realmente un gran conocimiento general de comprensión. Ponemos mucho esfuerzo en protegernos de muchas dispersiones como Shud ha mencionado anteriormente. Y por supuesto, cuando nos encontramos con esas dispersiones, poder controlar nuestra nave espacial a través de ellas también es realmente importante. Así que todo eso será aprendizaje. Aprenderemos mucho, aunque tengamos muy buenos instrumentos, aunque sepamos que tenemos buenas leyes de control, hemos implementado algoritmos. Cada misión es un gran evento de aprendizaje y es realmente genial ver que la precisión del trabajo que realizamos se está replicando en órbita.
Y además añadiría que por muy buenos que sean los sensores de Orion, todavía tenemos que medir la distancia del vehículo para actualizar su conocimiento del estado de vez en cuando. Y así, como lección aprendida de Artemisa 1, tenemos un nuevo conjunto de herramientas en tierra que pueden procesar esos datos de alcance y también lo que esperamos aprender es a retroceder todas esas, ya sabes, de dispersiones menores de, ya sabes, eventos no propulsores que sí los son un poco, para que podamos entenderlo y caracterizar todas las fuentes de error del estado de navegación.
Vale, responderemos a otra pregunta aquí en la sala y luego volveremos a nuestro puente telefónico. Adelante.
Gracias, de Malik de Space.com. Creo que para Youth ayer se habló de cómo el tercer día de vuelo fue un gran cambio de ritmo para la tripulación después de los primeros días llenos de acción. Y tengo mucha curiosidad por saber cómo sé que hoy han tenido demostraciones de RCP, han tenido preparaciones científicas lunares hoy, cómo ha ido ese cambio. Bueno, y sé que mañana tienen programado un tiempo, al menos 20 minutos, para tomar fotos de cuerpos celestes. Hoy tengo curiosidad, si no es la Tierra y la Luna, pero ¿qué más podrían estar tomando fotos por la ventana en su tiempo libre?
Sí, quiero decir, creo que probablemente habrán visto en algunos de los videos que el equipo en mucho más tiempo libre que en los primeros días pudieron presentárselos y que hablaran con los medios. Respecto al ritmo, sí, creo que se puede notar perfectamente en los enlaces de bajada que el ritmo es bastante diferente al de los primeros 2 días. En cuanto a los cuerpos celestes, Asher Photosys están tomando fotos de las estrellas, la luna y el sol. Entonces cualquier cosa que puedan ver que sea de interés.
Bien, regresaremos a nuestro puente telefónico. Nuestra siguiente pregunta es de David Denal, de About Space Today News. Adelante.
Me gustaría hacer un seguimiento. En cuanto a las temperaturas de la cabina, se ha determinado una temperatura deseada y una humedad deseada, y hay alguna relación entre eso y el dióxido de carbono shallow.
En cuanto a la temperatura deseada de la cabina, eso queda a criterio de la tripulación, ¿verdad? Así que simplemente nos basamos en lo que les parece mejor como consenso para los 4 miembros de la tripulación. Y en cuanto a la humedad, tenemos que tener cierta cantidad de humedad. Creo que mencionamos antes lo del dióxido de carbono. No queremos que sea seco como Arizona, creo que ese es el término que hay que usar. Ciertamente queremos, pero rain, como es obvio, rain de que sea húmedo como Houston, ¿verdad? Sí, eso es más o menos correcto. 70 grados y un 25% más o menos por ahí. Sí, están cómodos.
Vale, responderemos a pregunta de nuestro puente telefónico. La siguiente es de Alison McGrath. Adelante.
Hola, Alison McGrath, meteoritos misteriosos. Felicidades por el éxito continuo de Exploración. Un gran paso para la ciencia planetaria. Dados los entrenamientos de la tripulación en operaciones lunares con EL o EO, Corporax LEO. ¿Qué objetivos harán durante el sobrevuelo lunar?
Creo que escuchamos su conversación sobre las imágenes que respaldan La geología, vi. Sí. Entonces, la tripulación definitivamente se preparará durante el sobrevuelo lunar y durante el tiempo que estén dando la vuelta a la luna para tomar imágenes. De hecho, ahora están trabajando con el equipo científico que se ha puesto en marcha y están haciendo preparativos y trabajando juntos para averiguar qué será de interés y qué esperan ver en el 6º día de vuelo. Y esa coordinación continúa según las indicaciones de nuestro equipo científico.
Bueno, si seguiremos adelante y regresaremos aquí a las... Si puedo pedir que levanten la mano cuántas preguntas más tenemos. De acuerdo, pasaremos directamente a esta. Luego de este lado y luego regresaremos a este lado.
Hola, Dan Lahan de la Escuela Naval de Posgrado. Hablaste de esta misión como un programa de pruebas de vuelo y una expansión de la envolvente y dada la importancia de la Estación Espacial Internacional, ¿puedes hablarnos de cómo se probaron originalmente los sistemas de Orión antes de esta misión? Para que tuvieran éxito.
Sí, empezaré con el Sistema Universal de Gestión de Residuos o el inodoro. El mismo inodoro se envió a la Estación Espacial. Creo que las tripulaciones pudieron utilizarlo durante unas 2 semanas, si mal no recuerdo, y fue una prueba realmente importante en un entorno relevante en comparación con nuestro inodoro, con el que podríamos volar a la Luna. Es una pieza. No creo que haya equipos más pequeños, como por ejemplo el sistema de eliminación de CO2. El núcleo son estas cuentas de Aman, absorben CO2 y luego lo expulsamos. La misma tecnología está en la estación espacial, pero lo enfocan de forma diferente, pero es muy similar en términos de absorción y desorción del CO2 que proviene de nosotros los humanos. Y esa también fue una muy buena base sobre la que apoyarnos en nuestra confianza asociada con la capacidad de eliminar el CO2, aunque de una manera diferente a bordo de nuestra nave espacial. Entonces, esos son probablemente 2 de los elementos más importantes que yo traduciría entre lo que hemos aprendido de la estación espacial y lo que hemos aplicado para Orion.
Vamos a nuestra siguiente pregunta, aquí mismo, lo justo detrás de ti.
Gracias. Jonathan Siri de Fox News. Me interesa el equipo médico a bordo. ¿Cómo fueron las demostraciones de RC? ¿Cómo fueron las otras demostraciones? Y luego, si pudieras explicarme, Avatar, entiendo lo que es, pero no entiendo cómo interactúan los chips con las muestras de células. Si pudieras darme una lección sobre eso.
Bueno, todavía no han hecho la demostración de RRC, o al menos cuando empecé la conferencia. Bueno, eso será más tarde hoy. Avatar.
Bueno, no tenemos un representante científico aquí con nosotros hoy, pero por lo que tengo entendido, Avatar son en realidad muestras de tejido analógicas de los miembros de la tripulación y las han traído a bordo. Existe la expectativa de que evalúen estas muestras analizando su reacción al entorno durante esta misión. En la evaluación se incluirá además la reacción a la exposición a la radiación. Así que cuando regrese estaremos muy interesados en saber qué aprenden tanto de la propia tripulación como de sus avatares antares.
Y Jonathan, si necesitas algo más sobre eso, vamos a enviártelo después de la conferencia de prensa.
Gracias.
Robert Coppinger, de la revista Spaceflight de la British Interplanetary Society. ¿Tienen alguna información sobre el estado de los satélites Kubat desplegados?
Claro. Los 4 satélites Kubat se desplegaron con éxito en el plazo previsto, unas 5 horas después del lanzamiento. Hemos mantenido una comunicación positiva con 2 de los satélites Kubat, uno de Arabia Saudita y otro de Argentina. Bueno, y respecto a cómo les va a estas alturas, lo más indicado sería contactar directamente a los propietarios de la carga útil para obtener información sobre su funcionamiento. Sin embargo, podemos confirmar que sí se desplegaron conforme a la plan.
Ok, vamos a contestar otra pregunta por aquí y luego nos dirigiremos de nuevo al lado derecho de la sala.
Hola, Katrina Miller del New York Times.
¿Hay algún hito que podamos esperar para el resto del día?
¿En qué se centran los 3 para la segunda mitad del tercer día?
Como se mencionó anteriormente, tuvimos la demostración de RCP. Tendremos otra conferencia de prensa con la tripulación. Bueno, revisarán sus bodeguillas y harán evaluaciones de lo que tienen a bordo. También tenemos que hablar de las comunicaciones con el espacio profundo. Vamos a probar de nuevo, el modo de comunicación de emergencia de one más puntual y deliberada. Corey tiene una rueda de prensa con la C, prensa, con la CCA y luego otras conferencias médicas más planificadas.
Vale, responderemos al siguiente, Will. Adelante.
Hola, Will Robinson Smith de Spaceflight Now. Gracias a todos por su tiempo. Una pregunta para Howard. Puede que sea un poco pronto para preguntar esto, pero por el rendimiento que han visto en Orion hasta ahora en cuanto a hardware y software, ¿haben algún cambio o actualización notable en el hardware o software de la nave espacial Orion que volará Artemis 3 en este momento? O aparte del escudo térmico, por supuesto. Bueno, y las imágenes que hemos visto hasta ahora, para quien quiera tomarlas hasta ahora, han venido de Reed Wiseman. No sé si eso es solo una cuestión de tiempo o si los otros miembros de la tripulación están obteniendo buenas fotos, pero veremos una variedad de habilidades fotográficas en los próximos días. ¿Cómo se está decidiendo y repartiendo eso en este momento?
Responderé a tu primera pregunta. Creo que incluso al entrar en esta reunión o en esta misión y escucharte aquí en relación con los cambios de software de los que estamos hablando, sin duda habrá que advertir con precaución. Aprenderemos mucho de los límites que establezcamos en esta misión, así que yo lo llamo software. Probablemente no los considere software, sino valores de datos para los límites. Así que esos cambiarán sin duda. No hemos visto ningún problema con nuestro software de vuelo, ni con el código en sí. Por supuesto, aprenderemos mucho más a medida que avancemos en los próximos días. Con suerte no encontraremos nada. Haremos algunos ajustes si es necesario para Artemis 3. Nuestro desarrollo de software todavía lleva algunos meses de ventaja en términos de finalización. Ya tenemos gran parte del software. Por supuesto, tenemos mucho software de Artemis 2. Desde una perspectiva de hardware, hay mucho que aprender. Estos, diría yo, son problemas menores que hemos encontrado y esas válvulas de aislamiento, etcétera. Vamos a revisarlos e intentar encontrar la causa raíz. Y si tenemos algo que afecte a nuestra capacidad de volar a Artemis 3, trabajaremos en ello.
Hola Howard, quiero que también hables de las diferentes capacidades de la cámara para incluir la cámara móvil, las cámaras de los teléfonos móviles, etc.
Bueno, desde una perspectiva de imagen, antes de que yo hable sobre quién tomará las fotos, si saben o no que tenemos iPhones a bordo para los miembros de la tripulación y no solo pueden usar las Nikon D5 y las Z9 que tenemos a bordo y que ya cargamos previamente, también pudieron usar unos iPhones. A eso se refiere el cache. Así que obtendrán excelentes imágenes de todas esas cámaras. Dejaré que Jude hable sobre a quién se le asignan las mejores fotos.
Quiero decir, creo que probablemente sea solo una casualidad que hayan visto las fotos de Reed. Todos ellos tomarán fotos y estoy seguro de que podamos descargar todas las fotos. Creo que verán un conjunto de fotos de todos los miembros de la tripulación.
Vale, parece que tenemos uno más en la sala. Vale, seguiremos adelante y tomaremos una tuya y luego regresaremos aquí.
Hola, K. Burgess del Times de Londres. Con la pérdida de señal a medida que van tras la Luna, ¿hay algún plan en el futuro para intentar superarlo en misiones futuras? Para intentar utilizar algún tipo de satélites en puntos de alcance o donde sea, de modo que en el futuro sea posible la comunicación tras la Luna y nunca se pierda la señal. Obviamente ha sido posible para las misiones chinas que han aterrizado módulos de aterrizaje en la cara oculta. Es algo que van a estudiar más.
Bueno, solo mencionaré que parte de la iniciativa de encendido del administrador ha hablado de todo tipo de capas diferentes que vamos a intentar añadir en un enfoque gradual para incluir capacidades en la superficie de la Luna, así como capacidades de comunicación y las capacidades de retransmisión. Serán sin duda una parte de eso para apoyarnos en el futuro.
Vale, tenemos otra pregunta aquí. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta adicional después de esto? Muy bien, una última pregunta en la sala.
Rod Pyle de Astro Magazine. Una pregunta similar. ¿Cuánto tiempo esperan que dure el apagón durante el sobrevuelo? Y dado que no hay quemaduras allá atrás, ¿hay alguna razón para estar mordiendo nuestros lápices? ¿Hay algo que aprender del momento en que vuelvan a salir y se vuelva a adquirir la señal? Gracias.
En cuanto a tu segunda pregunta, no, la física toma el control y la física nos llevará de vuelta a parte posterior o frontal de la Luna. Creo que todavía no tengo la hora de cuánto tiempo vamos a estar sin comunicación. Pero puedo darte 40 minutos. Sí, es más o menos por ahí.
Sí, son 40 minutos. Muy bueno, parece que esas son todas las preguntas que tenemos para hoy. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Nos vemos de nuevo aquí mañana a las 4:15 para nuestra próxima sesión informativa sobre el estado de la misión. Como siempre, pueden mantenerse al día de las últimas noticias y eventos durante la misión Artemis 2 en nasa.gov. Gracias por acompañarnos.
Standing by for terminal count.
Tous de DDO, attention pour les décomptes finales. 10, 9, 8, 7.
This morning's launch, almost 3:30, and we're gonna make our fueling go or no go call soon.
Okay, take it away, Rob. It's all yours.
Merry Christmas from the Guyana Space Center, where fueling of the vehicle is moments away, while Webb systems are being carefully monitored for the momentous launch of the largest, most powerful telescope ever sent away from our planet.
It is the product of a feat of human ingenuity.
14 countries all working together.
We want to look back and see some of the very first stars and galaxies that were born in the early universe.
What we call cosmic dawn.
We have to accept the fact that we are in a risky business.
Everybody said if James Webb is unsuccessful, then NASA will never take on a big challenge again.
There's a little pond down here.
Yes,
there still is. Used to come fishing here occasionally.
Well, I would like to tell you the entire story of the universe and a bit about how we learned about it and my personal part of this process and where we're going from here. And the title slide here says, from the Big Bang and on, etc., to the discovery of alien life. And so we haven't exactly found it yet, but I think it's possible in the next few decades. And so I want to outline at the very end how we are hoping to find out about that. So there are many, many mysteries. I got interested in math and science when I was a little kid. Here is a picture of the place where I grew up. My dad was a scientist, but he studied dairy cows. I heard from him that people are made out of cells with chromosomes. I can remember I was about 6 years old and I'd heard about infinity. Well, that's pretty fascinating. So, okay, I want to know more about this. By 8 years old, I was reading Galileo and Darwin biographies and getting all the books about science I could get from the public library. I latched on pretty early. I knew when I got into the mission that it was going to be exciting. I said, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. This is what I want to work on. And I do not care how hard it is or how long it's going to take. I just want to work on it and make it happen.
I love the feeling of awe, but then sharing that excitement with someone is then the next best feeling in the world.
It's super close, but it's not.
Oh, these two? One of the things growing up in the city that we didn't really ever see was the sky. I do remember sort of one of these like core childhood memories is going up to Canada on a family vacation and my parents ushering me outside one night to look at the Milky Way.
and I didn't understand what it was. And I was like, there's milk up there? They're like, no, that's our solar system, and we're looking up at all the stars that you wouldn't otherwise see. And I really didn't comprehend because I had no exposure to that prior in my life.
Looks like we're over the door.
And here I am, years later, following the astonishing story of the James Webb Space Telescope.
Nature has this way of being even more creative than we are. So we have always been surprised by what we see in the sky.
This is a really tremendous adventure that we've been on.
The first Hubble Deep Field actually came out when I was in high school. I already knew I wanted to be an astronomer, but I remember being just captivated by these images that were coming back from Hubble. It blew my mind to see that first deep field image, and that was sort of a, like, yep, this is what I want to do.
The earliest conception of Webb derived from the fact that Hubble took a deep field and didn't see newly formed galaxies after the birth of the universe.
It's sort of like we're missing that very first piece of the puzzle of how galaxies got their start. Every time NASA builds a new telescope, it needs to be way more sensitive than anything we've ever built before. So every time you launch something, it was a new window on the universe. And so for Webb, we needed to build something that was 100 times more capable.
The main thing that Webb had to do to be successful was find these very first galaxies.
To look back in time to a part of space that we've never seen before and see the very first epoch of galaxies that were born after the Big Bang.
People think the Big Bang is a mystery because they think it's not what it is. The actual picture that we have as astronomers is the entire universe is expanding. The material is rushing apart from other material in a rather smooth, continuous way. Well, we see the galaxies rushing away from us. So what's going to make them rush apart? Well, something kicked them off that way. But since we imagine the universe is infinite, it has to be an infinitely large cause, whatever that is. So we just imagine running the movie backwards in our minds until it's different. So when you get farther enough back in time, the temperature, everything's mushed together. The galaxies are mushed together, the stars are mushed together, the atoms are mushed together, the atoms are torn apart into their constituent subatomic particles. So that's the movie you get if you run everything backwards. So then when you run out of imagining, you say, that's the Big Bang. So needless to say, astronomers have been imagining for a long time, what was this?
What would you call it if you could name it?
I just call it the expanding universe story. In Calvin and Hobbes, there was a different answer. Calvin called it the horrendous space kablooey, but that didn't catch.
And I now ask you to step forward to receive your Nobel Prizes from the hands of His Majesty, the King.
And it was March of 1996 when John Mather stopped into my office out here at Goddard and asked me if I'd like to work with him on a new telescope idea he was thinking about. And when John came by and said this, of course, this was before he had his Nobel Prize, but everybody knew, oh, if John asked you to work with him, you want to work with him. So I said, sure, that would be fun. I figured, well, I'd do that for a couple of years.
So, Dr. Smith, what is a next generation space telescope?
Well, the NGST, or Next Generation Space Telescope, is the logical successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, or HST. NGST is designed to see the first stars and galaxies that light up in the universe. And, well, here we are, more than 25 years later. I'm still working on Webb.
Apollo 8, over. Hello, Apollo 8. Loud and clear.
Administrator O'Keefe renamed the Next Generation Space Telescope to the James Webb Space Telescope in honor of James Webb, who was the second administrator of NASA. So why name it after this guy? Well, James Webb was largely responsible for the success of the Apollo program.
So you're going to have both science and technology appreciating your leadership in this field. I think this can be an asset, this program. I think in time it's like a lot of things. It's sort of journey and therefore what the hell are we making this trip for? That's right. But at the end of the thing, they may be glad we made it.
Houston, Columbia on the high gate, over.
Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully.
The Webb telescope is kind of like my child, because I've been working on it since the first day that we started.
So when I started on Webb, my youngest son had just been born. Well, he's got a master's degree, he works at Johns Hopkins, and he's going to be 28. I had hair. I didn't need hearing aids or glasses. And yeah, it's a long time, but in hindsight, it's also a short time. We had this singular purpose for 25 years to make the James Webb Space Telescope a reality. And, you know, people did think we were nuts at first because the technical challenges were so daunting, and the number of things we had to advance or literally invent were numerous.
I remember we had a draftsman who was able to draw what we said on a whiteboard, and we said we needed a big telescope with a big baffle, a big umbrella to protect it from the heat of the sun. So he drew this on the whiteboard, and we all said, yeah, that looks pretty good. We need something like that. And it's going to have to fold up. And we started talking about how to fold it up. And that was just the beginning, and we knew we were onto something.
In the early parts of the mission, we talk to the scientists, and we find out what's the scientific objectives of this mission. What do you want it to do, right? Then we put that into a language that engineers understand called requirements. How big does it have to be? What kind of sensitivity do you want? In other words, what's the dimmest thing you want to see?
The James Webb Observatory has 3 parts to it. The first part is the telescope and the science instruments. This has to be very, very cold.
It's designed to collect infrared light. So infrared is something that you cannot really see with your eyes. The Hubble telescope can see a little bit of it, but it's not cold. So the Hubble telescope glows and emits infrared light itself, so you cannot use it to do all of the things that astronomers have identified as their next top priority. This telescope is going to be in outer space. It's going to be cooled to a very low temperature of 45 degrees above absolute zero, so that it does not glow.
There's one instrument in there called the MIRI that wants to be about 7 degrees Kelvin. And to put that in perspective, dry ice, carbon dioxide dry ice, is at about minus 109 degrees Fahrenheit. The second part is the spacecraft bus. And the spacecraft bus operates at room temperature, up here at 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and it has the usual subsystems, the communication subsystem, the computer, the thrusters, the electrical power system. Then, between the two is the third part, the sun shield. 5 thin layers about the size of a tennis court that separate the hot side from the cold side. 5 little layers that keep this thing in the shadows. And this umbrella, as I might call it, is no ordinary umbrella. On the hot side, 200,000 watts of solar radiation strikes it, and it can only allow 0.02 watts to get through. This umbrella is setting up an almost 600 degree Fahrenheit difference. And if it were suntan lotion, it would have an SPF of 10 million.
And it's going to have to fold up, and we started talking about how to fold it up. And it's got to be bigger than the Hubble telescope, and it's got to get way out there, and we can't get it there without a pretty big rocket. So what's the biggest one you can get? Well, it's not all that big. We're going to have to make a telescope that's much bigger than the Hubble and simultaneously much lighter. We ended up at half the mass and 7 times the collecting area.
All 13,670 pounds, all 6 metric tons of this has to be launched 1 million miles out in outer space. And it has to fit into a fairing that's only about 5 meters in diameter, when the size of this sun shield is 21 meters in diameter. So to do that, we have to fold it up like origami so that it fits into here.
Pretty soon we know our job is pretty hard. Okay, gonna have lots of inventions along the way. So we made up a list of 10 inventions that we had to have pretty quickly. And we said, okay, world, tell us how you can make these inventions.
You have to keep in mind a lot of the technologies for Webb were new technologies, right? So you have a plan on how you're going to do it. And when you are testing it, lots of times something doesn't work. You have a schedule, a certain amount of time, and a certain amount of money.
Basically, people, although they don't quite say so, they think, your telescope looks weird. So our telescope does look different from every other telescope you've ever seen. It doesn't look like Galileo's little tube with a lens at each end. Way different from anything that we've ever built for anywhere before.
We're building a perfectly great telescope on the ground. We're aligning on the ground. We're testing on the ground. It's going to work perfectly, right? It's going to be great. Then what do? We bust it up. We fold it up. We put it into a launch vehicle. Then once we get it on orbit and it deploys, now we got to realign it on orbit remotely.
50 of the most complex deployments ever attempted robotically.
The telescope looks weird, but that's a matter of perspective. To me, it looks beautiful.
So that's your mission if you choose to accept it.
Yes, we had 344 single-point failures, 295 of which were associated with deployment, almost all of which would have been mission-ending.
So with Webb, we should probably go back to 1990 with the launch of the Hubble Space Telescope.
And liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery with the Hubble Space Telescope, our window on the universe.
NASA launches the Hubble Space Telescope, the biggest space science mission ever.
Discovery Houston, performance is nominal.
And shortly thereafter, it's discovered that its vision is blurry.
The conclusion we've come to from that is that there's a significant spherical aberration appears to be present in the optics.
I was devastated because I'd worked my entire career on Hubble at that point.
Congress had hearings. Hubble's the butt of late-night TV jokes. And it becomes a major embarrassment and major black eye for the agency.
Although the surface of the mirror was perfectly smooth, the smoothest mirror ever made by humans on Earth, the trouble is it was too flat at the edges, about 1/millionth of an inch, which is less than the diameter of a human hair. But that was enough to cause the tremendously blurry images that we saw. My neighbors, who all used to be very, happy and congratulating me on working at Hubble, they'd come up to me when I'm pushing my son around in the stroller and say, "Boy, it must be tough working on a national disaster."
200 feet. We can characterize the problem, the spherical aberration problem, well enough that we can take advantage of an insurance policy that we haven't talked much about. And that is, we started a long time ago to plan a maintenance program. That is, every 3 years we plan to go up with the space shuttle, change out instruments, change out things that broke.
I come to NASA in 1991 as part of the team to help fix the Hubble Space Telescope. I end up leading a team that's developing corrective optics for the telescope. Astronauts install the corrective optics and a new updated camera.
Just completely awesome out here. A lot of work, but well worth it.
And after 5 EVAs, spacewalks, the astronauts came home, and about 2 weeks later, we took off the bandages from our eyes, and suddenly Hubble was fixed. It was totally fixed.
The most significant contact lens in American history.
Over here is the picture taken after the servicing mission.
And it works beautifully, in fact, better than original requirements. And it's still working today as one of the most powerful instruments of science ever created.
This is one of the things about building JWST. We didn't have that luxury at L2, where we couldn't service it. We knew that.
The L2 point is chosen for the Webb telescope because it's the first place where you can go, where the Earth and the Sun are always in the same direction, and so you can put up your one-sided umbrella and protect your telescope, which you want to do either to keep the telescope cold, like the Webb. If you send it another few feet farther out, it'll eventually escape and go away from Earth. If you let it stay a few feet closer in, it'll fall back towards Earth and have some kind of interesting chaotic orbit. Anyway, we wouldn't like that. So it's the boundary between Earth orbit and solar orbit. And that's a good place.
We knew that this mission was going to require a number of production facilities and test facilities that didn't exist in the world.
Right from the very beginning, we were told to please develop an international partnership to construct the Webb telescope.
Webb is a global effort. NASA, ESA, CSA, and contractors all working together. It was 14 countries and more than 29 states all contributing to Webb.
I always called it the giggle factor a little bit. Like, can we really do this?
This new telescope has, I think, about 64 megapixels.
It's not like we could build and test things in those early days. So we were living in virtual land as far as computer simulations, computer modeling. We had picked our architecture in late 2002, and obviously that's when things got really, really busy with trying to make this architecture feasible. Because I would say even at that point we were not quite sure it would all work at that time. It just seemed so far out.
Let's keep making progress on the telescope, because the more we get done, the better the chance that this thing will keep going as a program.
I think of the technologies, the ones that I remember were most challenging were developing the material for the primary mirrors. We had a big effort to determine what that material would be.
And it was a kind of exotic choice. We chose a material called beryllium, which is element number 4 in the periodic table. It's extremely stiff, extremely light.
It was the cryogenic properties of beryllium that really won out. It's how stable it was at cold temperatures, and its thermal conductivity, how thermally stable things were.
When we mine the ore, we have to drill through and blast the rhyolite and remove that to get the volcanic ash layer where the beryllium is. 10,000 years ago, this was the bottom of Lake Bonneville, and millions of years ago, it was an ancient ocean.
So then it's pressed into this 550-pound block that's then machined out till it's about 50 pounds. Once that block is machined out to about 50 pounds, the backside is honeycombed. It's really cool looking. The front side gets polished. We're attaching motors to the back so the mirrors can actually move and flex up in space so they can align. Then what we do is we actually subtract off gravity. So we're building this in a place that has gravity. This telescope operates in space that has no gravity. The temperature change that happens between Earth and space actually deforms the mirror significantly.
You literally polish, the wrong surface into a mirror so that when they cool down and they change their shape as they cool, it's the right surface.
And so we actually make the mirror less good on Earth so it can be more perfect in space.
We would then send them to Huntsville, Alabama, where we would test them at Marshall, and we would cool them down to these very cold temperatures and measure with a special test device how they change as they cool down.
Let's talk a little bit about those 18 iconic gold mirrors that are actually on this telescope. Amber, can you tell us about the science behind those mirrors?
So the reason the mirrors are gold in the first place is because gold is a good reflector of infrared light. So we've already talked about how Webb will view the universe in the infrared part of the spectrum. And that means it will see light that's just a little bit more red than visible light, than what your eyes can see. And so it turns out that gold reflects that type of light really well. So that's sort of the science behind why the mirror is gold.
So these are things that people don't realize it takes to get a telescope like the Webb telescope built.
But every week that went by, we started getting questions of like, why is this taking so long? And is this going to go on for, and there was a lot of pressure.
Okay, the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology come to order. The James Webb Space Telescope has been identified by the astrophysics community as its top priority.
There were voices out there. There was talk of, let's cancel this thing. There was always a concern of mine personally from long before. We could end up like the superconducting super collider, right? Don't want Webb to end up like that. A really large science project ended up being too much and too long, and people lost the stomach to see it through.
Thank you for the question.
Congress got really worried about our Webb telescope and said, isn't that kind of crazy not to be able to service it? And the answer is, yeah, that's the only choice we had.
James Webb Space Telescope is another case study of NASA's mismanagement.
I know this is how can we justify
I hope that we don't lose sight of why the United States is undertaking this complex mission in the first place.
If James Webb is fully funded, NASA will be on track to launch the largest and most powerful space observatory ever built.
The average person would be like, I couldn't,
bear the pressure and anxiety and stuff. And what's the secret?
Yeah, how do you handle the pressure of something like this is an amazing question. I will say the bonds that we built through failure and then through success, of course, it was a family. We argued.
The position is the MOM, Mission Operations Manager, and it was, the job is kind of sometimes like being the mom for everybody. So everybody in here, I almost, you get to the point where you're almost personally putting them into the positions, and you're kind of helping them grow into what's going to happen. You're trying to prepare them, because I would tell people that it was a very stressful job as we got closer. And you had to kind of work with people to help them deal with the stress and stuff like that. So it was, you tend to be a mom, be a good friend.
And we all knew the risks. We all knew this wasn't a sure thing. None of us left. That's what I'm proud of.
First and foremost, we were ourselves, and we brought our strengths and we brought our colorful parts of ourselves. The way we survived, ultimately though, if I could attribute to one thing is, the more the naysayers came at us, the more we as a team bound together. If the naysayers thought they were gonna cancel this program by what they did, they only made us stronger.
In the early times, up until now practically, the budget was not what the project actually required. The budget was what people could get for us. And so it didn't change until Senator Mikulski wrote a letter and said, "We're tired of hearing from you guys. When are you going to tell us the real number?" She didn't say it in those words exactly, but please stop embarrassing us. So what's the real number?
2, 1.
Senator?
Good morning, Goddard. How are we today? I am so happy to be here with you in the new year.
What led to us persisting were people like Senator Mikulski, who was a huge advocate for Webb and for NASA Goddard and for science in general. The science community was largely solidly behind Webb because they knew the potential this thing had and how important it was.
When we go into space, we don't go to conquer, we go to discover new things about the universe.
We finish assembling it and ship it off to NASA.
We really don't know any much about it. We know that it was 18 pieces. We have pictures of what it was like. And that's about it. Everything else is sort of secretive. We just take it from point A to point B. Each mirror is worth about 20. And we have 3 in the trailer, so that's $60 million. And if we drove the truck thinking constantly that there was $60 million in the trailer, we'd probably just drive ourselves crazy and nervous wreck up here. We just have to treat it like everything else and drive it and do our job. Bye, guys. That new space mirror thing that we're carrying in the trailer, it's going to be a little over 1 million miles away, and we've driven 1.3 million on the last truck, so it's going to be really far. I can tell you, because 1 million miles is a long time behind the wheel of a truck, so I can tell you 1 million miles far away is a long distance. It's real. I've seen it. I've seen crates that the mirrors go in. I've seen the drawing of what the mirrors are going to look like once it's put together. You've got 18 of them all hooked together, so then you have to imagine that they're folding each one of these up and then they're opening all up at the same time. It's just like a flower. It's going to be beautiful.
I have a little trouble sleeping knowing that these mirrors are on a truck crossing the country. These are the final 3 mirror segments for the James Webb Space Telescope. So yeah, an incredible milestone here today. Exciting.
We're getting up early for
Absolutely, worth getting up early and standing here in the cold, sure. These mirrors will literally see light from the first galaxies that were born in the universe, so exciting stuff.
This is where we take all the VIPs that come through Goddard, so you guys are definitely VIPs. Oh my God. So yeah, this is the world's biggest clean room of its type. And if you look right up there, you'll see the familiar pods that have been on your truck over the last year.
They're gorgeous.
They are, they're beautiful.
Remarkable.
And so this big yellow structure here is where we're gonna assemble the mirrors onto the back plane of the telescope. So it'll sit flat, and then that robotic arm right over there will take all the mirrors and place them down on the back plane. So yeah, we have to keep everything clean so that once it gets out to the clean part of space, it's, it's already clean.
It really is clean.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the guys in the bunny suits down here, so they have to stay protected. And that whole wall over here is air filters.
So I guess you can't smoke in there.
Can't eat
Definitely
chicken
not.
wings in there.
No chicken wings allowed in the clean room.
No TVs.
Everything's so clean.
They're busy though.
This is just remarkable.
Yeah.
So when we watch this thing take off and we know that it's in space,
Oh, that's fun.
we were there.
Yeah.
We saw it.
It was a very tense scene in here when these two guys from L3 Harris were working over the primary mirror to take those covers off. They'd been practicing for a couple weeks before this, but this is a very delicate procedure. Any misstep could damage the primary mirror. Even if they have a drop of sweat that falls off onto the mirror, that could set the mission back, 6 months or a year or so, because they're working to clean that.
At one point, they told us they needed silence. So a lot of us, including myself, just took a step back.
And this is something we really do not like to do on Webb or on any telescope, is be above the optics, having humans above the optics. So, and it's something that I've done quite a few times on Webb. The technician is on a diving board, which is attached to a forklift, is basically a harness platform attached to a forklift out over the primary mirror. And then physically removing a hard cover from each mirror segment. The mirror segments are within millimeters of each other, and so it's very difficult to remove something without scratching or damaging the optical surface. So it was a very delicate operation, and really just showed how careful we were going to need to be.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful to see the instruments coming to the clean room, being aligned. I think people know once we are on these chambers, it's a big effort to keep them cold. So we work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 3 months.
I mean, I knew that Webb was a really big deal because they were just putting the mirrors together when I got here. I mean, you can't not appreciate how it looks because it's huge and it's gold and it's beautiful and it's just so different from anything else. But one of my important life memories really was the first time going in the clean room. And there's something really special about putting on a bunny suit, especially for going in for work. I never lost my appreciation of putting on a bunny suit, opening those doors, and seeing a space telescope in a room. Generally for the job, we are documenting what the engineers and the technicians are doing. And it's not typical for producers to come in overnight to shoot sort of glamour shots of something. So we got permission from the project to come in and give Webb a really special treatment with these shots. We got a lighting crew, cleaned a lot of gear into the clean room, and these really became some of the iconic shots of the telescope. I do think we got more embedded into a team than a lot of other media groups have. But yeah, you totally feel a part of the team when you are dressed like the rest of the team. And then you get to know your team from this lens. You know, there's some people that I only ever encountered in the clean room and was shocked to see what they actually looked like outside of the clean room.
So Paul, go ahead and take us on a tour of the facility. And I might note, this is the same facility that for many years was used to develop the servicing hardware for the Hubble Space Telescope. So it's moving on to its next generation. Paul, it's all yours.
So there are 4 instruments and the science instrument module itself.
Webb has 4 state-of-the-art science instruments and a guider. The instruments consist of a collection of high-resolution cameras that give you the pretty pictures and spectrographs. And the spectrographs are the real scientific muscle behind James Webb. They're the ones that can tease out the signals that tells you the physics and the chemistry of the objects they're looking at.
Behind every image and a spectra that we are seeing from Webb, our instrument has to work. So NASA asked the Canadian agency to contribute the fine guidance sensor. That instrument is one that looks for a particular star in the sky, what we call a guide star. Once it finds it, it keeps that position. The intent is to keep the observatory as stable as possible. If you want to take a picture with your camera and your camera is moving, that picture is not going to be good. So we do the same on orbit with this instrument that I look after, and that's a complex operation. I'm an astrophysicist, but I work as a systems engineer on the James Webb Space Telescope, in particular looking after 2 of the instruments, one of the science instruments and the instrument that guides the telescope to let it take all these pictures that we're seeing.
The system would not guide without, because she was the systems person for the guider, and it was such a complex thing to do guiding. There are so many technical details. She had her arms around all of it.
I don't know how we could have gotten through all of the complicated way to verify that Webb could point and track properly. That was a complicated thing to prove to ourselves that that was all going to work, and Begonia was key to that.
And what was great about her was she had this personality which was so positive.
Which is where you have it. I grew up in Spain. I did my degree there. Then I did my PhD in astrophysics in the UK. And then I think for family reasons, we ended up moving to Canada. And in there, I moved to the private sector, but to the space industry. So I started actually in Canada as the technical lead for the 2 instruments that were the contribution to this telescope from Canada. And of course, all these things are super careful. Each instrument is built to meet what they need to do on orbit. Each of them has been tested to show that it can survive the worst part, the launch with the vibration and the noise, the acoustics. We had 3 of these tests on the chamber here at Goddard. The first one had 2 of the instruments, the Canadian and 1 of the European ones.
Good morning. I'm Chris Scalise, Director of the Goddard Space Flight Center. Welcome to the center. I'm standing in Building 29, and behind me is the clean room where we're building the James Webb Space Telescope. And as you can see behind me are the 18 mirrors that form the telescope. Now, so that you can start hearing about the telescope, I want to introduce John Mather.
Thank you, Chris. Well, welcome to our science party here today. I think it's a wonderful day to celebrate, and I want to tell you a little bit about what we're doing it for. Today, we're celebrating the fact that our telescope is finished, and we're about to prove that it works. So that's a pretty important milestone for today.
When you're launching in a rocket, it's what we call random vibe. It's just random shaking, right? We did what we called a sine vibe test, which is essentially vibrate the thing at a given frequency.
Where we literally will shake the full telescope to simulate the effects of launch.
And then change the frequency slowly and watch how your system behaves. It's a much more stressing test, but that means that you have the possibility of over-testing certain parts. Certain parts resonate at certain frequencies. And when they start resonating and you go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vibrations, you start building up energy.
You start with a little shake, and then you go up and you shake it a little harder, and you shake it a little harder. There was a loud popping sound, and the sensors measured something that was exceeding the levels that we said, if this happens, automatically shut down. So we had an automatic shutdown. And I still very much remember because it happened on a Saturday, and I was actually home during that particular test. And I get a call, there's going to be a telecom. We just had an automatic shutdown, and there was a loud popping sound. And the popping sound gets your attention because you're not supposed to have a popping sound when you test flight hardware. And I literally drove into Goddard. You know, I'm like listening to the telecom and driving. And we started discussing whether that popping sound could be potentially, you know, something broke. The telescope was actually covered in this like plastic material, and it's purged with dry gas, but you can see through the plastic material. So I literally climbed under the telescope with the phone in my ear, and I'm looking at it, and I said, you know, I don't see anything visibly broken, like nothing came off. And it was really difficult to figure out, but it turned out, you know, we started running a separate test of some of the launch restraint mechanisms and the systems that keep it latched up. And we found out what the problem was, which was at a certain level, these things started to chatter. And that chatter sounded like the popping sound that we heard. We call that gapping. We convinced ourselves that we were going to be okay for launch.
There is so much at stake. I mean, I love the drama of it all, but you have to understand that people's careers are made from something like this. And Webb was a mission that was going to be spectacular, whether that was good or bad, if it failed or was successful. It, you know, it was going to always make history.
Everybody's pushing to accomplish something that's been outlined as an idea, the inspiration of trying to discover something, to build something.
This center of curvature testing was in the main Goddard clean room, the largest clean room at Goddard, and it's a fantastic facility, but even that is at the limit of what we needed for Webb.
The telescope's optical segment, the part with the mirrors and the science instruments, was built at NASA Goddard in Greenbelt, Maryland, then packed and flown to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
We needed a very large chamber to test Webb end-to-end optically. So we wound up using JSC Chamber A, which is the same vacuum chamber that was used to test the Apollo landers.
And it's been a long way, but we're here.
Chamber A was designed to test the Apollo Service and Command Module, so it had a rotating floor and a top and side solar simulators. So they would simulate the orbit of the traveling to the moon, where the passive thermal control system for the Apollo would rotate, kind of do what they call a barbecue roll, and practice its heating and cooling. And we did that with actual astronauts. It was before my time, so when I say we did that, I'm talking NASA, not me personally.
Didn't really get used very much. I believe there was a worry that, you know, that it might be mothballed or demoed, and they wanted to preserve it, and they made it a National Historic Landmark.
So Chamber A, with its 40-foot diameter door, is a pop culture icon. It's been in music videos like Aerosmith. It's been in Armageddon and Transformers 3.
Still working on the preps for Webb when we were trying to clean up the high bay for the movie Transformers 3. And they had to get permission from Webb to film that, so that as not to interfere with the schedule of the telescope. The Webb was it was the most complicated thing that they had done since Apollo.
The goal of the tests of the telescope in Chamber A really was to make sure everything was functioning properly at the very cold temperatures, and all the optical systems worked properly at cold temperatures. It was the one time we could test the entire telescope at the very cold temperatures.
The test was nominally a 3-month test where we would cool the telescope down. It took almost a month to cool the telescope to this minus 400 degree Fahrenheit temperature. And then a little over a month, we'd stay at these very cold temperatures. And it was the first time we were going to test the full primary mirror as a mirror, because we'd only tested individual mirrors at that point. So we had to see that the shapes of all of them matched. It was the first time we were going to test the telescope, sort of end to end. Most of the cooling that we do actually is done with a very large liquid nitrogen canister inside of the vacuum chamber. We run liquid nitrogen through it, and that cools us down to about 75 degrees above absolute zero. To get even colder, we'll have a liquid helium system inside of that, but most of the cooling capacity comes from the liquid nitrogen itself.
We know we're drawing.
The sequence of the test was it takes about 30 days to cool everything down. We had about 30 days planned for testing, and then about 30 days to warm everything up.
So when you are planning for one of these tests in a chamber, you always do the contingency procedures. If this goes wrong, what will I do? And I still remember our first meeting for Houston, where we go through all the things we can do if the chamber loses power, if this instrument doesn't work, whatever. And then they say, well, we also have to plan for a hurricane. And I remember being there saying, what? Are you kidding me?
We started hearing about a storm that was brewing, a tropical storm. And we all kind of gathered in a room. We started talking about contingency planning, because we had thought a lot about potential for storms and hurricanes. And we did have a 5-day supply of liquid nitrogen in case there was ever a big storm. We got ready. The storm got upgraded and upgraded and upgraded to Category 3 and Category 4.
So we were monitoring, and I remember finishing my shift, and the hurricane, it seemed that it was going to come. And we were like, well, what shall we do? And they said, we'll know, so don't worry, go home. I remember going for dinner with some colleagues. We went to the restaurant for dinner. And when we left, the water, we were paddling on water. The water on the street was as high as the sidewalk. So that night, the hurricane hit.
And Saturday morning came, and the sky cleared a little bit, and we said, okay, well, it looks like we made it through the worst of it. The storm had kind of hit us. And so, we had all these air mattresses, and a couple people stayed there Friday night. But we actually started doing testing again. And, Saturday afternoon, we got the very first measurement of the primary mirror. The very first time we saw the entire primary mirror was right after the hurricane hit the next day. But literally within an hour or two of getting those first measurements, several of us actually had gone out to dinner to kind of celebrate. We made it through it. And while we're there, we get an email from the meteorologist that it looks like the storm is kind of coming around in a spiral, and we're going to get a much, much bigger hit that Saturday night.
Feeling the full force of hurricane.
We're not measuring in inches of rain here. We're measuring in feet of rain.
Most powerful storms in the United States are 30-mile-an-hour winds and a treacherous storm surge.
Search and rescue efforts are underway.
I think we got 51 inches of rain that week, but over 42 inches of it was in one night. And it was insane. And it was so intense that literally water started coming through the roof. So we started having to cover equipment.
I mean, you are there and you see the water come in, and then you see them coming and setting everything up. So we were just dealing with the day-to-day, It was incredible to see, but at the same time, we were just working and trying to accommodate all of this.
And it turned out that the storm lingered for a full 5 days. We had a 5-day supply of liquid nitrogen, but it was coming up on 5 days. And there was a point at which we would have had to do what's called an emergency warm-up and warm things up even faster than planned in a way that we had never done before in any of the rehearsals.
Pieces would have broken. You just can't have things change temperature that quickly when those kind of materials and expect them to survive.
If we couldn't get some liquid nitrogen, but the problem was the supplier of the liquid nitrogen was underwater.
It was a state of emergency was declared, and so getting our shipments of liquid nitrogen was not the priority of the state, and we had to
make it happen.
The center did a great job of using our center resources to grab liquid nitrogen from every other point on the center and redumping it into our tanks.
And the teams, many of them slept in the control room. Hurricane Harvey was one of those times where the team gave up everything for the protection of the telescope.
We were literally at the very final day. I remember, coming in really early in the morning, and after several hours, we finally got the president of the division that sort of ran the liquid nitrogen, and they were able to find a driver and find a truck and make a couple trucks to supply. And finally, they came that night, or the next morning. I think we would have had done an emergency warm-up and crossed our fingers a little bit. But they came, and I remember because we had a video camera of the place where the trucks would pull up, and when we saw the trucks, the entire control room broke into applause.
I was one of the first people in the chamber after when we opened it up. It was actually on my birthday. And it was one of the most powerful experiences of my time working on Webb. The chamber is amazing with the door shut. It's all black. It's designed to be not reflective for light. And so we went in with flashlights to do this inspection, and it's similar to spelunking. It's like going into a cave that has a space telescope in it. It is absolutely the coolest thing. We need to climb up on scaffolding to get to see the primary mirror. And so we went into the chamber and climbed up on the scaffolding to take a look, and it was brilliant to see the gold mirrors against the black background in this chamber. Well, when I got past the beauty of seeing the gold mirrors again, they were absolutely filthy. So this was...
Why was that?
That was because of the fallout from the chamber. So during cryogenic testing, all of the particulate and everything that had collected inside the chamber for the last 50 years fell onto the exposed cup-up gold primary mirror segments. And so they were in pretty bad shape after the cryo testing.
A decision was made to clean the mirrors. And you look at multi-million-dollar beryllium, gold-coated beryllium mirrors. You're not using squeegee and some Windex.
So we rotated it so the gold primary mirror was cupped down. The big fear is that, especially on a coated optic, that through cleaning it, we're going to damage the coating or scratch the mirror or put some other substance on the mirror from what we're using to clean.
Larkin and his group from Ball went in a prone position with a very special kind of brush and IPA where they cleaned all of the primary and the secondary mirror with tiny little brush strokes. Maybe each stroke was a half an inch to an inch. And so it was incredibly detailed work that took a while.
I was within inches of the telescope for 10 days, and being under that gold-coated primary mirror there is something incredible to put the energy into cleaning that mirror and knowing that it's going to be receiving photons from stars and it's going to be helping to reveal the universe, and I get to spend time getting it prepared for that, cleaning it and putting it in the best configuration and the best condition it can be for what it's going to do in the future.
The other tough things when it comes to deployments are obviously the big, flexible, floppy things like the sun shield. Of all the deployments, that's the one that really is the toughest for many of us. Because the mirrors, just as an example, they are big, they have to work, but they're also very rigid, and we have a lot of experience with how to move big, rigid things and latch them in orbit. But the floppity things, the flexible things like membranes, making sure they go where you want, and more importantly, they don't go where you don't want them to go, that's tough.
How do I feel about the sun shield design? Boy, so here's the thing. I personally think that the sun shield design is very complicated. There are a lot of pulleys and cables and motors and drives. On the other hand, if you ask me, hey, go simplify the sun shield design, I would not know where to begin. It's I think, complicated by necessity. It's huge, and it has to be lightweight, and it has to deploy, and it has to deploy positively. We have to have tension on it. It can't be loose or floppy, and it has to stow and get folded. You bring in all of these constraints, and if you think about design as a space, right? You know, certain things cut off a giant portion of that space, and you bring in all these constraints, you're left with a relatively narrow box in which you can design. And, you know, because it exists, it's hard to imagine it being any other way. It's like your life, right? You grew up the way you are, and you are who you are because of the things that shape your existence. And so it's hard to say if you had to do over, you'd be any different.
The sun shield is the key to the entire Webb observatory. You know, it's the thing that blocks out the heat from the sun, the earth, and the moon from Webb's optics and instruments, allowing them to get down to those super cold temperatures necessary for them to operate.
There is not a book. There's no design standards. The sun shield is so novel that we can't find anything like that's been flown that has these crazy things it needs to do.
The sun shield turned out to be, I think, maybe a bigger challenge than some people thought, because, you know, although there were people experienced at deploying large things that have floppy elements to them, it's still a hard problem, and this was a unique sun shield.
And so we wanted to test out things like, you know, how do we actually just handle this material? It's very thin. There's 5 layers, and the thinnest layer is 1 mil, which is 1/1000th of an inch. So, you know, much thinner than your hair. We wanted to make sure we could just handle it without ripping it. If you ever try to fold origami, you know that paper can really only be folded a few times. It makes creases, there's lines.
The big thing with the sun shield early on was, how do we support it during launch? You know, it's floppy. You know, you got these 5 things that all fold up. You still have to hold it down for launch, or it'll sag, it'll move around and tear itself up. So you have to give it support. The launch environment's rather violent.
To hold the membrane down to the structure, you have to hold it down with some release devices, and there's 107 of them.
You can't even imagine the number of holes that had to be precisely located in these membranes. And then when you all fold it all up, all these holes have to line up. Oh, by the way, when it's deployed, these holes can't be such that sunshine can get through them lined up. So it's an incredibly complex problem geometrically.
Webb is massive. It is about 3 stories high and about the size of a tennis court.
Just try to imagine Roger Federer and Rafa running back and forth on their halves of our telescope. Just picture that and just imagine how large this is and what a hard job that is.
So NEA is a non-explosive actuator. So these are the types of release mechanisms that we use on Webb. The majority of our release mechanisms were all on the sun shield.
And we're going to skewer it, and we're going to pin it to this big structure. And then when we get on orbit, we'll retract those pins, and everything will be good. And I remember a meeting where we're like, yeah, it sounds like a really bad idea.
And I was actually out there doing my rotation one time when the head of integration test for Northrop was going to take me in the clean room to do an inspection. We're walking into the clean room. He says, you know, I have to warn you, there might be a little bit of a hubbub in there. And I said, why is that? And he said, well, they found some screws and washers on the ground after this last test.
Every single one of those fasteners, 1,000 of them, when the screw goes through the end of the nut, it leaves a sharp edge. That sharp edge could catch a cable or scratch a 1/1000th of an inch thick membrane and punch a hole in it that could lead to an end of a mission.
You know, as you really dug into the issue, you know, it was a bit of a subtle interface thing. And one of the reasons you test things is to uncover these issues. But when you're a really large sun shield with a lot of screws and nuts and washers, you know, one small thing can multiply.
and then it gets multiplied. You know, we were like in a goldfish tank. You know, the entire planet would read about it, be in newspapers, and you just knew that one was gonna be that kind of issue from the beginning. And so, I think that created a lot of stress for all of us.
That was a very big hit. It took about 11-month hit on our schedule.
Our architecture, especially in those deployments, had 344 single point failures, right? If you're going to have 344 single point failures and they're all dependent on the last reset, on the last installation, you have to have an environment of absolute openness and honesty. And the fear that comes from that politics and that kind of stuff is your chief enemy to that.
I mean, it's crushing, right? The team is now sunk. It's out there in the news. We're getting less, and we now know we're not going to make our launch date again.
Mr. Bridenstine, welcome back.
Thank you.
You know, how much has changed since 1996?
Oh my
when this was first put out there at $500 million. Can you even talk about how much cosmology has changed?
It's a wonderful question, and when you think of the universe at large, NASA is learning new things every single day. How the universe is expanding, and not just expanding, but expanding at an ever-increasing rate. It's actually accelerating. And what is causing that? And can James Webb help us understand that, at the edge of the universe, there are galaxies, in essence, disappearing because they're accelerating faster than the speed of light.
Wow.
So those galaxies, the light from them, if they're faster than the speed of light, that light can't get back to Earth, which means there's a whole lot of things we don't understand about the physics, astrophysics, that this particular spacecraft is going to help us learn. Going back to the very beginning of Cosmic Dawn, we're going to learn, how did the very first galaxies form? What did that first light look like?
I really want to thank you for the comprehensiveness of that answer, because the world and science itself is changing in ways that impact a project that we have completely different expectations for in 2018.
There's a whole host of capabilities that we can't even predict yet until it's on orbit, and we're doing everything we can to get there.
Mr. Chairman, I just wish we had a head of NASA that was excited about this project.
Yeah. Well, when you asked your first question, I could see that answer going on for a couple of hours, but I thought it was a good answer.
Outside of family and many other things, it's hard to imagine a prouder day in my life watching him, and got grilled and got challenged and gave honest answers and sat there and went through that and knew he had to take it. And in the end, said, but we're going to get this right.
And for the first time, we are on the home stretch. $2020 comes around and COVID hits. And at the time, it was like, you gotta be kidding me.
When people ask me what the biggest challenge on Webb was, I almost always say COVID. Now, we had technical issues and technical challenges, but people's health weren't being affected. Well, I think I would say, mental health maybe got affected, but direct threats to your health did not come from that. This was a direct threat to our team. And to the most valuable resource of our team was the people. Not money, not schedule, nothing. It was the people.
Meanwhile, we're already wearing masks in the high bay. We were way in advance of that, right? Because if you look at all the old shots of Webb and go, oh, look at them wearing masks. Was COVID back in 2011? It was like, no, we wore masks to keep the mirrors clean, right? So we already had mask practice down. And we said, let's keep going. So we kept a core team. That core team came in heroically, never stopped. And the team who never stopped, we all owe an incredible debt of gratitude for, because I tell you, if we had stopped, I don't know what it would have taken to restart.
There was just one last Sunshield deployment test before Webb was packed up and sent to French Guiana.
This was going to be the last time Webb was deployed ever on the planet. And this was the culmination of the effort of thousands of people around the world. So I wanted to do something spectacular for this. And we got a gyro-stabilized camera system, and we mounted it underneath one of those lifts that they use in the clean room. And this lift can go up about 65 feet. And I believe during that time, we captured some of the most amazing images of the telescope in its final deployed state.
The last step as we were going through our deployments was removing that lens cap right before the sun shield was folded up. The instruments are very sensitive to light. They're designed to be extremely sensitive so they can sense far off faint stars. And so lights from the clean room could potentially damage these instruments. And so we had kept this cover in place not only for contamination to keep any sort of debris or small particulate out of the micro shutters, but also to optically protect the instruments from light that could potentially damage the sensors. This lens cap was removed at the last possible moment while we were stowing the 4 sun shield, and I was the one to do that.
Everybody ready for cargo?
I'm a very even keel person and am able to perform these tasks in a really focused and relaxed way without letting my emotion be a part of it. And this one got me. This one was different. It was the last time that I would be in front of the mirrors in that way. It was the last time that I would see the inside the aft optics assembly, see the tertiary mirror and the fine steering mirror and the instruments. And so removing this cover, it was actually a pretty emotional moment for me. I was able to keep it together and not drip tears anywhere and get the cover off perfectly and get Webb ready to go, but it was a very emotionally impactful moment for me, saying goodbye to that part of Webb.
What's the one aspect of the design that you lose the most sleep over?
Good question. I don't lose sleep over this. I did that already. I think what worries most people the most is that deployment. It's really hard to prove that it will do the same thing next time that it did last time. With the deployment, you fold it back up one last time, and then you push the button one last time, and it's got to be the same. So this is tricky. And the deployments cannot possibly be tested in exactly the same condition they will see in space. Zero gravity, cold, vacuum, we don't got that here. That's what I think most people worry about the most.
And the expectation is probably the hardest thing, I would say. The weight of knowing that this has to go right the first time and the only time, and there was really no room for error. Carrying that around for however long we've all been on the program was a thing. My boss, Jim, used to say that we're like deep sea fish under sort of constant pressure, and that once Webb was launched, we wouldn't really know what to do with ourselves because all the pressure would be off.
Webb is by far the largest piece of flight hardware that we've moved. The transporter is the largest transporter that I know of in history to come out of Goddard Space Flight Center. And essentially what STARS is a mobile cleanroom, moving JWST from one location to the other while it's still inside of a cleanroom environment.
And so it was goodbye for the entire team that had been a part of the observatory and spacecraft and integration and everything for 20 years at that point.
There was nothing easy about Webb at all. I don't care what aspect of the mission you looked at. So moving around that huge behemoth of a telescope became extraordinarily challenging.
The 405 is just something that is a big part of the heart of LA and that whole community, and so it was really neat that we got to send it right through the heart of LA and off to the sea in that way and be a part of that.
It's going 4 times farther away than the moon over there, and it's going to be there for eternity.
Godspeed, Calibri!
We're shipping the James Webb Space Telescope to its launch site in French Guiana. It just left port in the Naval Weapons Center, Seal Beach, and after 25 years of development, it's headed for its launch site and its final destination in space.
One of the interesting parts about when we departed is security. How did we make sure that we didn't encounter any sort of pirates or causing any disruption to our shipment? In the maritime industry, you can track ships everywhere they go. As we were departing from Seal Beach, there were posts on the internet because there is a vibrant community of people that are very interested in what's happening with JWST. And so on Reddit, actually, there was one particular person that was really good at tracking the ship, and he was giving a great log to the general public of where the ship was going. I was actually able to reach out to him, explain to him, you know, it would be great of him to maybe just add a little bit of vagueness to where the ship was actually going, the direction, just a little bit less detail. And surprisingly, he was great about it. You know, he went about posting and saying that, got a little bit more generic with the locations.
Kourou is actually a good place for a launch site, very close to the equator, and that helps you getting an extra spin when you launch.
It was a bubble that we were there, mostly hidden from the pandemic, able to work and just focus on Webb and getting it ready for launch.
The weather's pretty volatile. I mean, you're in a tropical environment, even in December. In fact, caused one launch delay of a few days. Under the umbrella of that launch delay, no pun intended, the technical folks preparing Webb for rollout had a bit of extra time to be able to attend to last-minute preparations.
It was pouring. I got soaked more than I had any other time in Kourou. Standing out there with the team, watching it rolling out to the launch, and it is an absolute party in the rain.
We weren't going anyplace until Webb was off the ground safely on its way. So it's not like we had a plane to catch or a train to catch, right? We were a captive audience.
A really neat thing happened because of the way that launch had been delayed, and it ended up being on Christmas Day.
So when the clock hit 12, you know, it was a privilege of mine to wish everybody a happy holiday and to thank them and then mention to them that their families were, you know, history had put them in that place at that time for a reason, you know. And I didn't go into it, but it was like, you know, I kept thinking about the Apollo 8 launch, you know, Christmas Eve, you know, reading about from the book of Genesis. You know, it's famous, right?
It's now approaching lunar sunrise, and for all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
They're reading about, you know, the first light, and here we are launching this incredible machine that's intended to pick up that first light.
When the Webb telescope was launched, I was just sitting on the sofa with my wife because COVID was happening, so everybody stayed home. We didn't have any launch parties. Okay, well, that's how it goes. People thought, well, surely you must be on the edge of your chair because you've been working on this forever and it could go wrong. That's not how I felt. I felt, of course it's going to work. We've done everything we should do.
I haven't yet thought a lot about what is the proper Zen mode to get into for launch day. By that point, the die is already cast, right? Either we built it correctly and it's going to work, or we're going to find surprises on orbit, but it's time to go find out.
It's all looking very good here at the spaceport for a Christmas Day launch. Operations running smoothly, the countdown ticking over nicely. All the systems are green and we are go for launch. We're looking at launch pad number 3, the James Webb Space Telescope, inside the very top of the rocket, in first class with its seatbelt on. I'm in the Mission Control Center here at the spaceport, the nerve center of operations. We're about 10 kilometers from that pad, and behind me you can see it's a laser focus here in the control center with the mission control centers all on console there as we get closer to launch.
Come just go to black. Take away what I would tell you.
Merry Christmas from the Guyana Space Center in Kourou, French Guiana. You know, they do Ariane 5 launches frequently out of French Guiana, but there was something different about this one. There was something in the air that said, this has a different aura, this has a different importance, this one had a different flavor to it, and you knew you were in the middle of something big.
You get the 2-minute warning. Everyone goes out onto these balconies.
And you were watching a number of people, VIPs and invited guests, moving out to the observation platform that is right next to the Jupiter Control Center as we stand by for the 1-minute call from Jean-Luc Voyer.
À tous les vidéos, attention pour moins 1 minute. Top, à 0 moins 1 minute.
Thumbs up from Jean-Luc Voyer. All systems are go. We're inside a minute now. T-minus 50 seconds and counting.
And you wait. And you can hear a little speaker with Rob's commentary.
Turbo pumps will come up to flight speed for 7 seconds, and the command will be issued to ignite the solid rocket boosters. The James Webb Space Telescope will be on its way.
And then he starts counting down.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
By the time he got to 8, my throat was just closing.
Standing by for terminal count.
À tous les DDO, attention pour les décomptes finales. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité.
Because we were a few miles out, you see it go, and it's going up and up and up and up. You don't hear it for at least 45 seconds to a minute. You know, all of my hopes and dreams and wishes and frankly, a piece of me launched at that time. And you see it go, and it's such a strange thing to only hear it, and it just rumbles.
And liftoff.
Décollage.
Décollage, liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
And it's a really specific, odd rumble that a rocket has leaving the atmosphere that also keeps it special in your memory because it's something that is very different than sounds that you hear anytime else.
Just over a minute from now, Springs will gently push Webb away from the upper stage of the Ariane 5.
There's this loop running in your brain where you're like, did that just really happen? You know, did we just really take off after multiple decades at this? Did we just really leave the Earth?
Séparation Webb Space Telescope. Go Webb!
Ironically enough, as we marvel on this view from the upper stage camera, this will be humanity's last view of the James Webb Space Telescope as it moves to its workplace about 1 million miles away from Earth.
The launch team is done. Now all the attention turns to the operations centers.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are looking at live coverage of the deployment of the secondary mirror for the James Webb Space Telescope. You're looking at an animation that includes real-time telemetry, real-time data from the spacecraft as to the configuration that it's in.
We used to make jokes. It was like, hey, Merry Christmas. Look what we got. We got a telescope. Oh, some assembly required. Yeah, it was some assembly.
We start getting our deployment started, and Webb was performing beautifully.
You're seeing an animation, but this isn't just any random animation. This is actually based on real data.
That script looks good. You're go to execute.
Roger, executed.
Command will fire OTE LRM Group 5. OC, you're go to fire.
Copy, go to fire.
It's not just pushing buttons. There's a lot of real-time information that comes in, and you've got to be able to deal with it. You've got to assimilate it, figure out what to do, and make an action.
I'm getting more and more excited. My heart is starting to beat faster and faster. For me, there's a tremendous amount of joy. I mean, I have this smile like on my face from ear to ear right now.
Again, we had rehearsed everything and practiced it a zillion times, but now you're up there and you only got one chance to get it right.
Without this mirror in its right position, we do not get light into the telescope.
Motor move has completed successfully, and Deplead has confirmed we are go to proceed with the latch to safe.
Roger, executing.
We are now at a point where we're about 600,000 miles from Earth, and we actually have a telescope. So congratulations to everybody.
Well, I'm thrilled to see that it finally works, because when we started off, we got a lot of people laughing at us that was impossibly difficult. And now it's done.
Hey, John, how are you doing?
Hey, John. Well,
good morning. When we built the equipment, we drew our requirements up, they're all numbers. Nobody tells you what that means in terms of the beauty of the universe. Years and years ago, people asked me, John, are the pictures going to be beautiful? And I said yes, but I didn't know what they'd be like. So it was an act of faith, but it was a good act of faith.
Whatever's out there, we're going to see it. And we haven't cranked this sucker up to 11, but we're going to.
When things got cold enough, the cameras worked. Saw those first images. It was like, yeah, this is pretty cool.
We're really, standing on the backs of thousands of people over many, many different disciplines to make this happen.
The image came back. There was the beautiful center image of the star with 6 radiating rays of light, and there's supposed to be nothing behind it. Nothing. What we saw turned out to be 250 galaxies that have never been seen before in this image that supposedly had nothing in it.
There are galaxies everywhere. People said we've been photobombed by galaxies. So, well, that's a pretty big thrill for everybody.
I didn't know I was coming to a pep rally today.
but that's all the better. And you've got a lot to be rallying for. This morning, folks across this planet are going to see the images captured by this telescope. This telescope, because of infrared, is going to be able to penetrate through the dust clouds. You're going to see the formation of stars. You're going to see devouring black holes.
Here we go. Let's do it. Okay, we've got the whole world watching. Are you ready to put the first image up? Oh, let's do it.
We are ready to see Webb's first image of a star dying, a planetary nebula called the Southern Ring.
Art that is out there in the sky, revealed for the first time. We're thinking of the team and we're thanking them. John, thanks to you, thanks to all of you.
I think people brought some champagne, so that's higher priority.
You're going to see things that this species has never seen. And you've done it. Tell everybody this was an important day in the history of humanity. Because we'll never look back. You can never undiscover, you can never unobserve things. So congratulations to the entire team. You have all made history. Be proud. And thank you for your
And I'm a scientist, so I've been working on this project for 20 years, so we should expect what we saw. But no. Several times in the last 6 months, I nearly break my jaw of what I saw. These incredible images.
Success is binary. You either win or you don't. So we built something that was so ambitious. If it didn't work at all, we would be terrified. But if it did work, we would be guaranteed of tremendous discoveries. I think my favorite image is the picture of a cloud of galaxies with a very, very bright one in the center.
100 years ago, we thought there was only one galaxy. Now, the number is unlimited. And that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years.
Everywhere we look at is going to be a scientific discovery. I believe that.
Oh, no, it ain't good.
And every image is essentially a Hubble deep field.
Yeah.
Is that incredible or what?
This stunning vista of the cosmic cliffs of the Carina Nebula reveals new details about this vast stellar nursery. Today, for the first time, we're seeing brand new stars that were previously completely hidden from our view.
I present to you Maisie's Galaxy, which is named after my daughter, as we both discovered it on her 9th birthday, and she had been asking me for months to name a galaxy after her. I would like to leave you with one of my favorite images.
It's called Stefan's Quintet, and it's wondrous.
From the perspective of what we're going to find out, what do you tell a 7-year-old when she says, I get what the curiosity thing's doing, but what's JWST going to do, Dad?
Okay. She's got a good question. What we're actually trying to find out is the entire history of the universe from then till now, from the beginning till now, including the things that made galaxies and stars and planets and Earth, and made it possible for us to live on our particular little Earth. So that's why I'm interested. I asked my dad that question sort of like that, and I said, well, where did we come from? I was about 6 or 7 or something. Nobody knew. We knew a little bit, but we certainly couldn't tell you the whole story.
You know, we can get as geeky and as in the details as you want, but when you step back for a minute, it really is about our place in the universe. And that's something that resonates with people, and that they hit people in an artistic and a spiritual way.
I'm reaching out to you from London.
My father was diagnosed last year with stage 4 cancer.
And unfortunately, the prognosis means he doesn't have a great deal of time left with us.
From as early as I can remember, my father has been out burning the midnight oil looking at the stars through his telescope.
And often driving into the mountain overnight, setting up to take pictures and even submitting photos of what he found in magazines.
When I was a kid, I remember him upgrading his telescope every few years after saving away.
He is so passionate about the work you do, and the recent advancements of the JWST has been very exciting for him.
I'm really pleased he's still here to follow along with all the amazing innovation you and your team are doing at the moment.
He keeps busy keeping up with the news around your advancements. That's really cool.
For me, these letters express how I feel. These letters are about the wonder that I feel looking at the universe, the wonder that I feel looking at our team that made this observations and tool possible, astonishment at what we're able to discover.
It's kind of beyond words to describe how satisfying and fulfilling and rewarding it is after reading things like this. I mean, yeah, it's pretty hard to describe. It really makes you feel good about what you do, and to make a mark for good and for positive things in the world is pretty cool, pretty special.
That's actually why I do love space, and I think that other people love space, because it does give you that sense of awe and like feeling one with the universe. So I'm glad it helped someone.
Look, there aren't many things these days that almost everyone on planet Earth can feel inspired about. But I feel like the images from Webb are one of those things. They bring in a sense of wonder. It's kind of like when you're a little kid and you look up at the night sky. We need some wonder in our world. It's just a feeling of immense joy and achievement. And I feel happy for humanity a little bit, yeah.
So I'm lucky enough that I get to continue telling the story about what NASA's doing for its next big flagship missions.
There are plenty of other mysteries of science, but we are seeing with our own eyes, with the aid of telescopes, the process unfolding. So what more could you hope for from astronomy?
One of the core obligations we have is oversight. And we quite often hear in government how things don't work. I just want to say thank you for exceeding our expectations, and let's continue. And with that, I yield back.
So congratulations to everyone for making it happen. And we now are counting on continued brilliance for the next half a century, at least. Thank you for proving it's possible. Looking back to childhood, we had no idea. No one had any idea what the future would bring in terms of space exploration, new technology, electronics. It was all new. We had no idea that computers would ever be so powerful or so common. Marvels are yet to occur, and we are still growing rapidly in our capabilities. So astronomers have already a book that we outlined what we'd like to do for the next many decades. I think it'll take us a century before we run out of that book. And then from what we learn in the next decades, we'll have more miracles to produce, more miracles to ask for. So much is possible, and this is a very exciting time to be an astronomer.
I get to see things that are way beyond Earth because of where I work.
That will surely surprise us in some way that I can't tell you.
It's an exciting moment. This thing's been a long time in the making.
And once we get it out there, we got to robotically put it back together. That's never been done before.
Pride in humanity, that when we want to, we can do that.
We're building this telescope really to answer fundamental questions that we have.
It's detecting the building blocks of life on exoplanets.
That then gets sent into the telescope.
All these galaxies in the background photobomb the pictures, right?
I feel like we're discovering new parts of the universe.
It's going to raw inspire us as people, or it's going to solve a problem we didn't know how to solve because we're going to learn something that we didn't know. Until this big eyeball in the sky, opened up and saw it. I don't know.
From ABC Space Headquarters in New York.
10, 9.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
4, 3.
Not because they are easy.
1, 0.
But because they are hard.
Liftoff.
Artemis 2.
Bound for the moon.
This is a new frontier.
There is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort.
Artemis 2, the historic mission to the moon.
The 4 astronauts making history, flying further from Earth than any humans before them.
Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier.
We choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
History being made, beginning to see parts of the far side of the moon.
It is absolutely spectacular.
We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now. Just absolutely phenomenal. You guys look great.
And now, 4 astronauts coming home. Reporting from ABC News headquarters in New York, David Muir.
Those 4 heroes almost here. Good evening, everyone. We are coming back on the air tonight because at this very moment, the crew of Artemis 2 is in the final stages of this historic and truly inspiring journey from the Earth around the moon and back, the first human mission to the moon in more than 50 years. Take a live look at this hour. The crew will be traveling at roughly 24,000 miles per hour when they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. That'll be at about 7:53 Eastern, so just about 20 minutes from now. Now, NASA is planning splashdown at about 8:07 Eastern Time, right off the coast of Southern California near San Diego. We'll be listening to communications between Mission Control and the crew throughout the night here. Just moments from now, the 4 astronauts in the Orion capsule will detach from the service module, as it's called, which has provided propulsion and power, and then soon after, inside their own capsule, they will soon re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Now, this mission, one for the history books already, liftoff, captivating people all over the world, right here in the U.S., of course. That rocket, taller than the Statue of Liberty from the top to the bottom, weighing nearly 6 million pounds when it blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center. This was just 10 days ago. The crew sending back spectacular images during their voyage around the far side of the moon, viewing parts of the lunar surface never before seen by human eyes. The Earth visible in the distance just below the moon's horizon there. The astronauts' emotional group hug, one of the many displays of their close bond and teamwork. And right now, it'll be up to NASA to complete the final hurdle to get them home back to their families. My family right here, our team here in Southern California, and right here in the studio with me to witness this final leg of this historic journey with all of you at home watching tonight. And so many of us have said this is something that has been such a wonderful break from everything else we've been watching on the news and taking in these historic images coming in from space. And as you can see there on the clock, 19 minutes to go. That is until re-entry. This is the separation you're looking right now. Let's listen.
Service module separation, and a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good stuff on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from integrity. A job well done.
Job well done. We like hearing those words. The separation of the module from the capsule still carrying the astronauts. That capsule now will have to be angled just right for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. And as I mentioned, going at about 24,000 miles per hour, it'll be tested, that heat shield, which we might see in some of these images being beamed back by the capsule and fed to us live by NASA at this hour. This feed will probably be going in and out like we've seen these last couple of moments. It'll face a real test. This is Mission Control, of course. The real test comes at about 7:53. That's the re-entry into the atmosphere facing blistering heat. Temperatures nearing 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're talking about temperatures that we don't talk about unless we're talking about the surface of the sun. That's what that capsule will face. The heat shield will, of course, protect the astronauts. But I loved hearing job well done, the first part of this crucial phase, which they said would happen at about 7:33. And NASA keeps a tight clock going, right? Susan Kilrain with us here, former NASA astronaut, youngest person, one of only 3 women to pilot the space shuttle. Susan, you've been great for this entire 10-day journey, giving us sort of a window into this. You know, I've been listening to so many former astronauts, retired astronauts who have said, you know, the real nerves, the real anxiety is back here on Earth for the rest of us. That the astronauts doing the work up there, they're just trying to get home.
They're just doing their jobs, and they have trained for it for years, and so they're ready. They're strapped into their seats, they're ready. This is a momentous occasion. It all comes down to the re-entry and those parachutes deploying on time and slowing them down so they can safely land in the water.
So take us inside the capsule, the module, inside Orion right now. The visors come down. They have what are called essentially umbilicals that send in cool air. And they're fully aware of this real test that lies ahead here at 7:53, that intense heat. Take us inside the module. Do they sense any of that other than just simply the knowledge of what they're about to go through?
Oh, they'll be able to see it. They'll be able to see it. It looks similar to if you're flying inside a fireball, and it gets so hot on the outside surfaces that you're seeing, you know, yellows and oranges and reds and even whites, which is, you know, the hottest. It's not really fire, it's more like friction, but the temperature, they'll be able to see it, and you're right, they will stay cool inside their spacesuits. And that will keep them at a reasonable temperature. They're also wearing their compression garments because they're going to start feeling the G-forces.
And how long will they feel that for? You said they can actually feel the shaking of the capsule. They'll see it with their own eyes. How long does it last?
The entire reentry is several minutes, and we will lose comm. We'll lose communications. The ground will not be able to talk to them, and they won't be able to talk to the ground during that time either. So it's the glorious time when you hear that they're back in communications after that re-entry.
Yeah, so don't be alarmed at home when we go into that 6 minutes of silence from the capsule. Let's take a look right now at Mission Control. Let's listen in. They're, of course, in contact with the astronauts. Job well done with the module.
Integrity. Good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
The raise burn, you can see there the clock in the corner, 15 minutes now until re-entry.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
It's really incredible.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity, Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
So just to let you know what's just happened is that final turn of the capsule to make sure it hits re-entry at precisely the right angle. To make sure that they deal with as little of the heat as possible, right? Essentially, they know they're going to hit 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit GO, but when they say that mission accomplished, at least in this part of the journey, that's the crucial moment where they do the final preparation of the angle with which they'll re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
The angle, and they want to separate the capsule from that service module. They want to give it enough separation so that they're not too close to each other as they both re-enter the atmosphere, because remember, they're both going to be hitting the Earth's atmosphere at that 5,000 degrees. And that is so crucial. That heat shield is so crucial. We've been talking about this being the most dangerous moment of the entire mission, and that's for a reason. But I should tell you, when we tested this back in 2022 with Artemis 1, there were some issues with the protective coating, the thermal coating on that heat shield. There was some cracking that they found later on, but the capsule did survive, and that's what was critical. And in this case, in this entire mission, this Orion capsule has performed better than anyone expected.
And NASA has repeatedly said that they are confident. They did a number of tests significant testing, in fact, after the previous mission to make sure that that heat shield could withstand what we're about to witness here.
Exactly right, because that is exactly what you don't want. You don't want anything chipping away. You don't want anything cracking, because what was happening was that basically that heat was building up under that protective coating, and it was cracking that. So you don't want anything that could endanger this crew.
Susan, what do you make of the heat shield? The fact that we're going into this, we saw some of the tests the last time, NASA saying, and you're a part of NASA, and you know they work hard to make sure everything is absolutely foolproof as they go into these missions, as they are about to face this crucial test.
That's right. They would not have sent these 4 astronauts and this mission if they weren't 100% confident that the heat shield could withstand these temperatures for that amount of time. They changed the trajectory before they shallowed it out so that they didn't get up to 5,000 degrees on Artemis 1, but they were under the temperature for a very long time, longer than they're going to do today. So they'll get up to 5,000 degrees, but the length of time they'll experience it will be much shorter.
It's really fascinating, Susan, how you describe. You'll see flashes of red and even the white, which signals the warmest of the fire and the flames. They go into a communications blackout, as you say, because of the plasma and the heat, but that is expected. Don't be alarmed again at home for those 6 minutes or so when we won't hear from the astronauts. We're going to keep an ear very close to what we're hearing from Mission Control, but I wanted to show you at home what we've been talking about. This is one of the most critical components of the Orion capsules, the heat shield, protecting the astronauts during re-entry. Set Orion's course for re-entry to try to ensure that the shield spends as little time as possible in that extreme heat. The heat shield is the only thing standing between the crew and, of course, the danger they face as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So the Artemis 2 astronauts will re-enter the atmosphere at about 7:53 here. We have 11 minutes to go before we witness this moment. The capsule generating a tremendous amount of heat as the atmosphere slows down their spacecraft up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But as Susan said, that's a split moment. The numbers then begin to decrease almost immediately. But the astronauts are fully aware of the heat that they're facing. Even in the capsule, they'll see it. The heat shield here at the bottom of the crew capsule, you saw it there in the animation as you're looking at right now, but you saw the real thing just moments ago. It protects them from the heat. It spans about 16.5 feet in diameter. It's comprised of about 186 tiles or so fitted onto a titanium and composite frame. It's designed to burn off during re-entry to protect the astronauts, transferring the heat away from the spacecraft. And again, NASA has repeatedly said that they did a number of tests after the first Artemis mission to make sure that this heat shield was up to the task that we will witness here tonight. Let's listen back in Mission Control.
The parachutes will ultimately slow integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
They're talking about the significant parachute system that they have in place, a series of parachutes, actually, that will begin to deploy.
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Trajectory right on, which means 10 minutes from now, we'll see that crucial re-entry followed by 13 minutes before splashdown. Those 13 minutes will include about 6 minutes when we will not be hearing from the astronauts themselves. That, again, is expected. That's because of the intense heat, the plasma that basically engulfs the capsule.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
It's like co-anchoring with NASA, only you don't know when they're going to talk. So you just want to let them explain because it's really fascinating. There is the path right there. And just so you know, there are a team of not only NASA employees, the NASA medical team, but also members of the U.S. Navy. The USS John Murtha is stationed near the splashdown zone. Navy divers will immediately race to that capsule. They will inspect it. They will put around the capsule basically an inflatable raft, if you will, that's called sort of the front porch, is what they've nicknamed it. They'll inspect the capsule itself.
The EI roll 180 attitude.
As they prepare for this crucial moment 8 minutes from now. Let's listen.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good baros. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
You're hearing the NASA reference to the timing here. They're talking about the splashdown, which of course is the moment we will all celebrate, the splashdown in the Pacific. The countdown that we have up in the corner of the screen is just really as a guide for all of you at home to know the steps of this. The next crucial step is about 7 minutes from now. It's coming up very shortly, 7 minutes, 45 seconds or so until this crucial re-entry. Traveling about 24,000 miles an hour. You can see the reflection, if you will, of one of the crew members in the screen there. Susan had told us before, they'll be able to see the heat as they pass through it. It's extraordinary to think that they'll be traveling as fast as 24,000 miles an hour when they hit that moment, 32 times the speed of sound, 45 times faster than a commercial airliner. Will Reeve is standing by live in Southern California, right there on the coast, the splashdown site not far from where Will is. And Will, the big question is, will we hear a sonic boom, which is expected sometime after 8 o'clock Eastern?
That's right, David. Good evening to you here on the beach in Coronado, right around the San Diego area. Just miles out that way is where we are expecting splashdown, and we're told that in about 20 or so minutes we will possibly hear a sonic boom. That is the capsule making its arrival very well heard around here as it plummets to Earth. And I keep thinking about the fact that these astronauts are going in, re-entering Earth's atmosphere head first at 4 Gs. That's like going on a roller coaster from 400,000 feet in the air head first toward the ocean. That is what they will be dealing with, and we will hear the sonic boom, and that will be the announcement of the Orion making its presence known here, and then the rest of the recovery operations hopefully will go underway smoothly.
We're all hoping for that. Will, stay tuned with us for the coverage. We've been listening into Mission Control. They say the configuration for re-entry has been achieved. One more sign that they believe that they are, in fact, for this re-entry, which is now just 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes from now.
No action required.
I want to bring in Leslie Lopez, meteorologist. Many of you watching in the West at this hour are very familiar with Leslie from her work on KABC. She has joined ABC News, the network now, as a meteorologist. And so what a night to join us, Leslie. What a moment of history to witness. And I'm glad you're part of the team and here to witness this with us. And the weather, I'm glad about that too. What are you seeing?
Thank you. Oh, fabulous. David, thank you so much. That was a really wonderful, warm welcome. It's great to be here on the West Coast. It's a beautiful day. You'll notice, though, the wind is going, and that is one of the criteria for re-entry for the recovery. So let's talk about what this is all looking like as far as the weather picture is concerned, and do we have all the criteria that will make this a successful splashdown? Right now, the recovery criteria, you're looking at it, wave height under 6 feet. Yes, we have that. Winds, they are right around 10 miles per hour at the moment. They need to be under 28, so we're good. That's a go. Also looking at visibility and cloud coverage. Now, we do have a cloud layer. If you know anything about San Diego, that coastal eddy, that's that cloud layer that banks up against the coastline. That is going to be there. However, the good news is you're going to see the cloud ceiling. That's from the ocean up to the bottom of that cloud. There's enough room there for that recovery effort from an aerial standpoint to still continue. So that continues to be a go. But there will be a period where we won't see the vessel coming through a layer of clouds, and then it'll reappear, and hopefully that's going to be great, and we're going to get all the aerial support needed. And then of course there's vessels in the ocean getting ready for that. There is a storm I do want to mention that is just to the north into Northern California, Central California. Timing couldn't be better. That doesn't arrive till tomorrow. So again, this is all looking very successful and positive as far as the weather picture.
Just telling us essentially that the weather is cooperating significantly here. A number of factors around the splash zone, but not the zone itself, which is really encouraging to hear. Mission Control saying just moments ago that it will be, as we were saying earlier, a true 6 minutes of silence from these astronauts when they re-enter the atmosphere in about 3.5 minutes from now. Susan, as those astronauts like to say, they're just doing the work, but are you feeling the nerves right now?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of how the families are feeling.
Yeah.
The families are probably extremely nervous, and I get that. I mean, I understand that. They are going, I mean, we're looking for 3 things to happen perfectly. The attitude is set. They have to maintain that attitude. The heat shield has to hold, and the parachutes have to do their job. And those families aren't going to be happy until their loved ones are on that Navy ship.
That is completely understandable. In fact, we've kept sort of an arm's length from the families. I know they're very proud of their loved ones, but they want to see them home before they then tell us about what this has been like. And we get that, as you understand firsthand. Let's listen in, because we're just about 2 minutes away. Let's listen to Mission Control.
3 minutes from entry interface. "16.5 minutes till splashdown."
So 2 minutes to re-entry, 16 minutes until splashdown.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
And Susan, take us inside NASA right now, because they too have spoken often about the tension, the anxiety, the concern that they feel. You know, they're doing their jobs too, but they feel it back at Mission Control.
Absolutely, they're on the world stage, and I used to sit at the Capcom desk for shuttle launches and re-entries, and yeah, it's a nervous time, but everybody is hyper-focused on their particular job.
No issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
NASA confirming what we heard from Leslie there in Southern California, that the weather is a go. Something they have watched for days, these weather systems and the patterns. It is a go for splashdown. We're about 1 minute away from re-entry. And again, we've mentioned it here, but for those of you just joining us, this is ABC News live coverage of Artemis II returning from its historic journey around
Coming
the moon
up
and
on
back.
1 minute until entry interface.
You know, the launch 10 days ago is also high anxiety. But after that moment, getting through this historic journey, the next major test is the one about 30 seconds away now, the re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, 24,000 miles per hour, facing...
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
1 minute, they're saying. We can take our countdown down now. We'll listen
until the
into
expected
NASA
start of our 6 minute blackout.
For this critical moment. Let's listen.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6 minute blackout.
Integrity.
Again, the re-entry at any moment. We will not be hearing from the astronauts on integrity.
10 seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
This is incredible to witness, and Susan, I gather that's some of the heat right there.
Yes, that's the plasma.
The plasma and the heat surrounding this capsule.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Is what leads to the blackout.
This will be a 6 minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
No voice, no data from the crew, as we're hearing from NASA right now. Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi, an astrophysicist, science educator, has been with us for our coverage these last 10 days. And Hakeem, you've been great throughout. This is one of the most anxious times of the entire journey.
This is the true test of our trajectory.
Absolutely it is.
I am sitting on the edge of my seat just like the rest of you, waiting to see these parachutes deploy and a safe splashdown.
Aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown.
Let's listen back into NASA, and again, they'll let us know in about 5 minutes now if they have regained communication with those 4 astronauts.
As it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
And of course, we are thinking of the families of pilot Victor Glover, mission pilot, Reed Weissman, the commander.
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period.
Christina Cook, 4.5 minutes to go until we hear from them again.
Time
Jeremy
to splash
Hansen.
down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
Of course, the Canadian astronaut. Everyone on board making history in their own way. The first Canadian to join them in a mission to the moon. This is the first time in many decades since the Apollo missions that we have sent humans back to the moon, and they made their own history, traveling farther than any astronauts who went before them, going to the far side of the moon and seeing with human eyes parts of the moon that have never been seen before, and sending back messages of hope and those extraordinary images. They have talked during their press conferences
The landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on Integrity.
About the importance of coming home. It was Victor Glover himself who said,
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period.
There you see it.
This is a visualization.
Oh, visualization.
Of,
so this is similar to the simulations we showed you earlier, only this one is from NASA. Let's listen.
Repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
I was saying Victor Glover, the mission pilot, was asked, what is he most looking forward to? And he said, splashdown. And who could argue with that? He also talked about this being like riding a fireball through the atmosphere, this incredible moment. And this visualization from NASA helps to explain this, why there would be a blackout during this period of time. The families of all of these astronauts.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
9 minutes until splashdown. Let's keep this visualization, but if we could add, Dave, our director in the control room, Trevor Rull, who is at a watch party at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. And Trevor, I gather the nerves can be felt in that room right now.
Absolutely, David, and what we are seeing is basically every single checkpoint that's being hit is being met with thunderous applause. You can hear a smattering right now. That's been happening continuously, 30 seconds after 30 seconds after 30 seconds after, and what we've been seeing are generations of families experiencing something that many of these people have never experienced before. I talked with one man here, an 86-year-old grandfather. He said he remembers watching the very first space launches. He remembers the Apollo flights. He remembers those first lunar missions. It inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. Now, after 45 years of his own flight, he's retired. He is back here tonight with his grandchildren watching Artemis. And then at the same time, we're hearing from young people. There's two people behind me here, Lena, Olivia. These are students at the UC San Diego who told me that they can't believe, when they learned about Artemis, they said, I can't believe it's happening in real life and not in the movies. That's how long it has been. What we've been hearing from family after family is that this is something that feels like a previous America would accomplish. Now, of course, we're in that tight window. Will it land safely? And of course, we know everyone's waiting on bated breath, but they are optimistic, David.
No question about that. A lot of optimism and a lot of prayers across this country tonight as we watch and wait for Artemis 2 to emerge in communication.
We're standing by for communications from the crew.
We
should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
All right, let's listen. Less than a minute here to see if we can regain communications with the 4 astronauts on board, Victor Glover, Reed Weissman, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
We are now processing data from Integrity.
Which is a very good sign, right, Susan, that they are getting data. No communications yet with the astronauts, but they are receiving transmission from Integrity.
Now, this is great news.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
The vessels carrying the divers, members of the U.S. Navy standing by to race to that splashdown zone. And Susan, tell us what we're looking at right here.
It's the visual. It's the camera view of the reentry. It's no longer a visualization. And, you know, it looks healthy.
Well, they mentioned 6 minutes. We knew they would be 6 excruciating minutes, particularly.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Incredible.
Oh.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
So there you have it.
Guidance looks good.
Artemis 2 responding
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
to mission control.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Well, it's not often when you sit here at the anchor desk when you feel chills. This is certainly one of them. History being made tonight, Artemis 2, the first
Passing
mission
100,000 feet now.
in many decades taking humans back to the moon. In fact, they went farther than
Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
19 nautical miles until splashdown. We were expecting it at about 8:06 or so Eastern time, 8:07 perhaps. So just about 5 minutes from now. They mention those divers are already en route. They clearly know where, certainly the...
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
We were expecting, hoping that we might get a view of some of these parachutes, though we're not entirely sure we
We're
will.
processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes to splashdown. There's an elaborate sequence of parachutes here. The first deployed at around...
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're at 50,000 feet.
At around 22,000 feet, you'll see the first parachutes here. Part of this sequence of chutes. I saw some movement right there. Was that a... There it is. You can see a flash of something. Not entirely sure it's one of the
pyros
chutes
are
yet.
armed for forward bay cover jettison.
A flicker of something just above.
Here, you're going to see the drogue, jettison, and then the drogue chutes.
And they deploy at about 22,000 feet, right, Susan?
And they're the first ones to come out.
Yeah.
There they are.
There they are.
There they are, right there.
And then
And there
there
go the first series of
other ones
parachutes.
right away.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Yep. The drogue.
Those parachutes right there will slow the spacecraft to about 200
drogue
miles an
chutes.
hour.
Next up,
We copy, we see them.
the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, it's just incredible to think 4 human beings inside that capsule, right? Who have just seen the far side of the moon and come back to tell us about it. And what a bond we've witnessed from them. The hug.
Perfect descent rate according to flight
Integrity,
dynamics.
Good rate on 2 drogues.
The symbol of the heart in their
We keep the
photographs
same on board.
that they sent back. And they named one of the craters in the moon that they discovered themselves after Reed Wiseman's late wife, Carol. She died in 2020 of cancer. They'd been together for decades. And one of his fellow astronauts...
Passing through 10,000 feet.
Spoke of the moment.
Still on drogues.
Because Reed couldn't say it himself, though he was moved, certainly, that the astronauts decided, let's name it after your late wife, Carol. So many stories they'll share with us. There's the second set right there.
Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
The crew
Search and
we met
recovery
with.
beacon has been activated on integrity.
The search and recovery beacon activated for those Navy divers who are now racing to the site.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
This is picture perfect.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
Glad to hear it.
Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
1 minute, 15 seconds until splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off of San Diego. The USS John Murtha is in the region. Navy divers will race to the craft. They will deploy that inflatable around the capsule.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I mean, these are words you have not heard in decades in this country. There are a lot of viewers watching tonight who remember this from the Apollo mission, several of them, those missions, but of course, a whole younger generation witnessing something that they've only read about in the history books. A little flash there at the capsule.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Those 3 parachutes, of course, the end of that sequence, and certainly the ones that are doing most of the work in trying to slow this capsule, slow integrity down to about 20 miles per hour. There's the splashdown.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Which, by the way, is exactly when NASA said it would happen, 7 minutes past the hour.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Back on Earth, in the Pacific. The divers will get there. They will look at the outside of Integrity to make sure.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Stable, there you go.
We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
We can breathe.
We can. We just want to see them now, right? And they will get to the craft, the divers, and as I was mentioning earlier, I just don't like to talk over NASA because they're so fascinating. I'm having fun listening in on them as well. But they will check the exterior of the capsule to make sure that there isn't any significant damage, to make sure it's safe to open the latch.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you.
Well, now they're just showing off.
They
tell us it's exactly when we said it would happen.
31 minutes, 35 seconds.
There will be an initial check.
And we're configuring for very low data rate.
They will initially check to make sure that all of the astronauts are feeling okay. And then they're going to take...
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLD, or Hellas.
We have you
see
the
the
same.
fast
We'll meet you
boats
over in
making their
post-landing.
way to integrity.
Perfect communications established.
We are told this is the first time that the U.S. Navy has teamed up with NASA to get to the crew on board, those 4 astronauts,
Houston copies all.
3
Reed
Americans,
Wiseman
1
reporting
Canadian.
4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Yeah, that's going to be impressive at the Thanksgiving dinner to be able to say, you know, we were the ones up there. We know that standing by are 2 Navy MH-60 helicopters. They actually have cameras on them. We're getting some of these images from those helicopters. They're going to be carrying them to the nearby ship, the USS Merthyr, which is waiting. They're going to put 2 of the astronauts on each helicopter. And I believe Christina Cook is going to be the first to emerge. Do we know who will emerge from the capsule?
Christina Cook is first.
Yeah. She'll be first, which seems appropriate. And Susan, you know all too well the relief, the sighs from these families waiting to see their loved ones.
We continue to monitor.
I imagine there were tears from all of them, every one of them, tears of joy, of relief, of happiness. They must have held their breath for the last 30 minutes.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Who knew that green crew members is code for excellent shape? Usually when you see someone green, although I wouldn't be surprised if they did look a little green after what they've just been through. But that's not what it means. It simply means they are in great shape. The divers reaching.
Star beacon is
being lifted.
in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. We are also powering up
So we're
the
about to
sat
witness
phone now.
an extraordinary moment where we will see the hatch lifted, and then the astronauts, again, as I mentioned, will be checked for a quick medical evaluation before something far more extensive on board the USS Merthyr.
As the crew continues its post-splashdown,
they'll be taken away by those 2 helicopters
on board. Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration.
I want to bring in Dr. Arian Anderson. He's an emergency medicine physician trained in aerospace engineering. You would know better than us that when you hear they're green, which means they're in excellent health, and we're hearing from the commander, Reed Wiseman, who's in the capsule, who says the rest of the 3 are in perfect health. That's got to be great news for you to hear too, Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, that's as good as it gets, and that's kind of the first evaluation of the astronaut crew. Is they all kind of look left and right, give each other the thumbs up, and when the first recovery team gets there and takes a look in the hatch, they kind of do the similar and make sure that everybody's feeling okay before, you're right, they go on to do more extensive medical evaluation and even a little bit of research testing as soon as they get their feet on solid ground again.
They'll be given the opportunity to stay at a hotel in San Diego if they just want a little time to readjust before being taken to Houston. But Dr. Anderson, I gather they'll go straight to Houston. Look what they've just been through.
Yeah, I think they're probably eager first to see their families. eager to, I think, greet the people of the world and just celebrate this exciting journey we've all been on.
Cody Page also with us here tonight, National Geographic Explorer, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia, and the former director of MIT Space Exploration Initiative. And Cody, I know you have studied all too well the re-entry and the stakes, and knowing that heat shield, the job it had to perform, and we have witnessed history tonight. It did exactly as NASA was hoping.
Some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that
Cody, can you hear me?
is solid.
Yes, yeah. It's honestly, sorry, I was listening to Nat there. It's been, the whole mission, I feel like, has just been incredible, that it's been exactly how it's supposed to be. So the way that heat shield worked and the parachutes deployed and everything, the timing, it's a testament to exactly how perfectly NASA plans these things. It's so exciting.
It really is. Cody, thanks so much. Dr. Oluseyi also still with us. The anxiety gone? We wanted to check back in with you and make sure you're breathing okay.
Oh man, I had a huge sigh of relief when I saw that third parachute that looked like it was having a little trouble fully deploy, right? And now they've made it safely.
It's really incredible news. Now we just wait to see the divers get to the capsule and open the hatch. Hakeem, thanks so much. Asa Stahl, also with us, science editor from the Planetary Society.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
The history that's been made right here tonight with generations watching. And as I mentioned earlier, so many of our viewers remember the Apollo missions, but there are so many others who have not witnessed something quite like this before.
Yeah, this was truly spectacular. I mean, I didn't realize I was holding my breath, but I was at the launch and it felt... Sorry,
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go. Yeah, you're
okay,
doing
cool.
just fine.
Just also hearing the NASA broadcast. Yeah, it was at the launch just as almost surreal to see that we actually did it. It worked. And it was just so inspiring to see this is what we're capable of if we only try, if we make the investment in ourselves and in NASA. So I think a lot of people, millions of people around the world are seeing this and feeling inspired and ready to celebrate.
And Asa, take us through these next few steps, because this really was the first step in what could be an extraordinary next couple of years here. The next Artemis mission will do some additional testing, and then the one that follows could be the one that actually lands on the moon.
That's exactly right. And I tell you, after watching this, I can't wait for the next one. 2026 or 2027 could not come soon enough. That's when Artemis 3 will happen. As you just said, that's going to be another crewed flight test, but it's not going to go to the moon and back like Artemis 2 has. It's going to test out the spacecraft and docking procedures in orbit around Earth. And then Artemis 4, if all goes well, will happen in 2028, and that will be the actual lunar landing mission. And then it's hopefully off to the races.
And
NASA's
Asa, we
trying
know
to do
that
this every 6 months.
And we know that 2 astronauts will be on board that mission to land.
Yes, that's right.
Really just incredible. And good for you for being at the launch as well, remembering both ends of this extraordinary journey. Let's listen into mission control.
Yeah.
Power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
(8:22) was the timing that NASA had said there would be a capsule power down, is what they call it. There is some word that power down might be somewhat delayed here, but you can see those teams.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
There you go.
Integrity, Houston. If you are happy with your comm with master diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
One of the fast boats circling Integrity right now.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
They were able to get
the crew
there
on
quickly.
board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Yeah, blame it on the satellite phone.
There's plenty of cooling
because
on
everything
board
else was
Integrity.
picture perfect here.
So there's
If
no
you're
rush
wondering
to
how
begin
these
the
dive
power
teams
down.
were able to get here so quickly, it's because the USS Bertha, the amphibious naval ship, was just about 1.5 miles from the splashdown point. Will Reeve standing by in Southern California. And, Will, I'm not sure if you heard the sonic boom, but off in a distance in the ocean there, this is picture perfect.
Yeah, David, there's a lot of folks out here at the beach who were hoping to hear the sonic boom. They kept coming by asking us if they were going to see the splashdown or hear it, and unfortunately, no dice. But everybody knows that out there, the crew safely splashed down and that the rest of the protocols are happening as they should be, every precaution being taken, every item on the checklist being taken care of, and a sense of excitement here in San Diego. This feels like these astronauts who went further than anyone has ever traveled before in the history of mankind, they returned here to Southern California. People are pretty excited about that here, even if they didn't hear the sonic boom. We were looking forward to that. Maybe next mission.
Maybe the next mission. There are going to be a couple more Artemis missions now that this one has been successful. You can see the teams in the water there, just off the coast of San Diego. And as Will was saying, there's a lot of pride there in San Diego that they've been part of this history. Recovery teams are going to secure some lines here. They're waiting for the power down before they can get any closer to the capsule. Delayed, NASA says, because of some issues with the satellite communication.
Called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
You heard him mention the front porch that I had mentioned earlier. That's the inflatable, nicknamed front porch because they'll step out onto their porch. And they've earned that moment.
Integrity, Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the 2 buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
Well,
that's affirmative.
NASA astronauts, they're just like us, rebooting the satellite phone to try to regain communication here before they can power down Susan. And that's then the moment when the divers can really move in.
Right. It's like the power cycle that you do at home when your Wi-Fi isn't working, you know. It's the same sort of thing, but, you know, to have come this far and everything work well, and this is the thing that is delaying them getting out of the capsule is almost comical. But I remember in the Apollo days, it was the same. Once the splashdown, any number of things could still go wrong. So, like I said, the families aren't going to breathe until they're out of the capsule and on the ship.
Which will happen soon.
The large inflatable raft.
The inflatable raft.
The front porch.
The front porch he's talking about.
Will be where the astronauts are extracted from, so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
And Gio, you were lucky enough to talk to the astronauts at the very beginning of their journey.
I was the first, David. I realized that later on. 20,000 miles away they were, and we were able to speak with them, and it was remarkable because I remember speaking with Victor Glover and saying to him, you know, with so much division that we see in this country, what do you see when you look down on planet Earth? And he said, I see one. I see one humanity. And then there was that reminder that he had just before they lost communication the first time as they went around the moon, when he repeated those words from Jesus, when he said the greatest commandment is to love one another. And then we had that blackout behind the moon. It was remarkable to hear those really human stories.
No question about that. And you know, these astronauts seem fully aware of you know, the times that we're in and sort of the political divide and all of the stuff that we also take in on a daily basis. And they knew that what they were doing was hopefully achieving sort of making history in their journey to the moon and back, and they certainly have done that. And they were, in this most recent press conference that they did on the eve of their return, very clear that while we have enjoyed these images and seen those moments where there was real camaraderie, I mean, the brothers and sister on that capsule in embracing one another, but most importantly, they wanted to be able to bring all of this back. They said they had so much more to do with what they had discovered while in space, what they had seen on the far side of the moon.
Is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
We know these teams will conduct a quick hazard assessment in the water before actually opening the hatch as well. There you see one of those MH-30 helicopters, MH-60 copters, which will transport the astronauts from the raft right back to the USS John Murtha, which is only about 1.5 miles from the splashdown site. We know in the first helicopter, mission specialist Christina Cook, pilot Victor Glover. Victor, of course, is the one who said it's like riding a fireball through the atmosphere,
Houston.
and they have landed now in the Pacific.
For the establishment of communications between
Waiting
integrity
for establishment
and
of communications.
the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft. We're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
The second helicopter will carry mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. Of course, the Canadian on board who made history as well, and Commander Reed Weissman. And Commander Weissman is the one who lost his wife, Carol. And it was that team in space together who decided, let's name one of the craters we've discovered and seen with our own eyes after Carol.
I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then as NASA administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
That's the team at NASA celebrating their history being made as they should, as we await for communication between the dive teams and Integrity right there in the water.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
I love that. He said that we are back in the business of traveling to the moon. Just a few moments left for this special report. And Susan, I just wanted your thoughts. I love that he said they were ambassadors of humanity, going to the moon and back, and now they've come back and they've really taught us all, reminded us all what unity really looks like.
Yes, they have done the incredible, and their lives have changed forever because they will forever be ambassadors for humanity.
Well, Susan, thank you so much for being here, former NASA astronaut yourself. We are going to come back on the air when we do see those astronauts for the first time. I look forward to showing you that moment. In the meantime, we'll go back to regular programming. I'm David Muir here in New York. We'll see you shortly to see the astronauts. Good night.
And here we go. 10, 2, 1, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. It is just absolutely phenomenal. phenomenal. You guys look great.
We have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. Main chute deployed.
Use Integrity splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
4 green crew members are all in excellent shape.
This has been an ABC News special. Artemis 2, coming home.
Jack Tone, you're on a bit of a roll at the moment in Double Jeopardy.
Oh, very
Congrats.
exciting, very exciting.
Now,
Hola a todos. Desde ahora, el primer nombre que salió fue Países Bajos. Elgin, Illinois, Lincoln, Nebraska, Frenchtown, Nueva Jersey, sé por qué están aquí. Seattle, Washington, Naperville, Illinois, Nuevo México, Lawrence, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Riverside, California, Waverly, Pennsylvania. Con Kristen, Facebook está a bordo. Y como también es nuestro primer estado que repite con California en la cámara, es hora de empezar. Así que, antes que nada, muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí. Estoy encantado una vez más de tener aquí al senador de Nueva Jersey, el senador Andy, por varias razones, pero antes que nada es senador Kim. Muchas gracias por tomarse el tiempo para hablar con nosotros.
Sí, gracias por invitarme de nuevo.
Bueno, una de las razones por las que quería hablar con el senador de Nueva Jersey, con el senador Kim, es que siento, jale, y sentir es una palabra que uso con mucha cautela, que el país ha cambiado drásticamente en los últimos 2 días. En el sentido de que muchísima gente está hablando ahora del futuro que queremos construir, y una de las personas que lo está haciendo muy eficaz es el senador Kim, es el. Pero la otra razón por la que quería hablar con usted hoy, senador, es porque antes de reconstruir ese futuro, tenemos que salir del momento en el que estamos estancados. Y es un momento muy aterrador. Y sé que grabó un vídeo desde un tren sobre lo que estaba haciendo y por qué. Y me encantaría que nos hablara de cómo están las cosas en Capitol Hill, cuáles son sus planes y qué deberíamos estar haciendo en este momento.
Sí, quiero decir, mira, a principios de esta semana, el martes, estaba dando un discurso en Nueva Jersey sobre el futuro de la política exterior y estaba tratando de explicar, mira, ya, sabes, si tenemos un problema con el enfoque de Trump, de poder hacer la derecha en política exterior, bueno, sí, tenemos que asegurarnos de que lo hagamos público, pero luego está la pregunta de, bueno, ¿qué es lo que creemos que debe estar pasando? Estaba exponiendo algo que estaba diciendo cuando fui a la conferencia de seguridad de Múnich y hablé con líderes de todo el mundo y me quedó tan claro que nunca vamos a tener una situación en la que el próximo presidente pueda venir y decir que Estados Unidos ha vuelto. Ya sabes, ya, no seguimos, que lo hemos arreglado, que hemos vuelto al camino correcto. Ya no tenemos credibilidad en ese sentido. Y entonces estaba tratando de pensar, bueno, ¿qué tenemos que hacer para intentar recuperar la confianza del resto del mundo? Pero también de los estadounidenses aquí en casa, que tampoco confían en nuestro sistema y no han visto lo quebrantado que está. Estaba en una universidad dando ese discurso sobre cuál debería ser la política exterior para los próximos 10 o 20 años. Pero me dieron ese discurso justo después de que Trump hiciera esa declaración increíblemente peligrosa. Una publicación en las redes sociales sobre la muerte de una civilización, la idea de una posible violencia masiva contra tantos civiles. Me impactó muchísimo, de verdad, en ese momento. Ya sabes, incluso tener que dar este discurso, a pensar en lo que vendría después. Tenemos que pensar en cómo llegamos a ese momento. ¿Cómo llegamos a ese momento en el que tengamos un futuro presidente que tenga la oportunidad de conceptualizar lo que viene después? Y también esta cuestión de qué le queda a ese presidente Scouts a Nathan Beals en los próximos 3 años. De veras, ni siquiera puedo suponer dónde estaremos en noviembre de 2028. Ni siquiera sé dónde estaremos en noviembre de 2026. Y mucho menos la semana que viene, Dios no lo quiera, cuando este presidente ha establecido, ya saben, este cronograma de 2 semanas para lo que podría suceder a continuación y la amenaza de comenzar esta guerra de nuevo. Así que hice comentarios en ese discurso del martes diciendo que me alegro mucho de estar aquí en esta universidad hablando sobre la futura política exterior, pero seré honesto con ustedes, debería estar en el Capitolio. El Congreso debería estar en el Capitolio, porque están sucediendo muchas cosas ahora mismo y el pueblo estadounidense se merece que su gobierno esté presente en estos momentos de tanta ansiedad. Y estos momentos de tanta importancia, el pueblo estadounidense se merece que su gobierno haga su trabajo. Así que decidí subirme inmediatamente a un tren para regresar a DC. Y sentí que era mi deber, mi responsabilidad. Y esto, ya saben, aquí en DC haciendo cosas que creo que el Congreso debería hacer. Solicité una reunión y una sesión informativa del Departamento de Defensa. Pueden imaginarse lo que me dije, que es lo mismo que le han estado diciendo al pueblo estadounidense. ¿Por qué no es que me lo estén diciendo a mí? Lo que están haciendo es decírselo al pueblo estadounidense. No merecen saber lo que está pasando con esta guerra. Por la misma razón por la que no han celebrado audiencias públicas desde el comienzo de esta guerra. Es porque creen que el pueblo estadounidense no merece saber lo que está pasando. Y espero que eso haya quedado muy claro. Y creo que pueden oír en mi voz lo frustrado que estoy en este momento porque, como ya les he dicho antes, trabajé en zonas de guerra. Fui un civil integrado en el ejército en Afganistán. Ya saben, trabajé en Irak, en cuestiones antiterroristas. Saben, cuando estuve en Afganistán hace 15 años y vi el rumbo desenfrenado de la guerra. Ya habían pasado 10 años desde que empezó la guerra y ya no digamos una década desde que me fui. Pero en ese me prometí a mí mismo que si alguna vez volvía a estar en guerra, en otra guerra temeraria, y yo estaba en posición de intentar detenerla o darle forma, haría todo lo humanamente posible para poder hacerlo. Y recuerdo lo molesto que estaba cuando estaba en Afganistán y me di cuenta de que la gente en Estados Unidos no estaba asimilando que estábamos en guerra y no veía las amenazas a las que nos enfrentamos. Y cuando pienso en los miles de miembros del servicio que ahora mismo están en peligro, no podemos seguir con nuestras vidas como si no tuviéramos un comandante en jefe que acaba de amenazar con aniquilar una civilización. Bueno, en este momento siento firmemente que este es un punto en el que tenemos que llamar la atención del pueblo estadounidense y no normalizar lo que está sucediendo ahora mismo, no normalizar los comentarios del presidente, no normalizar esta violación de la Constitución al comenzar esta guerra sin la aprobación del pueblo estadounidense. Sabes que esto es algo en lo que siento que tenemos que trazar una línea.
Así que vamos a desglosarlo un poco para nosotros, si me lo permites. Si me lo permites. Estoy de acuerdo contigo. Para mí, la declaración del martes de Trump de que iba a aniquilar a una civilización, suponiendo que se refería a Irán, fue un verdadero punto de inflexión. Lo comparé con la gran crisis de 1929, a la que no se podía volver. Porque indique, además de aterrorizar al mundo, estaba aterrorizando al pueblo estadounidense y diciendo que, ya sabes, iba a lanzar un arma nuclear en tu nombre. Y hubo un par de cosas interesantes que surgieron de eso desde el punto de vista político. Una de ellas fue la poca cantidad de republicanos dispuestos a pronunciarse en contra de eso. Lo que me sorprendió incluso en mis años de hastío aquí, que tan pocos de ellos estuvieran dispuestos a decir que no vamos a amenazar con un genocidio. Pero la otra parte de la que me encantaría saber más es la dinámica en el Capitolio, porque, por supuesto, la Cámara de Representantes y el Senado no están realizando actividades en este momento. Y tal vez puedas explicar un poco sobre eso. Pero me pareció que era un momento en el que los demócratas como tú deberían haberse apresurado a ir al Capitolio y decir, oye, necesitamos tener un gobierno que funcione aquí y si no nos vas a devolver, vamos a actuar como el Congreso de todos modos. Y sé que la Cámara intentó llamar la atención ayer por una resolución de poderes de guerra que los republicanos se negaron a reconocer. ¿Qué está pasando en el Capitolio y cuál es la dinámica allí entre los republicanos y los demócratas que están tratando de detener esto?
Sí, bueno, como bien ha señalado, no está pasando nada en el Capitolio. Ya sabes, el Capitolio está vacío. Saben, simplemente una atracción turística esta semana. Ya saben, cuando no está haciendo lo que debería, que es celebrar audiencias sobre esta guerra, debatir, ya saben, los 200.000 millones de dólares que esta administración quiere para esta guerra, que ni siquiera se molestaron en pedirle al pueblo estadounidense que los aprobara. ¿Sabe? Se trata de las compensaciones, no solo de la guerra, sino del impacto que está teniendo el pueblo estadounidense. Acabo de pasar tiempo en Nueva Jersey escuchando día tras día, historias brutales de personas que están luchando. Ya saben, una mujer en Atlantic City me dijo que literalmente siente que se está ahogando debido a que los costes de su vida se acumulan y empeoran cada vez más debido a los precios de la gasolina y a los problemas. Ya saben, si vamos a volver a casa, a nuestros estados, y no me importa que tengamos oportunidades de volver a nuestros estados para interactuar con nuestros electores, eso es importante. Es sin embargo fundamental integrar lo que escuchamos y experimentamos para luego volver y encontrarnos todos. Estoy seguro de que lo que escuché en Nueva Jersey, la gente lo está escuchando, mis colegas lo están escuchando en todo el país en términos de estas luchas, y que cuando tenemos estos momentos que realmente se destacan como lo que hemos experimentado, sí, tenemos que demostrar que saben que esto es algo que debe condenarse en términos de ese lenguaje. No estamos hablando simplemente de una amenaza a la destrucción de una civilización al otro lado del mundo, sino de lo que significa nuestra civilización, que significa nuestro país, que significa nuestra cultura y que representa nuestra democracia. Y ya sabes, y creo que por eso me impactó tanto. Es como, ya sabes, mi tierra ancestral es la península de Corea, es Corea, donde tengo a mi familia allí, ya sabes, a unas pocas docenas de millas es esta frontera increíblemente peligrosa con Corea del Norte, con un loco, ya sabes, con armas nucleares, apuntando a mi familia, apuntando a mi tierra ancestral y amenazando con volarla. Ya sabes, en Afai tengo que vivir con, ya sabes, mi familia con esta espada de Damocles colgando sobre ellos, preguntándome si este loco va a apretar un botón y comenzar una guerra que lo cambiaría todo. Y simplemente me impactó de forma tan cruda esta idea de que ahora tenemos un líder en nuestro país que habla mucho de ese tipo de atrocidades masivas, violencia masiva. Y ya sabes, y me impactó de cerca, ya sabes, cuando estuve en la Conferencia de Seguridad de Múnich. Sabes, he tenido líderes de otros países que me decían que ahora en sus reuniones, en sus gobiernos, hablan de Estados Unidos como una amenaza a la seguridad. Y así es lo que tenemos que internalizar en Estados Unidos. Eso es lo que está pasando. Eso es lo que está pasando. Nos ven como una amenaza en nuestro nombre. Ya sabes, el presidente está haciendo esto nombre. Y sí, el Congreso debería recibir apoyo, que debería exigir no solo sesiones informativas, sino audiencias, que deberíamos participar en estas conversaciones sobre cuáles son las prioridades de nuestro país. Y se trata de lo que ocurre con estas negociaciones. Y creo, ya sabes, creo saber que eso es algo de lo que ha ocurrido, que ha quitado algo de presión, de la percibida al Congreso. Es que esté alto al fuego y las negociaciones se están produciendo. Bueno, tengo representante, escucho a los republicanos decir, bueno, miren, no me gustó qué dijo, pero ahora hay un alto el fuego, hay negociaciones, tenemos que mantenernos, ya saben, enfocados en eso, ya saben que ellos quieren ver esto, saben que ellos quieren ver, y y esta es la forma en que tiene que suceder, no les gusta cómo fueron las palabras, así que esa es la razón, ¿cierto, Dad? Así es como la gente lo está regionalizando en el Congreso. Ya saben, tratando de decir que no les gusta lo que dijo Trump, pero tenemos que mantenernos enfocados en entonces, saben, tratar de hacer que estas negociaciones sean exitosas. Pero deberíamos estar aquí hablando de eso, porque lo que Trump dijo es que cree que estos 10 puntos de Irán son viables, mientras que estos 10 puntos, ya saben, esencialmente equivaldrían a rendirse, a capitular, Y nos ha puesto en esta situación en la que veo muy probable que terminemos mucho peor que donde empezamos, incluso antes de esta guerra. Y vale la pena hablar de eso. Vale la pena participar. Mira, sabes que Vance se va, digamos, a Pakistán para negociar con los iraníes. ¿Qué hay sobre la mesa? Vayan a ofrecer potencialmente. ¿No debería el pueblo estadounidense tener alguna idea de eso? ¿No debería el Congreso tener alguna idea sobre esto? De la misma manera que cuando estuve en Afganistán, enviamos a miembros del Congreso a Afganistán, les informamos sobre la guerra y hablamos de lo que viene después. Pero ahora mismo no tenemos nada de eso. Y bueno, ya saben, esa es mi vera preocupación aquí, que me preocupa que esta administración y los republicanos en el Congreso digan, oh, miren, no tienen que preocuparse por lo que acaba de pasar. No se preocupen por eso. Esa locura que Trump acaba de decir. Ya saben, apoyemos estas negociaciones, pero no les vamos a decir de qué tratan. O no les vamos a decir qué vamos a poner sobre la mesa en nombre del pueblo estadounidense. Y me parece absurdo y peligroso.
Bueno, y lo que están identificando ahí es un problema no solo con las llamadas negociaciones sobre Irán, porque tienen razón. Alguien me preguntó hoy si sabemos siquiera qué hay en estos planes y que teóricamente están sobre la mesa. Y al menos desde mi punto de vista, no. Hemos escuchado varias cosas de varios países diferentes y todos están en desacuerdo entre sí. Y por supuesto, Israel no ha dejado de bombardear el sur del Líbano. Así que el hecho de que haya un alto el fuego parece un poco falso también, más que un poco falso también. Pero cuando miro, y por supuesto soy americanista, la verdadera crisis que veo no es solo Irán, es Trump. Y Trump no solo está tratando de crear un régimen personalista, sino que también está desquiciado. Y esto es lo que realmente me preocupa de cara al futuro, que tenemos a alguien sentado en la Casa Blanca cuyo comportamiento es completamente errático. Y ha habido muchas conversaciones entre los demócratas, principalmente sobre la 25ª enmienda o el juicio político. Una de las cosas de las que no se habla mucho es de la dimisión, que es, por supuesto, el camino que tomó Richard M. Nixon en 1974 cuando los republicanos se dirigieron a él. Sabemos que cometiste delitos y votaremos para condenarte. Cuando la Cámara de Representantes lo destituye y él renuncia. ¿Cuáles son las opciones para abordar esa crisis en la Casa Blanca si está de acuerdo en que existe una? ¿Puede explicarle a la gente qué cosas parecen más posibles que otras antes que es que las hay?
Bueno, ya sabe, pienso mucho en esto porque, ya sabe, trabajé en la Casa Blanca antes. Trabajé en la sala de situación del Consejo de Seguridad Nacional. He estado en el despacho oval para discusiones sobre guerras. Y por lo que se sabe de lo que está sucediendo con Trump, nada de eso está sucediendo de una manera que me dé la sensación de que ha habido deliberaciones reales pensando principalmente en el pueblo estadounidense, en lugar de, ya sabe, en la obsesión de Trump con su propio legado. Ahora bien, me gustaría recordarle al pueblo estadounidense que ya no tenemos un Consejo de Seguridad Nacional en pleno funcionamiento. Tenemos un secretario de Estado a tiempo parcial, un asesor de Seguridad Nacional a tiempo parcial. Ya sabe, veo una situación en la que incluso en los relatos públicos de lo que se ha desarrollado en las deliberaciones para la guerra de Irán, como Jared Kushner, sentado en la sala del Consejo de Seguridad Nacional, me preguntó qué hace allí, en la sala de crisis. ¿No tiene ningún papel en nuestro gobierno? ¿Y cómo es que ahora está negociando en nuestro nombre mientras al mismo tiempo sigue recaudando dinero de estos mismos países y líderes para su propio negocio? ¿Entiendes? O sea, es simplemente, de nuevo, la cuestión de si el pueblo estadounidense está siquiera representado aquí. Así que sí, no veo a Trump apto para el cargo, apto para ser comandante en jefe en tiempos de guerra. Y estoy de acuerdo en que ha estado desquiciado en su forma de actuar. Y si yo, como alguien que trabajó en la Casa Blanca antes, me encontrara con un presidente que hablara como Trump, que enviara esas publicaciones en las redes sociales amenazando con eso, habría dimitido. No podría ejercer el cargo en ese tipo de circunstancias porque me aterraría pensar en lo que eso significaría para nuestro país. Y por el hecho de que, ya sabes, estamos viendo de nuevo que todo sigue igual y ya sabes, mira, en este tipo de circunstancias, se haría que sí, la gente de la Casa Blanca dimitiera, mostrara y el Departamento de Estado, el Pentágono, mostraran que no apoyan esto, que no es así como deberían funcionar las cosas, y lo preocupado que están por lo que está pasando ahora mismo en nuestro país. Esperaría que tuviéramos un gabinete que considerara la 25ª enmienda para destituir a un presidente. Pero mira el gabinete que tenemos. Quiero decir, mira las reuniones del gabinete que hemos visto. Quiero decir, se acercan más a lo que imaginaríamos en Corea del Norte que aquí en Estados Unidos en términos de un gran despliegue de elogios hacia él. En lugar de reconocer que, de nuevo, todos y cada uno de esos funcionarios del gabinete hacen un juramento a la Constitución, no a un presidente en particular, no a Donald Trump. Su nombre no aparece en ninguno de sus juramentos. Y eso es lo que esperamos. Y luego, si en el caso de que no veamos que el gabinete dé ese paso, haríamos que el Congreso interviniera y rindiera cuentas a través del juicio político. Pero, de nuevo, vemos al presidente Johnson. Eso tendría que empezar en la Cámara. Y vemos al presidente Johnson como alguien que está claramente más interesado en salvar su propio trabajo que en hacer lo correcto para el pueblo estadounidense ahora mismo. Y sin duda alguien que literalmente le debe su trabajo a Donald Trump y por lo tanto no avanzaría para poder participar en eso. Por lo tanto, es probable que veamos esfuerzos por parte de los demócratas para impulsar eso, pero luego ya sabes, una moción para archivar es lo que harían los republicanos, ¿sabes? Y he visto que he estado en el terreno, en el hemiciclo de la Cámara, donde hemos visto a los republicanos tomar esas medidas antes de archivar. Así que, mira, ya sabes, lamentablemente, ya sabes, la realidad es así. Pero dicho esto, no quiero que la gente diga, bueno, entonces no es importante hablar de esto. No es importante participar en eso, porque ese no es el caso en absoluto. No se trata solo de hablar de lo que es políticamente realista y factible ahora mismo. Se trata de explicar a la gente cómo es posible que estemos en estas circunstancias. Y como resultado, creo que es importante que no aceptemos las cosas tal como están y luego tratemos de averiguar la mejor manera de reaccionar. Tenemos que explicar por qué esto es tan fundamentalmente incorrecto, para empezar. Porque no sabemos qué va a hacer Trump a continuación. ¿Sabes? Me gustaría decir y poder decirte, Heather, que su tweet del otro día, su publicación en las redes sociales del otro día fue lo peor que vamos a ver. Pero no puedo porque estamos constantemente bombardeados por cosas que parecen sacadas de un universo paralelo que son tan surrealistas. Y por eso no puedo levantar el pie del acelerador y no decirle a la gente que no es apto para el cargo, porque podría ser algo incluso peor. ¿Qué pasa si esta negociación fracasa? Y creo que hay muchas probabilidades de que fracasen, al menos que no tengan nada escrito sobre lo que ponerse de acuerdo. Porque, ya sabes, Irán ha demostrado que tiene muy pocas razones para capitular en este momento cuando ve cuánto daño está haciendo Trump a la economía estadounidense. Aún vemos que la inflación sube y otros problemas. Así que lo que pase después de estas negociaciones podría fracasar muy bien. Trump podría muy bien no llevar a cabo los ataques masivos con los que amenazó. Y si ese es el caso, de nuevo, no podemos decir simplemente que no hay nada que podamos hacer. Y bueno, ya lo he dicho antes y lo diré aquí una vez más, como la línea directriz a la que sigo volviendo, que me digo a mí mismo, es que lo opuesto a la democracia es la apatía. Y no podemos sentirnos apáticos o impotentes en este momento. Y sí, desearía que tuviéramos más herramientas, por supuesto. Y creo que todos deberíamos trabajar para garantizar que tengamos más herramientas de las que hemos devuelto en la Cámara y en el Senado. Y sí, también las quiero en el Senado. Y haré todo lo posible para lograrlo. Me presenté para postularme al Congreso en las elecciones intermedias de 2018, en un momento similar al ahora. Obviamente ahora es incluso más trascendental en mi opinión, pero me presenté como alguien que tenía 34 años y que nunca se había postulado al Congreso antes porque quería hacer todo lo humanamente posible para poder detener lo que entonces veía como un daño. Y solo les pido a todos que se concentren realmente en eso. No todos se presentarán al Congreso, pero todos ustedes tienen la capacidad de apoyar a aquellos que sí lo son y realmente ser capaces de participar. Ya saben, el poder en la Cámara de Representantes en particular es binario, binario. O lo tienes o no lo tienes en términos de poder legislativo, pero eso no te quita tus otros poderes ni tus otros esfuerzos para poder dar forma a las percepciones y mentes del pueblo estadounidense para generar la agenda. Y si necesitan algún ejemplo de eso, miren lo que ha sucedido con nuestra campaña contra Liz. Ya saben que el pueblo estadounidense hizo oír su voz tras el Alex Preedy y Renee Good, y vimos que la administración Trump dio marcha atrás en algunas cosas. ¿Hicieron todo lo que queríamos con las reformas? Por supuesto que no lo hicieron. Pero tampoco tuvieron la capacidad de, ya saben, arrollar al Senado y forzar la financiación del ICE. Estamos viendo cómo, ya saben, fueron en contra de la voluntad del pueblo estadounidense. Necesitamos ese mismo tipo de acción ahora mismo con respecto a Irán, porque no se detiene solo en Irán. No sabemos qué va a pasar después, pero también sabemos que este presidente ha amenazado a Cuba, ha amenazado a otros países, incluidos nuestros aliados en lo que respecta a Dinamarca y Groenlandia. Por eso es tan importante seguir avanzando sobre esto.
Y eso es lo que instaría a la gente a seguir haciendo oír su voz tanto a nivel local, estatal y nacional.
Sí, miren, quiero decir, sí, necesitamos varios frentes aquí. Entonces, como dije, necesitamos asegurarnos de que todos tengan un plan para estas segundas de mitad de periodo. Y estuve ya hablando ante una multitud en Camden, Nueva Jersey, en la manifestación No Kings, la más reciente. Y terminé diciendo, bye, gracias por presentarse hoy. Pero ¿qué van a hacer mañana? Bye, ¿qué van a hacer la semana que viene? Y el mes que viene o en el periodo previo a las elecciones de noviembre, les pido a todos los que están viendo que hagan un plan. Escriban lo que están dispuestos a hacer. Ya saben cuántas llamadas telefónicas, cuántas visitas puerta a puerta pueden hacer. Y si no es así, o sea, si no viven precisamente en un estado con un mercado competitivo, carrera, ¿sabes? Puedes aportar unos dólares o buscar a alguien que conozca en esa zona. O unirte a un grupo de personas que te llamen por teléfono o hacer otra cosa. Pero haz un plan concreto. Escríbelo. Por ejemplo, voy a intentar hacer X cantidad de lanzamientos de campañas o X cantidad de visitas a puertas. O estoy dispuesto a donar X cantidad de dinero al mes para diferentes campañas. ¿Sabes? Eso es importante. Pero tú y yo no estaríamos hablando ahora mismo si creyéramos que estos problemas pueden esperar hasta noviembre. No es así. Ya sabes de lo que está pasando ahora mismo. Yo no puedo decirte con la conciencia tranquila, bueno, daremos la vuelta a la cámara y entonces las cosas mejorarán, porque no sé qué va a pasar con esta guerra y cuántos soldados más podrían perder la vida, o cuánto podría empeorar nuestra economía, o cuánto más se vería afectada nuestra reputación, y cuántos años más tardaríamos en reconstruirla. Quiero decir, algo de lo que tenemos que internalizar es que parte del daño que está haciendo Trump es irreversible. Ya sabes, no lo es, no vamos a tener un momento en el que podamos decir que Estados Unidos ha vuelto. Ya sabes, estamos de nuevo en el camino correcto. Así que ahora mismo, realmente pido a la gente que preste atención. Ya sabes, recibimos miles de llamadas telefónicas a nuestra oficina del Senado esta semana. Eso es importante. Quiero que todos y cada uno de mis colegas regresen la semana que viene. Ojalá volvieran esta semana, pero quiero que todos y cada uno de ellos regresen la semana que viene y que su personal se lo diga. Y que cada senador reciba un informe de su personal sobre cuántas llamadas o cuántos mensajes han llegado a su oficina. Y quiero que cada senador de este país regrese y escuche que recibió la mayor cantidad de llamadas en todo el año debido a lo que sucedió la semana pasada. No quiero que ningún senador diga, bueno, no voy a tener noticias de mis electores sobre esto y ya veremos a dónde nos lleva este alto del fuego. Saben, quiero que la gente escuche quiero que la gente preste atención y que no acepte este argumento ahora mismo de que, bueno, tenemos negociaciones diplomáticas, por lo tanto, no deberíamos criticar al presidente. Así no es como funciona nuestra Constitución. La Constitución no dice que solo sea aplicable en el caso de ciertas circunstancias, pero no cuando hay un alto el fuego. Y entonces puedes participar en críticas y defender nuestra Constitución. Esas cosas importan, ¿saben? Y participar, ¿saben? Voy a hacer algunas asambleas públicas y otras cosas, como que la gente debería exigir asambleas públicas a sus miembros del Congreso para mirarlos a los ojos y reunirse con ellos en persona. Y si no lo hacen, saben, deberían escuchar a la gente que exige que sus funcionarios electos se comprometan con ellos. Si no van a interactuar con sus electores durante una época de guerra y desafíos económicos, ¿cuándo van a interactuar con sus electores? Dicho esto, espero que la gente encuentre esa agencia que tienen. Sé que es fácil sentirse impotente y desesperanzado. Ocasionalmente, como senador de los Estados Unidos, pienso, bueno, cállate con lo que puedo hacer. Pero, de nuevo, he pasado por eso antes, ya sea en mi época en zonas de guerra, en el pasado, o cuando protestaba por la guerra de Irak en 2003, ¿saben? Massa en 2003, ¿saben? Si yo estuviera en un puesto o trabajo diferente, podría tener un impacto, bueno. Pero lo que tenemos que reconocer es que todos podemos hacer lo que podamos y desempeñar nuestro papel. Hay cosas que yo puedo hacer que ustedes, sus espectadores y oyentes, no pueden hacer, pero hay cosas que ellos pueden hacer que yo no puedo hacer. Sobre todo si viven en estados críticos para estas elecciones o estados que tienen senadores republicanos o distritos con miembros republicanos en el Congreso. E incluso los demócratas necesitan escucharnos ahora mismo. Así que esas son lo que espero que la gente sienta, es que tenemos que hacer hincapié en la urgencia que falta ahora mismo en nuestro país, que falta ahora mismo en el Capitolio. Eso es lo que tenemos que intentar canalizar.
Impulsar la urgencia y, ya sabes, asegurarnos de que la gente salga a las calles para oponerse a esta guerra.
Y a la forma en que... Sí, es totalmente cierto. Como digo, hasta el punto de que no me extenderé mucho, pero sabes lo que vemos con Trump. Cuando a la gente me pregunta por qué los miembros republicanos del Congreso no se le enfrentan, yo digo que es porque ya no hay partido republicano, al menos de forma organizada. Ha sido capturado por este movimiento MAGA. Ya sabes, Trump tiene la capacidad de determinar esencialmente quién gana las primarias. Todo se reduce a una sensación de miedo hacia él. Por eso, ya sabes, con los demócratas no podemos dedicarnos a la política como siempre porque no estamos en contra. No vamos a competir con un partido político del otro lado. Vamos hacia arriba contra este movimiento MAGA. Entonces la pregunta es, ¿cuál es nuestro movimiento? O quizá otra forma de plantearlo es, ¿dónde está nuestro movimiento? Y cómo podemos construir algo que vaya más allá de las resoluciones y los proyectos de ley. Hay algo que en verdad canalice la urgencia extrema de este momento que hemos estado comentando, no es así. Y creo que eso es lo que necesitamos para captar la atención de la gente. Y lo que tenemos que mantener hasta noviembre. Pero después, ¿sabes? ¿No será que nos entreguen los martillos y de repente mágicamente las cosas mejoren? Seguirá siendo difícil. Y el día de las elecciones siempre es una línea de salida, no una línea de salida de meta. Así que tendremos trabajo que hacer entonces. Pero realmente quiero dejar claro a la gente que no podemos esperar hasta las elecciones de mitad de periodo para poder tomar medidas urgentes y serias. Ahora es el momento. Intentando hacer todo lo buenamente posible para lograrlo. Y a veces me topo con cosas que me hacen llegar a un punto muerto. Pero luego intento encontrar otro vector, otra manera. Y solo espero que el pueblo estadounidense también lo sienta y sepa que todos estamos trabajando juntos, defendiendo tanto dentro como fuera del gobierno una causa común.
Por eso una de las cosas que me emociona tanto hablar con usted, senador, es que siempre ve el panorama general y siempre ve un futuro mejor. Y lo admiro y me encantaría escuchar más sobre eso en otra conversación. Pero alguien ha puesto algo en el chat que creo que realmente habla de este momento y de las grandes ideas, pero de cómo todo el mundo tiene algo que hacer para mejorar las cosas. Y es que muchos de nosotros le conocimos cuando estaba recogiendo basura en la capital de E.U. después de que fuera atacada el 6 de enero. Ese gesto, aunque tan pequeño, no creo que supiera que había alguien allí con una cámara apuntando. Pero esa foto suya con una bolsa de basura, recoger basura con la mascarilla, porque fue durante lo peor de la pandemia de COVID, creo que de la decencia de los estadounidenses y de cómo podemos cambiar nuestro futuro si lo hacemos juntos y seguimos haciendo lo correcto. Así que les agradezco todo lo que están haciendo y les agradezco que estén aquí hoy y espero que podamos hacerlo de nuevo pronto. Buena suerte. Nos apoyamos y apoyamos la protección de la democracia estadounidense. Así que gracias.
Sí, gracias por invitarme. Y todos manténganse fuertes y presten atención.
Gracias a todos por estar aquí.
Welcome, everybody. My name is David Wilkins. I'm the faculty director of the Center on the Legal Profession, and we are thrilled to have all of you here for a conversation between Professor Alex Whiting and Jack Smith. The Center on the Legal Profession, for those of you who don't know, does exactly what its name suggests. We study the profession that all of you, in one way or another, even if you don't practice law, will be joining. We do a series of empirical research projects, we do conferences, and one of the most important things we do is we try to bring important speakers from a diverse range of backgrounds and viewpoints across the profession to come talk to you about their careers. So in our speaker series, we've had public servants like Brian Stevenson, Anne-Marie Slaughter. We've had leaders of the corporate bar like Kenneth Frazier, the former CEO of Merck, Brad Smith from Microsoft. We've had the Chief Justice of India, Viet Din, the former general counsel of Fox News. We've had a whole range of speakers. And our goal is really to try to give you an opportunity to both see and engage with leading practitioners, many of whom have gone to this very law school. And that is not the only reason we're proud to have Jack here, but it is one. And I have to say, I'm particularly proud because I taught him civil procedure in 1991. And I'm even prouder he still speaks to me after I taught him civil procedure in 1991. So as I said, you're not here to see me or hear from me. So I'm just going to give a few basic ground rules I hope that you will all observe. Please no video or audio recordings. The event is scheduled to begin now and will end at 2 o'clock, but we know that many people may have classes. I am not encouraging you to not go to your class, so if you have to go and get up at 1:15 or 1:20, please feel free to do so. There are QR codes, as you can see here, where you can submit questions. And obviously, we won't be able to get to all of them, but Alex has agreed to try to bring in some of the questions from the audience. And of course, most of all, and I really don't think I need to say this, but it's important, be respectful. One of the things that I know that Jack will talk about is the importance of respectful engagement as a kind of cornerstone of how he's tried to run his career and what he thinks is important for all of you. And it is certainly something that we here at Harvard Law School can try to model. So I hope everyone will engage in this important conversation in that spirit. With that, I just want to say a brief introduction to a man who needs no introduction. No, not you, Jack. Alex Whiting here. He's a legend in this community as well as he should be, a career prosecutor who's worked in many important international forums, including most recently special counsel, the Special Counsel's Office at the U.S. Department of Justice as an assistant special counsel. And he's also been the Kosovo special prosecutor in the office in The Hague. And he's a brilliant teacher and a Natalie dressed guy. As you can see, we all got the memo. We are the Blues Brothers. So I turn it over to you, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jack, welcome back to Harvard Law School.
Thank you very much. It's a very big honor to be here. And we were just talking earlier, my first class at Harvard Law School was Professor Wilkins' Civil Procedure. So it's really nice to be here and to come sort of full circle. So thank you for having me.
So Jack, a little more than a year ago, you left the special counsel's office in the Department of Justice. A few things have changed in that year. Do any of them concern you?
Yeah, so let me start where the perspective I come at that question from. I am not a political person. I am a career prosecutor. I spent 30 years serving the public as a prosecutor in every sort of prosecutorial role you could manage. A local prosecutor, national, international. I worked in the Department of Justice, and I think this is relevant to a lot of what we'll talk about today. I worked in Republican, Democrat administrations over and over again. And I had leadership positions in Democratic and Republican administrations over and over again. I was the chief of the public integrity section, supervising corruption cases around the country during the Obama administration. But I was the chief of criminal litigation in Brooklyn in the Bush administration. And then in President Trump's first administration, I held two different high-level positions, both as the acting U.S. attorney in Nashville, as well as working with Alex overseas as a State Department appointee at an international war crimes tribunal. So I come at it from a perspective of someone who's seen administrations change. It's seen the department and the sort of traditions that we've had for years and really decades. And top line, what we are seeing today is not normal. It's not normal. This is not the usual changes you see when one party or one administration has different priorities. And it does concern me. It concerns me because I see the traditions of the department being set aside because particular outcomes are wanted. I see people being targeted because of their opposition to the president or because he perceives them as an enemy. And I also see cases not being investigated, not looked at because of a fear where an investigation would take them. I think for me personally, I think one of the biggest concerns, and I think one of the ones that we should all be thinking more about, because we see the headlines of individual cases and that concerns us. But for me, I think one of the bigger concerns is the vilification of public servants. The hiring and firing in the Justice Department, I believe, has not gotten enough public attention because we don't really understand the full costs of it. You have public servants who have served for decades in administrations of both parties who are vilified because they are adhering to the ideals about why they became a prosecutor. And then conversely, you have people being brought into the Justice Department who don't believe in those ideals at all. There is, and I don't know how many of you know this, there is an advisor to the current Attorney General who on January 6th, 2021, was at the Capitol telling fellow rioters to kill police officers. It's on video. That person is now advising our Attorney General. And I think that says a lot about where we are, that these public servants who serve for decades are being vilified and people like that are being elevated. So in answer to your question, yes, I do have concerns.
Okay, I want to step back for a moment because you said, you've talked about different administrations and changes in the department. You said this is not normal. You know, with changes in administrations, there are changes in policies at the department, there are changes in personnel. I mean, how much of this is just elections have consequences?
Yeah, I think that's an important sort of foundational question to ask because I think in the sort of like public looking at what happens every day, we sometimes just look at what we don't like, right? Like, I don't like that outcome, or I don't like what they're doing here. And I think that's the wrong focus. Elections do have consequences. And if a new administration or a new party wins an election, they get to decide policy. So if you win and you want to focus more on immigration enforcement and less on environmental protection, elections have consequences. That has to happen. If you want to focus less on corruption and more on fraud, you can do that. And I think sometimes people don't like the policy choices and they confuse that with what I think of as the traditions of the department. The reality is, if you're someone, as a young person or a young lawyer, and you only want to work on policy things that you agree with personally and would vote for personally, you are probably not cut out to be a career prosecutor. That's probably not the best profession for you. My personal view is that if you want to be a career public servant in the Justice Department, you need to be willing and capable to carry out lawful policies of any administration. That's your job. Your job is not to set policy, it's to carry it out. And so I think that is something that we have to put to one side, but that's a very different thing than not following the traditions of the department.
So what's different? Tell us, like, now focus in on what's different now that's not just change in policy, change in personnel. What are the red lines?
Yeah, so a couple, I'll give you some examples, and then I can give you kind of some ways to think about it. You see career prosecutors, people who came up through the department like I did, you see them being fired or resigning because, you know, they don't want to investigate the family of a shooting victim, right? They don't want to charge senators and congressmen for exercising their First Amendment rights. They don't want to be part of a deal where we dismiss a case in hopes that a mayor will change his policies to be consistent with the president's policies. They're stepping down because those are not policy things. That's about doing the job the correct way. And those sort of examples that we've seen over the last year, I put them into two buckets or two categories that you can think about them. And the first is this, process versus outcomes. If you have a prosecutor who is so dead set on getting a certain outcome that they don't care how they get there, you should be very suspicious of that prosecutor. If part of the reason the Department of Justice works is the policies of the department have come about over years, right? They have been developed by people who have spent decades learning their craft, learning what works, learning what's fair. And when you start throwing that all out and you're like, I really don't care how we get there, we just need to charge this person, that's obviously dangerous. And you don't have to look far outside of our system to know that. When you look internationally, right, you've heard the term show trials, right? Stalin had show trials. The Nazis had show trials. More recently, Alexei Navalny in Russia. These are trials where the outcome is not in question, right? And the process is whatever process is necessary to get to the outcome you want. And so when I evaluate the things that we're seeing today, I think about process and is there a process or is there an outcome? You look at the cases, for example, of Letitia James and James Comey. There was a message to the Attorney General, right, that wasn't supposed to be public but was, that said you have to go after these people. And then immediately after, they went after those people, even though the career prosecutor said there was no case. That's not process. That is, I want this particular outcome. You look at...
Can I jump in on that one? And I want you to keep going with your examples, so hold that. But on process outcome and targeting individuals, how are those examples different from cases where the department identifies certain individuals that they target for prosecution because they're they lead a gang or they're terrorists or they're or something like that, and they build a case, we're going to target that person and they build a case against them? How is that different from Comey, Letitia James? Where's the line there?
Well, I think the beginning of your question kind of answers it. If there's a gang problem, then you're going to look at who the gang leader was. If you have a crime problem in the neighborhood, you're going to look at who's causing that crime problem. If you have a phenomena of crime, you're going to look who the leaders were who could have started that. In the Letitia James case, that is a mortgage fraud of that level in my experience. I've never heard of that low a number ever being prosecuted, much less from, again, I don't know, I'm not in the department anymore, but the facts as I understand them are such that I've never heard of a case on those facts being brought. I've never heard, I mean, I've done this for 30 years, the department having to go to multiple grand juries repeatedly to try to get an indictment of that nature. When you start seeing stuff like that, it's so counter to process. That's very, very different than...
So it's also about, process and outcome is also about why the person is being targeted. Or maybe process is a question of why they're being targeted and for what reasons. And there are legitimate reasons and illegitimate reasons.
That's for certain, but I guess what I'm saying is, in addition to that, when you see that there's a direction that we're going to get to this outcome, no matter what, generally what you'll see is that the prosecutors blow through all the normal processes you would get to that because they can't be troubled, because those processes could stop you, right? If you're told to search somebody's house and you put together a search warrant and it turns out there's not probable cause to get that search warrant, well, that's a process problem, right, for you. You got to blow through that if you were told you're going to search their house no matter what. And
we were just doing this in class today, so very timely. For my students out there, very timely. Thank you. Yeah. That was not planted. Go ahead.
It was not. Oh. So I think these examples where you see process being put aside, and another way I think about process is when I was in the department, things work from the bottom to the top, right? A line prosecutor, an apolitical, nonpartisan prosecutor, looks at the facts in the law and says, I want to go forward in this case. I need these approvals to take these investigative steps. I need these approvals. It doesn't come from the top down. It doesn't come, I want you to prosecute this person. Let me find someone who's willing to do that. And again, I think what I find really unusual, and as I said before, not normal, is you're seeing in many of these cases, they can't even get a prosecutor in the office where they're prosecuting the case to go in the grand jury or to do the work. If you're not in the Justice Department, that may seem like, well, I don't know, maybe that happens. I'm here to tell you that is not normal. That is not a thing that happens, and it's a sign that the normal processes are not being followed. The same thing, just again, going back to the James and Comey cases, my understanding from the reporting is that the local prosecutors there actually wrote a memo saying, here's the facts and the law, which is what should guide this, and there's no case. And despite that, they fired the chief prosecutor, who they had put in place, to bring somebody in to prosecute a case who had never prosecuted a case before. Again, never heard of anything like that. It's a pretty good indication processes aren't being followed. The other point, if I could get to it, is the second point, and this would be for those of you in the audience who are ever thinking of being prosecutors and like to pursue that career. 2 words I have for you. 2 words that are as important as you will hear, and it's this: facts matter. The facts actually matter. And one of the things that I see in the Justice Department today is that that's not the case. And in fact, you see where there is a concern on the leaders of the department's part that those facts could lead them somewhere they don't want to go. They make sure those facts aren't followed. A good prosecutor goes where the facts take them. I can't tell you how many times in my career I've started an investigation with an understanding of certain facts, and a full investigation showed me that what I looked at originally, it didn't happen like that at all. I might know 3 facts, and they seem to really drive in one direction, and then when I compile 97 other facts, it's a completely different story. Prosecutors, good ones, have to be able to change their judgments no matter how much work they put in to go where the facts take them. And what I see in this administration is situations where a reticence to follow the facts because it will involve prosecuting or investigating somebody they know the president doesn't want them to prosecute or investigate. There's numerous examples of this. You could start with, I think it was referred to as Signalgate, where they were talking over a Signal app about war plans, what were clearly classified war plans. I can tell you with certainty that there is no administration, Republican or Democrat, since I've been a prosecutor, that would not open an investigation in that case. But in that particular, and I'm not going to say where that would come out, like how that would turn out, because as I said, you don't know in the beginning. But if you remember, in that case, the Attorney General said there would be no investigation the very day it came out, to shut that down. Didn't want to know the facts, just didn't want to have an investigation. We're seeing the same thing now in Minnesota, where victims of police shootings are being called domestic terrorists, again, before a single fact is collected, and then blocking local authorities from investigating that. That is the antithesis of facts matter. And to be clear, I don't profess to know how an investigation would turn out. Part of what a good prosecutor does is not comment on how things might turn out until they do the investigation. So I think people on both sides saying if it's a crime or not a crime is not how we should do things. But if you shut the door to facts, you shut the door to the rule of law. You shut the door to getting outcomes that the public can trust.
Okay, so importance of process, importance of facts. These are the themes that link together red lines that have been crossed in the department today. It sounds like before we even think about how we might rebuild the department, there are certain first principles that we have to think about. What are those first principles?
Well, as I said, these two, right? Like process matters, following the facts matters, keeping politics out of the decision-making of prosecutors matters. I also think that one of the sort of first principles we need to talk about and think about is how to protect apolitical, nonpartisan public servants so they can do their jobs. Because when you don't follow the facts and when process doesn't matter and integrity doesn't matter, the Justice Department can't do its job in lots of ways beyond these cases that we're talking about now. If the Justice Department is not inhabited by people who have integrity and who can follow the facts and the law without fear or favor, one, they just can't do the job, but they're also not going to be trusted. A big thing I have seen through my 30 years as a prosecutor, we've seen this in the international setting as well, is that the rule of law does not enforce itself. You can't just have a law book and say, hey, there's a law in the books, you did wrong, please report to prison for the appropriate sentence, or decide which cases to bring or not bring. It takes people of high integrity who function based on ideals that we all agree on about truth and integrity to make those calls, to make the sacrifices to make those calls. And unless we protect those people, it's very hard to have outcomes that the rest of us can trust. And so I think one of the things that for someone who loves the department and is now outside it, seeing the loss of credibility that department prosecutors have had with the courts over the last year, it's been just saddening to me. One judge said, credibility that has been built up over years has been lost in weeks. And it's not just in these cases we're talking about where people are being targeted. When judges and juries don't trust prosecutors, they're going to start not trusting them for other things too. Things that we want for them to protect our communities from violence, to protect us from fraud, to fight corruption. And basically the sort of mission the department has broadly, it's not capable of doing that anymore. Another way I think about it is this. To have a public institution that functions, right, that actually can do what you set it up to do, you need three things. And this, particularly in my mind, goes to the Justice Department. You need competence, you need integrity, and with integrity I'll put independence. And then the third is you need to be able to communicate those things to the public. So
let's break those down. You've talked a little bit about integrity, but I want to come back to that because there's, I think, more to say about it. But competence, what do you mean by that? Like, how does that figure in here?
Yeah, I think one of the things that again, from where I personally sit, living my life and having had my career, that I'm really concerned about is part of what I see as an attack on the rule of law is an attack on competence, right? We think that someone who spent decades learning their craft and how to do something the right way for the right reasons, that doesn't really matter anymore. We can just put somebody in who's never done that before and they'll just do it. And I think of the example, imagine if you had a heart problem or need a brain surgery. Would you ever say, well, this person's a great surgeon, but I'm not really sure I like their politics. This person has never performed surgery ever once in their life, but I feel policy-wise we're the same. You'd never do that. And I think...
Can you translate that into... because I think everybody intuitively gets that, right? That a heart surgeon right? But how do you translate that into the Department of Justice? And maybe you can speak a little bit about your own trajectory. Yeah. You started as an ADA in Manhattan, became an AUSA, and then you have moved into leadership positions. Talk about competence in the department and what exactly that means.
Yeah, so I mean, and just to frame it, I think part of the challenge is how I understand being a prosecutor, the expertise it requires. I understand it like that, and I think a lot of people outside the department don't understand being a heart surgeon and being a prosecutor handling complex cases, that they're really analogous.
I think that's right. Yeah.
And so to give you an example, I think ethically and by integrity, I'm the same person I was when I was 25 years old, when I became a prosecutor for the first time after leaving the school. If someone had told me, hey, Jack, you're a good guy, you got your head on straight, we want you to take on the role of investigating war crimes around the world or serving as special counsel. You're a good person, you'll figure it out. That would not have gone well.
Right? Why not? Why not? Like, I want to get sort of specific here. Like, I mean, I get it, and I believe you. But can you be like, when you're a heart surgeon, it's very technical and you learn all the special, like, what is it that you gain in it? What does competence mean in the department? What is it, right?
Sure, there's so many different skills, and so I give you a few, but like, you're interviewing a really important witness in a very big case that everybody in the world is watching, right? And you have to decide through the course of that interview if this person is credible or not, if they're telling the truth on difficult subjects. If that's your first interview, you're not going to know the sort of tells that happen or how to test someone's credibility. But if you interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people like we have in our career, you're going to know how to do that. If you've never handled a major national security case and you don't know the intricacies of the department requirements to take investigative steps, it's not even just a matter of intelligence. It's experience and judgment. And when you're running a complex investigation or a prosecutor's office as a U.S. attorney, you're recalled to make judgments every day that require both integrity for sure, but also experience because you've seen a version of this problem many times before, and also just skill. Like if a lawyer comes into your office and they have a big trial tomorrow and they have to cross-examine somebody and they need help, if you've never ever done that or even really watched it, you're not going to be of any help to them. But if you have and you can, that office is going to have better outcomes and serve the public better. And so I think a lot of the things that lawyers do, people don't understand that you're a lot better having done them after a couple of decades than when you first start doing them. Of course, we know that in all professions, but I don't think we understand the degree of difference. And the last thing I'll say on this topic is, one of the great things that I've enjoyed about working in the department is the career people who've been there for decades. They know their substantive areas so well, and one of the great things of being a prosecutor in the department is you can lean on those people and rely on those people and ask for their advice about how to handle things. When I was at the public integrity section, that is sort of the clearinghouse for expertise on political corruption cases. And so prosecutors from around the country would call us and ask our advice or get our approval for certain investigative steps, and that made it a lot more likely things were going to be done well and the right way and for the right reasons. The public integrity section is in essence, I mean, it's technically there, but it's in essence been disbanded as I understand it. And as I say, I think that's a jettisoning of expertise at the cost of the rule of law. That trying to get rid of people who can say how things should be done makes it easier to just get the outcomes that you really want to get.
It's actually not going to be the last thing you say on it, because I have one more question on this. I just want to press again a little bit further on this, which is to say, like, ask you, can you, so first of all, you've sometimes talked about this experience as getting reps, and you've said it, like getting, doing hundreds of interviews, seeing cases over and over again, and building up to a point where you have, and I think this is the important word, you said judgment, right, to make these decisions. But what is, you've kind of touched on it a little bit, but I just wonder if you can say more about what's the consequence for the department losing career people who've been there for decades, who are in senior positions, whether it's in public integrity, national security, narcotics, terror, whatever, across the department. What's the consequence for the department, losing that kind of level of competence?
Well, I think there isn't just one consequence. The easiest one is one of, well, you'll just do things wrong in a way that when it comes time to go to court, you'll lose a case you should have won and a case that would have been good for the public and for the American people if you had won. But you just aren't that good at it because you haven't done it before. I think maybe what you're getting at is a deeper problem, is that the people, in my experience, who inhabited these roles, they did things the right way, and they did it for the right reasons. And you knew that if there was a decision to prosecute someone, that it wasn't for political reasons, because these people wouldn't stand for it. And I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing a lot of these resignations, is because people don't want to be a part of that. That gives a confidence, not only whether you're going to win or lose in court is one thing, but whether you're doing things the right way, and whether people in the public can trust that, hey, I don't have time to read the whole case file in this case, but how you seem to be going about your job, I feel like I can trust that. We need to have that trust in our government generally, but particularly in the Department of Justice, given the great powers that prosecutors have, the great discretion that prosecutors have.
Okay, now, so you said competence, integrity, communication. Let's go back to integrity and independence. How does that translate in the department? You've said a little bit about integrity. Can you say more about it, and about independence? What does that mean in the Department of Justice? Because the Department of Justice, part of the unitary executive, part of, right? So what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so I can talk about the Department of Justice that I kind of grew up in, from a line prosecutor taking direction to someone eventually giving direction. And in my prosecutorial career, the idea that you would go after someone or not go after someone because of their politics, it was just not on the table. I say all the time, my first boss was a guy by the name of Gene Porcaro. He was the chief of the section I was in at the district attorney's office before I was a federal prosecutor. If I had told him, hey, I'm gonna go after this guy because he's a political enemy of the DA, or I'm gonna not go after this guy even though we've got a good case because he's a friend of the DA, my boss would have literally thrown me out a window. I mean, it was so far from how anybody would talk or think. And early in my career, the questions we're talking about now, it wasn't like it was on the table as a discussion. And I think that the people, in my view, who've served in the department for decades, many of whom who've either been fired or forced to resign, they were the keepers of that ethic. You knew that you may not like the decision, but it was made in good faith. And that means a lot. And so I think losing that is a tremendous loss. And again, I think, you know, for example, if you're a corruption prosecutor, right? Any case you bring, somebody's gonna think you're great and someone's gonna think you stink, right? Depending on who the defendant is. And what good career prosecutors know is that none of that stuff matters. The people who like you today won't like you tomorrow, and then they'll like you again, and then they won't. It's all noise. I think people who are responsive to news cycles and have to get their message out today, that is not the sort of people you want making decisions about prosecuting people and taking away their liberty. The people I knew who were prosecutors would never let that sort of stuff affect their thinking. And so those two first building blocks, like I know how to do this job actually. Like I actually am competent and qualified to do it. And the second is, I can be trusted to do it fairly. You can trust me because I don't have a horse in the race politically. I don't have a horse in the race wanting a certain outcome for me personally. Without those, you can't even have a conversation about having the rule of law. But then we get to the third topic.
Right, and it's about communication, and you just alluded to that about, you know, news cycles and communication. How do you communicate this to the public, and how much is communication part of your success as a good prosecutor?
Yeah, so this is the one for me that these days I spend the most time thinking about. And part of the reason is, well, the first two, are competence and integrity, are foundational. They're not hard. We've done that. We actually, at least the people I worked with, we knew how to do that. I think communicating to the public that you are competent and that you can be trusted is really hard today, given how we all talk and communicate with each other. Getting people to listen who don't already agree with you, just culturally these days, is really challenging. And I think it's particularly hard for prosecutors because there are rules, right? Like, you do not want to say something when a case is pending that would interfere with someone's right to a fair trial, right? You do not want to say something that would violate the local rules, because every federal court has local rules that very specifically limit the things prosecutors can say when a case is pending. But we also have a reality where powerful defendants can have whole communications teams out there repetitively saying things that are not true, that are misinformation, that will get a certain group of people, a certain part of our society, believing things that aren't true. And you don't have a mechanism to push back on that. And so I don't have a solution to this, but what I do think is that we need to start having a conversation where people like me, who know what you're supposed to do this job right, start talking to, frankly, younger people who understand how we communicate with each other these days, and coming up with solutions to that. I'm not sure there'll ever be a perfect one, because there's a tension between what a prosecutor can and should say when a case is pending. But I think as we sort of think ahead, this strikes me as one of the things that we need to get better at, and we need to, particularly in my mind, communicate not just in like the legal community, and not just in sort of like institutions like Harvard Law School. We need to find a way for prosecutors to communicate with people who don't get to go to Harvard Law School and are in communities that don't have access to a lot of the things we have access to in a place like this. I think that is very doable. I think prosecutors do stuff like that all the time. Like when we, as a prosecutor, when I argue a case to a jury, right, I'm pulling in people from all over a community. When I was a prosecutor in New York, you can imagine how diverse that jury pool is, right? And I had to get people who came from all different sorts of backgrounds all different sorts of perspectives. The only way I win is if I convince them unanimously that I have it right here. Now, by the time we get there, I should have vetted my facts and law really well that I should be able to do that. But I think we, in this divisive time we're living in, we underrate our ability to sort of reach out to people who we disagree with. It's uncomfortable to do that. But I think we got to start finding ways personally and individually to do that if we want to, once we have competence, integrity, if we want people to really believe that's true.
So maybe with communication, as you say, prosecutors can't live by the news cycle. That'll undermine their integrity. But maybe it's a matter of others speaking in that space, right? For prosecutors, filling that space about what's really going on to try to balance out the communication.
Yeah, I like I said, I do not sit here telling you I have all the solutions. I would share them with you if I did. But I do think that we need to rethink it and think about it. We can't ever do anything that makes it less likely someone's going to get a fair trial. That's a red line. We can't do that. But there do have to be ways that we can say things that go beyond, the sort of circles. When I came up as a prosecutor, you talked in the courtroom and not on the media steps. And if someone decided you really had to give a press conference, you guys have seen those things, right? I get up there and say the most boring thing possible that no one ever remembers, and I knocked it out, and thank you, goodbye. And I'll say, in my career, and this is like a learning experience for me, I probably was someone who erred on the side of saying less for never wanting to be ever accused of interfering with someone's right to a fair trial, and never wanting to sort of showboat or try to be, in the media when I didn't need to. I think you got to do it for the right reasons, but I think that's a component of the job that I, early in my career, didn't see as part of my job, and I now think that for the next leaders of the department, that is going to be a really important part of the job, but at the same time, I wouldn't want the next leaders of the department to be communication specialists who didn't really know the traditions of the department. You gotta have both. It's a new skill set to add to the old.
So I'm starting to get some questions from the audience. And some of these are questions that I actually are already on my outline, but this one I had not thought of. And it kind of goes back, you talked about lawyers at the DOJ resigning. They're kind of, that's a sort of double-edged thing, right? So on the one hand, they're resigning under principle. On the other hand, or because they just can't work in that environment for reasons you've been talking about. But on the other hand, then they're leaving space for other lawyers, that may not have the competence, may not have the integrity, may not have the same principles, the same experience to come in and fill those jobs. So how should lawyers in the department think about that? Should they stay and fight the fight? Should they resign on principle? How do they resolve that?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and it's interesting in part because it's a question I think most prosecutors in the department never thought they'd have to ask themselves that question. And so they're being asked to sort of make a really important decision about their own lives on a question that they really never thought was going to come up when they took a career path. My personal view of it, and this goes for both people in the department and people, if you're in the audience, who are thinking maybe you were interested in a career in the department in the future. What I would say is that the costs have changed, but the question hasn't. If you believe in public service, if you believe in serving members of your community, you should still do that. Now, if you are asked to carry out a policy thing that you don't really like, but it's a policy thing, I think you got to do that. And I think if you're not willing to do that, as I said in the beginning, I don't think that's how a career prosecutor behaves. And I think then maybe being in the department and in a non-political position is not for you. On the other hand, I tell people all the time to stay in the department because it's those people who are continuing to make it work. As bad as some of the things we've talked about today, it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse if a lot of the people who believe in the rule of law and are sacrificing for all of us by staying in the department if they didn't stay. But at the same time, you get to a point where you're asked to do something that's unethical, and you're asked to do something that violates your oath as a public servant. Then when that happens, you can't stay. I get it. And I think what I tell people is, you're gonna know. It's a big decision and it's hard, but I think particularly experienced prosecutors are gonna know the difference between those two. So my advice and my position is that people should continue to serve, and people should continue for the same reasons they went into the service in the first place.
Jack, you've talked a number of times, you've used the phrase, the rule of law. And I want to kind of look at this from that frame, think about the rule of law. What is that? That can mean a lot of things to different people. That phrase can be used in lots of different ways. What does the rule of law mean to you? And is it under threat today in the United States?
Yeah. So I think of the rule of law distilled down. What it means to me is treating people equally under the law. It's really that simple in my mind. And what I mean by that is it shouldn't matter your politics, your race, your gender, all those things shouldn't matter. It should be the same for everybody. Now, to be very clear, I'm not saying that the department throughout its history has always done a great job of that. But what I will say is that during my career, what I saw is that people were always trying. People were working towards that. That was an ideal that we sought. I think the rule of law is under attack today because I'm not sure the leaders of the department have that same orientation. I think the leaders of the department now are willing to carry out the president's bidding, and that means protecting allies and going after enemies. And that's the opposite of treating everybody equal. So I think the examples we've seen that we've talked about a little today show it is under threat, but I also think that it is a situation where, as bad as things can seem sometimes, there's a lot of things all of us can do to kind of push back on that. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to do, each of us, what we can to push back on those sort of things.
So I have another audience question, and I think I know you pretty well, but I don't know how you're going to answer this question.
All right.
You ready for it?
I don't know.
Who is your hero? In life or the legal profession? We're not talking cycling here, right?
Wow.
In life, they'll give you a second. Life or the legal profession, how does that hero help you do your job better?
It's funny, like, I would honestly say this is gonna come out, my dad probably. So I grew up in a place where I'm the first person in my family to go to college. We were talking about this earlier. Where I grew up, people did not wear suits and ties. My dad worked in a factory most of his life. My dad supervised 0 people in his life. He never supervised a single person. But he gave me the tools for my career. And it's funny because when he and I talk, he just can't imagine the world that I'm in and the things that I've done in my life. But I couldn't have done them without the sort of foundation he gave me.
Say more.
Yeah, well, so for example, you and I have worked together in a couple different iterations. And I have developed how I like to lead a place. And a lot of that comes from my dad, who never led a single place, because when I was a kid, he would come home, he would talk about the people who led him and how they behaved. And if they looked out for their people, if they were out for themselves, how they treated people above them and below them. And that was really important to me. And that, when you're a parent, I'm now a parent, and I can't figure out what my kid's gonna remember or not. And I'm sure there were a lot of things my dad really wanted to impress on me that I've completely forgotten. But hearing him talk about those situations and who he admired and who he didn't and how he reacted to that, I think it informed a lot of who I want to be, at least. Maybe I don't know who I am, but who I want to be. So I don't know how helpful an answer that is, but I think that's the best I have for you.
It's a great answer. This is going to be a little bit of a pivot, but you've mentioned a couple times working overseas. you worked in 2 positions overseas. You worked at the International Criminal Court, you were the investigations coordinator, and then just before your appointment to special counsel, you were the specialist prosecutor of the Kosovo Specialist Chambers in The Hague, which was a court dedicated to investigating crimes in Kosovo during the war. Those are international, very different experiences. How do those experiences inform how you think about these issues about the department? How did they shape you? What did you learn from those experiences?
Yeah. So they made me better prosecutors, right? Because you know some of the cases we worked on overseas, massive cases, all sorts of challenges in investigation and prosecution that we don't have here. Learning how to adapt to completely different systems, to completely different laws, things like that. That goes back to what I was saying before about like, until you have this range of experiences, you can't be the person capable of doing these more complex things. So that's on like a practical level. But also, and I think you probably had the same experience, you see in these places where we investigated war crimes, you saw the rule of law sort of fall off the shelf. And what you saw is, what I saw repeatedly is it's where the social fabric broke down. It's where people ended up saying, well, the elites in the society are not following the rules, why should I follow them? And usually corruption was a precursor to violence. That's what happened in a lot of the places we were at, the ICC and other places. And it makes me concerned because I think that we have had the rule of law function in our country for so long that we take it for granted. We just assume that it's permanently durable and that no matter what we do and what anybody does, it's just going to keep functioning. And I've seen places that thought that, and then there was a day that that didn't happen anymore. And I think what history shows you, if you look at these examples, it is that once that contract breaks and once you lose that, it is so hard to get it back and to build it back. And so that's why I think we're at such an important point now, because we still do have the rule of law. There's a lot of people who believe in the things we're talking about today and who are willing to sacrifice for them. And I think it's important to make it a front and center issue because I know that once you lose it, it's much harder to get back.
Another audience question. The job of public service has become much more in the spotlight. If you are, and it's not just the senior people, but line prosecutors are now, there's a lot of public attention, there's a lot of partisanship, there's a lot of controversy, right? How, if you're thinking about public service, how do you think about this dimension of it, of how you deal with that spotlight, with attacks, you said before there are people who are going to hate you, people are going to like. How do you kind of deal with that in your profession?
Well, my personal view is that someone who really craves attention and someone who really craves approval, I would direct you not to be a prosecutor. I don't think that someone who that is what drives them. I don't think you're probably the best candidate for a career as a prosecutor because you have to be, you cannot let that drive what you do. The attention's unfortunate because, the way my career has worked out, here I am talking to you today, right? But I never sought or craved that attention. And I think that now the pressure that's put on public servants, the threats that people face, the sort of like that you have to think, well, if I take this job, my family could come under threat. That's crazy. That's absolute crazy. And we should pause and think about how we got here and what individually all of us could do to turn that in the other direction, because over time there'll be really good people who could really do great things for our country who are going to do a calculation and say, well, I'm willing to pay these costs, but I'm not paying that costs. And I think that's the sort of longer term costs I'm worried about. And so I think that's what you bring up is real. But I also think that all public service has costs. And one phrase I've heard that I like a lot is, if it's not hard, it's not service. And so, you know, if you think you're doing something to help, if it's not hard, maybe think again, because you could probably do a little more. I do think like the threats and everything are a different thing. But people who really want to make a difference in public service have to be willing to sacrifice.
So this is a question I got from the audience, but it was also my outline.
You want to take credit for that? That's your like...
I do. Yeah, I anticipate it. Yeah.
Okay, Alex, they're all your questions.
Thank you. I thought of it. It's an obvious question. So 30 something years ago, you were out there in the audience at this school listening to people. Can you talk about your experience at Harvard Law School? And are there aside from Professor Wilkins, are there particular things that you remember that shaped you, that were important to you when you were in law school?
Yeah, so let me start with my sort of like Harvard Law School origin story. So in our class in '94, I was the last guy who got in. I was on the wait list. I was driving my Dodge Daytona, leaking oil, down to the University of Virginia. And on the way down, we didn't have cell phones then, they called my house and they said, hey, would you be interested in coming to Harvard? I stopped in New Jersey at a friend's house. And on Friday afternoon, the office calls and they say, hey, if we offered you a position, a spot, would you take it? And I said, listen, I got a car leaking oil downstairs with a UVA sticker on it, so it has to be like an offer. So they call me back and they're like, okay, we offer you it. And then I hammered out my financial aid, a good lawyer practice, right? I hammered out my financial aid that afternoon and I just turned my car up and drove to Harvard. So I get here and I've told you this story before. I get here and I'm excited, right? I've never been in an environment like this. I went to a state school, as I told you, you know, no one in my family going to college. And I go to the admin people and they give me my room and I truck my stuff to my room and I get to my room and there's another guy in my room. And I'm like, hey, it's kind of like on the airplane, right? Like, hey, this is and it turns out it was his room. And so I don't have a room. So Ames Hall over there had all my stuff in the closet at the end of the hall there for a night. And then eventually I got a room on that hall, on the International Students Hall. And it was just...
Wait, man, in the version I heard of this story, you spent some nights in that
I
closet.
I spent a night or two there because they didn't have a place for me. Yeah, but it was a big closet. And I was just so happy to be here, Alex. But I tell the story, it's kind of a crazy story, but what I came away from that was like, I just felt so lucky to be here. I just felt so lucky to have this opportunity to be, we were talking about this earlier, to be with people who would push me and test me and make me better. And so for my time here, the things I would give y'all in terms of what I learned was, what was really useful to me was when practitioners either came to campus or practitioners like Professor Ogletree, for me, told me about their lives and their careers, because it gave me a window onto what I wanted to do, because I had no friends or library of experiences to compare the different sorts of careers I would have. I also tried to use like the different activities you can do here. I did the Prison Legal Assistance Project. I did a bunch of different clinical programs to sort of test out different careers and see what fit me. And I did a little of everything, and I think in doing that, I got very lucky and I picked a path that I really liked from the beginning, and I didn't end up switching too much because I really enjoyed what I was doing. And so part of what I would say to folks here is, use your time here to learn from people who've trod different paths that you might want to follow. And then the other thing I would say is, one thing I've learned in my career is like, what a privilege public service is. And if you're considering it as one of the things you're going to do, really give it a try. It's been, other than my family, it's been one of the biggest blessings in my life. And it has a centering effect on you and on your lives. And this is a great place. There's a lot of ways that this institution supports that. And so take advantage of that if you can. You don't have to like game out. I know a lot of Harvard Law students have a plan of where they're going to be at 40 and 50 and 60. We all who are that age know the world doesn't work like that. Show up, be excellent at what you do, and people will opportunities will come. But I think this is a great place to kind of try out those things so you can try the different paths you're considering and see people who've walked where you want to walk.
Are there particular people who inspired you here?
Professor Ogletree in particular was someone who, just because he'd done this groundbreaking work as a public defender and the way he spent time with his students, also Professor Streicher, who was my advisor for my paper, this was a new environment. I'd never been in an Ivy League school before, and so people who took an interest and took time to kind of help me, I think maybe I might have needed more help than some in terms of figuring my career path. That meant a lot to me.
On your career path, why did you go to the Manhattan DA's office? Why did you choose that path? Like, how did you go that route?
Well, it was partially from my time here at Harvard. I had done a number of different clinical programs. I'd done an internship at the Norfolk DA's office. I'd also done an internship at the U.S. Attorney's office. And the assistant U.S. attorney I was assigned to was a great guy. His name was Brad Bailey. And this is why I say this, is like, I was watching him do his job and I was like, this is so cool, man. I would like to do this. And I wouldn't have known that because I'd never been around a prosecutor before, and I just liked it. And that inspired me to want to really try being a prosecutor. And then the Manhattan DA's office to me is the most storied prosecutor's office in the country. And I will say too that my 5 years there, of all the things I've done, by far the most fun I've ever had professionally.
Why?
Because it was just so crazy. It was just so different. It was just so different than I grew up, the environment I grew up in. You're trying cases all the time. You're like, you grow up on TV and you see people arguing cases to juries, and you're like, oh my God, I'm doing that right now. You're helping people and you're interacting with people who come from completely different backgrounds than you, and sometimes they're hostile to you. Sometimes they need your help. And you're just being tested every day in a million different ways. And I also loved about the job that, like, people just cared about doing the right thing. Like, nobody was there to make a lot of money. Nobody was there because they were going to be in the newspaper for doing some case. No one cared about the cases we were doing. You just did it. I did a lot of domestic violence cases, helping domestic violence victims. These cases were not in the newspaper. No one's following it. But it was incredibly meaningful work. And so I just loved it. I mean, my first job, $28,000 a year I was making. $28,000 a year, and I felt like the luckiest guy in the world. So perfect way to start a career for me.
And then you have this remarkable career from Manhattan DA's office, Eastern District of New York, U.S. Attorney's Office, International Criminal Court, Public Integrity Unit, U.S. Attorney's Office in Tennessee, brief stint in private practice for about 9 months or so. Then immediately got out of that and became the specialist prosecutor in The Hague, and then special counsel, and then guest at Harvard Law School, right? To top it all off. What is there, like, looking back, was there a kind of method to that path? Was there, like, what's the thread that ties that together? What was your motive, like your kind of guiding principle there?
Yeah, there was definitely no like master plan at all, and I think my colleagues who've had a master plan, I've never seen anybody who had actually worked out that way. I really liked what I was doing at every job I had, and generally that led to somebody asking me, hey, have you thought about doing this? And if it seemed interesting, it's something I applied to do afterwards. And I never really knew where it was going. I was much more focused. I guess one way I would put it is I was much more focused on like what was right in front of me, doing the cases in front of me, and really going back to the competence issue, I was really, really interested in getting good at my craft. Like I really wanted to learn to try cases well. I really wanted to learn to investigate. When I became a federal prosecutor, I wanted to learn how that was different and how I could do more for a community in that position than I did as a state prosecutor. So I was so like right in what I was doing that the idea that this is going to lead to something or go somewhere else, that was never really part of the plan.
So we've talked about you when you were out there and your career and your path. Now you're up here on the stage and you're speaking to students who are trying to figure out what they're going to do, what their path is going to be. Let's talk about things that you would say to them. What are the guiding principles for them? How should they be thinking about their career? How should they be thinking about the choices they have, both as graduates of this law school, but also in the current climate that we're in?
Yeah. So I guess the first thing I would say is that if you're in this room and you're a student at this law school, you're in a privileged place. And one of the questions you have to ask yourself is, what are you going to do with that privilege? You have a lot of choices. Everybody who goes to this school has a lot of options. I chose public service, and everyone thinks their story is great, particularly if they enjoyed their career, so I'm a big advocate of public service. I think the moment we're in right now, a few things I would say is, the first is, it is very easy in moments like we're in now to get disillusioned about things. And I hear from young people who are like, I was going to pursue public service, but now I'm not. And I was going to go to the Justice Department, but now I'm not. And part of being an effective public servant is developing resilience. And yes, people who are in your shoes now are being asked at an earlier age to develop that resilience than, say, I was at my career. But that happens all the time. And it's okay to get disillusioned when something, an institution you care about starts going in the wrong direction. But I will say that my experience is that disillusioned people don't lead interesting lives. They don't get things done. And it doesn't lead anywhere good. I think that one of the biggest things that's important to me right now is that rather than all of us asking someone to fix things and someone to save us and someone to right all these wrongs, we should really all be looking at ourselves and saying, all right, what can I do? What is the little, I can't do everything, I can't change everything today, but what is the little thing, incremental thing I can do? And in moments like this, part of the whole process is to make it so you're meant to feel like you can't do anything and that you're very alone. You look at the attempt last week to indict these senators and congressmen. It was meant to inspire fear. It was meant to make people self-censor and not speak up. But the reaction of those folks was courage. And fear is contagious, but so is courage. And so some of the things I would say, just as a general sort of way to think about this moment, is one, don't put it on others. See what you can do, even if it's small. I think it's really important to support people who are willing to speak up. I can tell you from where I sit that really matters. And it has a snowball effect, because someone speaks up, despite the fear, they're supported. Someone else says, wow, geez, that person did that, I'll do that. I think that's really important. I think all of us can play a role in that. The other two things I think are harder. And the first is that we need to have dialogue with people that we disagree with. And a lot of people talk about that, but I don't see as many people actually doing it. We tend to talk to people who agree with us and have the same kind of view of the world, or are in the same sort of social circles or academic circles. And my view is, if we're going to come out of this better, which I personally believe we will, we need to be purposeful about finding ways to communicate with people who do not share our views. I think it's incredibly important that we do it respectfully, that we don't engage in sort of like ad hominem attacks or screaming and yelling and things of that nature. We treat people the right way, not because they deserve it, but because that's who we are. And that stuff's hard. None of us want to do it. It's much easier to talk to friends who agree with you and say how this thing that happened last week is awful and the next thing's awful. I would say to people who believe they care about these things, to find ways to reach out to people who you disagree with, and not tell them why you're right, but listen and see if you can find common ground. I think that's really important. It's a skill prosecutors have when you interview witnesses, people from different backgrounds. You have to be able to listen and see if you can find ways that they can hear you and you can hear them. And the last thing I would just say is on that topic, I know it's very easy to think we're so divided that these things are impossible, but I come to it from the perspective of a prosecutor who has this job of like convincing 12 people, right, who come from all different perspectives. And I think that despite the most extreme things getting the most popularity, I think that the common values that have guided my career and have been sort of the foundations of the Department of Justice, I think they're still there. Respecting each other, behaving with kindness, having integrity, being honest. I can't tell you how many times I get people who come up to me and tell me how much they value those things. These aren't people who are on TV or people who are, tweeting or whatever social media medium they use. I feel like that is there, and I think if we support that and we try to talk to people we differ with about kind of common values, I feel like that is a sort of thing. Everybody's got control of doing that. It's not maybe comfortable, but we can all do it. And I think that is a real foundation for the sort of changes we're going to need to see going forward with the Department of Justice and other institutions that are affected by the issues we're seeing now with the rule of law.
You said something about talking to people who disagree with you, and I wonder if there's examples you can give of that in your life, how you lead a life that way, but also how you can tie that to how you run an office.
Yeah. So,
because I know this.
Yeah.
About you. So
let me take it in reverse. So like one of the things I've learned, goes to like how you run an office, is people don't like to speak uphill. They do not like to tell the boss he's wrong. Just as a general matter, all of us, I know I'm that way, all of us are that way. And so if you're a boss and you want to get different points of view and you want to have like a real like honest discussion about things, you need to create an environment that empowers people to speak up when it would naturally make sense maybe not to. And so, as you know, Alex, one of the things I will do early on when I'm at a place is I will have a big meeting and I will look for a young, low-ranking person who says something really smart. And I will really raise that person up to show that like, and generally it's the best if it's really smart and it's different than what I think, right? And that creates an environment where people are like, oh, this guy actually wants to hear if he's wrong. And you just make such better decisions that sort of way. And you have to have thick enough skin that, hey, sometimes people personalize their view with who they are. You got to divorce that. And I think it's the same thing to reaching out to people who are different. I mean, because of that people know who I am now, I have people come up to me and say nice things and not so nice things. And not always, but sometimes when they start with the not nice things, we end with like, wow, you're a little different than I thought you were. That's hard, right? And it's not super fun. I actually don't have a choice because people come up to me. But I think it's a skill we should all try to, I'll help you all as lawyers for sure. But I also think it's the sort of thing that like, you're gonna find that there's a lot more you agree with people that you couldn't imagine you agreed with. But you gotta interact with them first, which is the kind of hardest part of the whole thing.
So I have some more audience questions. One thing that kind of is in the background of some of the things you've been talking about with respect to prosecutors and integrity and relationship with judges and decisions that they make and how they make the decisions is, of course, prosecutorial discretion. The prosecutors are given an enormous amount of power to make those decisions and choose cases and investigations. Is the lesson of the last year that we should narrow that prosecutorial discretion?
Yeah, I think that's too broad a question. I would think of it more as this way. So there's different ways that we can bring reform to the criminal justice system as it exists now, right? And the three ways, you and I have talked about this, there's norms, there's laws, and there's the Constitution, right? And I think what we're seeing is today, a lot of the norms that I was raised on is like, this is how you do things. Turns out they're not written down anywhere, right? And turns out like there's not a thing in the Justice Department manual that says the president can't tell you to prosecute his enemies. Doesn't say that. Probably should say that now. And so I think, for me, I think a lot of the things that I was raised on as a prosecutor, we should think about making them more enforceable. And I do think there is a balance of, at one time, yes, prosecutorial discretion, having too broad discretion is one thing. But on the flip side, I'll just throw out, imagine today that there is a criminal act committed by the president or one of his cabinet members. How does that even get looked at? How would it even work? Like, they would not appoint someone outside the government like I was appointed, certainly, right? Because they wouldn't want the facts to be followed. And like, if you talk to people about this, there's not really even a counter argument. Well, we would do this. And so we don't have a mechanism right now to combat corruption in the executive branch. If you strip all discretion from prosecutors, or you have, they can't investigate, it really will hamper the investigation of corruption. So I think it's a challenging question. For me, it's more about not so much narrowing it, but making the parameters on the edges of it more enforceable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, so that then norms. So as you said, norms, change the laws, change the Constitution. Change the Constitution, that seems like a big lift. Even changing laws, big lift. So are we then forced to think about reform through restoring norms, reforming norms, changing norms? Is that enough?
No, I think you have to look at all of it. I think, again...
So you want to do all of it?
Well, I think it depends on the particular issue and how big a problem it is. So, for example, if you think that, and again, put aside this administration, right? Like, just going forward, the lessons we want to learn. You look at Watergate, right? Watergate happened. It made people cynical. It made people distrust the government. The president was going after his enemies. Corruption in all different agencies, including the Department of Justice. What came out of that were reforms. Laws got passed, right? The Inspector General's Act, which really was a great help with the rule of law in this country. That came out of that. Public integrity section, which combated corruption for decades, directly comes out of Watergate. And so I guess I push back on the idea that we can't pass laws. We're not going to pass them tomorrow morning, and it's going to take sustained effort and sacrifice. But I wouldn't just go to, the only thing we can do is talk about norms. I think everything's on the table. We need to get, again, consensus about core values to base that on.
With respect to everything being on the table, there's a question about the role of state legal regulators, bar associations and courts. Do they have a role to play in holding prosecutors to account?
Well, I think they do. I think
should they? Should it be? I mean, of course, technically they do, but how? Like, is that part of the solution? That disbarring prosecutors who cross red lines, as you've talked about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the rules for a prosecutor as a lawyer should be any different than anybody else. And so if I'm a defense attorney and I lie to the court knowingly, or I'm a prosecutor and I lie to the court knowingly, I think they're both wrongs that a bar association could deal with. I'm not sure I see a role for the bar associations to play a particular role because the federal government won't play the role itself. I'm not sure that that's the solution. My thoughts about it to date have been on how we make the Justice Department itself functional again, and function in a way where prosecutors, defense attorneys, other lawyers can be treated the same.
We got this question, which I think is a variation on a question you've talked about with respect to resignations. But if someone were to get a job offer from the DOJ today, should they take it or not?
If this one I can answer strongly and unequivocally. If that's a career you want to pursue, 100% you should continue pursuing it. The system is not going to work if good people are driven away from public service. And we're talking not about like just today, you as a law student or you as a 3L starting your career. We can't have a thing where like there's a year of things that happen that are, again, in my view, an attack on the rule of law, and everyone decides we're just going to give up on the project. So I would strongly urge people, if that was their interest, not to change that interest. I'm not trying to pretend. It might not be a different experience than what you had planned, but we need people who will run towards the fire, not away from it. And if you want to be a public servant, you have to either have that instinct or develop that instinct. And so that one I feel pretty strongly about.
There's a question about if you talked about your view of the rule of law. You talked about communication. This question is, do you think that the public's appreciation for the importance of the rule of law and what it means is waning? Has it become a kind of empty phrase that we throw around? Do people understand what it means?
Yeah, it's challenging because I think, when you talk among lawyers, you talk among lay people, you might get different answers. But one thing I would say about that, and this is again like one of the sacrifices or things you need to think through being a public servant, particularly being a prosecutor. The public often judges prosecutors by a metric that I don't think is the metric to judge prosecutors, right? If you're a prosecutor, you follow the facts and you follow the law, and you go where you need to go based on that. They may result in a case that's really tough to win, and you might lose. But you're supposed to bring that case. It also may result in dismissing a case or not pursuing a case that everybody outside of your office who doesn't know all the facts thinks you're a coward for not pursuing. The public, you don't bring that case that everyone thought you should bring. They think you're weak and you stink, but it actually took more strength not to bring that case than to just follow public opinion on it. The prosecutors get rewarded for winning in court, and you should want to win in court because you shouldn't bring cases you didn't think were righteous. But at the same time, I don't know any prosecutors who've done it for a long time who haven't lost cases, because that means you're not bringing tough cases. And so the metric of how the public might measure this in a shorthand versus what career prosecutors in the department know is the ethic of who's really good at the job. Those are always going to be a little different. But with the rule of law specifically, I think it's up, this goes back to the communication point, I think it's up to people like the folks in this room to have conversations with people who didn't go to law school and who are friends who aren't in that world, and kind of break these concepts down to them in ways that are, they're not going to be a brief for the Supreme Court, but they're in language that people can understand, because it'll come back to common values. It'll come back to the common values that I think a lot of us share, whether we have a law degree or not.
And if you were having that conversation with somebody who's not at the law school and you're trying to explain what's at stake and why it's important, because we live in an age where there's a lot of cynicism, and so how do you communicate that? How do you communicate like the what's at stake here?
I think, my experience in life, the people I've known, people have a sense of fairness. They realize when things aren't fair and being treated equally, right? Like an example of that is, nobody likes bullies. There's not anybody who's like, I actually do like bullies. Nobody does, right? Because it's unfair. It's a big picking on a little. And good prosecutors love standing up for vulnerable people, and they're not afraid to stand up against powerful people. People get that. You just need to put it in language that translates outside of, again, what you'd write in a brief. And so I think having those discussions about pick the topic and using language that is common to people who aren't lawyers, I just believe that there's a lot of stuff that we agree on that isn't in the main dialogue right now publicly, and that if we all said, hey, you know what, integrity matters more than anything else. I don't care if I agree with you on every policy thing, but I care if you're truthful. That's just what I care about. And we just all started making that the main thing we were talking about. I think that would bridge a lot of political divides. I really do. And I think we'd be all the better for it. It doesn't, whichever side of the political spectrum you're on, I think we'd be better for it. So that sort of common value stuff is what I'm talking about.
So the key to the communication is really returning to these first principles that you've been talking about competence, integrity, independence, fairness, things that the kind of starting points for a fair and respected Department of Justice.
Yeah, because once you do that, once you get common agreement, like the truth is good, right? Then we could talk about in subsequent conversations about how do we apply that in certain situations. But we need to first get a little beachhead of like, we kind of agree with each other about this one thing, and then we can start talking about that. That is the art of persuasion. That's how you convince people of things. You find something that you can agree on. And as I said, these topics, I think, there is broad agreement. We just need to get in the room with people who don't maybe share the same view with us on other topics yet. And listen to them too, because being open to our view about how to apply a principle of integrity, maybe that needs to move a little too.
Okay, I'm going to finish on with a lighter question from the audience. And I'm just going to read it because it can, right?
Oh, geez.
You have a professional life more than most of us ever will, and your Wikipedia page states that you've run over 100 triathlons. Is that true?
Yes.
How do you manage to do so much? And do athletics help you manage your professional life?
You know the answer to this.
I do.
Yeah, for me, they do. I think one thing I've seen in people who are good at managing stress and good at kind of dealing with challenging things is you have to have some outlet. For me, it's competition is something that I like, and athletics are something I like, particularly athletics where you're competing against each other. It's good for me and it allows me to clear my head, but it doesn't have to be that. Everybody's got to have their something. I started my career with a lot of people, and some of them didn't stick with this stuff because the stresses of it and being able to compartmentalize it a little bit, they didn't have a tool for that. That's been a tool for me, and so it has very much helped me sort of in like clearing my head, decision-making, things of that nature. Yeah.
Okay, Jack, I want to finish by thanking you for your service, for your leadership, and for coming to speak to us here today at Harvard Law School. So
thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
So let me just say this. First, I just want to thank the members of my team that helped make this possible. So Dana Walters, who was running with the questions, and Brian Fong, who were filtering them, did a fantastic job. Leah Plunkett and the staff from the Dean's office. And then I just want to, Alex was great at distilling, so I want to just 4 things for the students to think about here. 1, look and learn. That is, take every opportunity you can to come to an event like this. I commend all of you who were able to stay and learn and listen, even when you disagree, maybe especially if you see things that you don't agree with. That teaches you a lot. 2nd, love what you do and do everything to the best of your ability when you're doing it, even if you don't think you're going to stay, even if you're going to move on. Just excellence at what you do every single time. 3rd, know your red lines and think about them in advance. I tell my students all the time, and a reference that almost nobody will understand except these two, that before you take any job, you should have your Johnny Paycheck moment. Johnny Paycheck was a famous country western singer whose most famous song was "Take This Job and Shove It." And you need to remember what it is that someone can ask you to do that's too much. And then 4th, remember whatever your job is, never let go of the things that give you joy and passion. And with that, I want to thank 2 extraordinary people for an extraordinary conversation. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hey, Catherine.
Hello, how are you?
Should we do this? Should we do this
Sure.
live?
We should.
All right, let's do it. Hello, everyone. This is JVL here with my very close friend, Catherine Rampell, author of the Receipts newsletter at thebulwark.com, to talk about the latest economic news. And surprise, it's not great. Not great. We got an inflation report this morning, Catherine. I'll just read off the headline. Consumer prices rose 3.3% in March as energy prices spiked due to Iran conflict. 3.3% sounds like a lot. Yes?
It's not a little.
Look, line go up.
Yes, line go up. Exactly. That red line at the end. To be clear, the thing that the Federal Reserve pays more attention to is a version of the blue line, which is when you strip out food and energy prices, not because the American public does not care about those things. Obviously, people very much care about what they're paying at the pump, for example, but because they tend to be kind of volatile. So the thing that the Fed pays attention to is slightly better than the thing that the general voter pays attention to, but at some point they may converge in being both bad because because it, like, for now they can strip out energy prices or energy price growth, but energy is an input into almost everything else, right? Like the baseball glove you get or whatever, like any goods you get shipped around the world using energy. So if the war continues, or at the very least, if there are disruptions in oil markets, we will start to see even the thing that the Fed pays more attention to get more bad as well.
It's not just transportation and shipping. It's also packaging, which is heavily dependent on petrochemicals and the energy needed for production, right? I mean, all of these inputs wind up.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, even like you mentioned packaging, but that's because plastics are made from petrochemicals, and so lots of plastic is getting disrupted because of these supply chain problems. Likewise, a thing that I did not know about until recently: helium. So a huge portion of the world's helium also transits through the Strait of Hormuz because it's a byproduct, I guess, of making natural gas, and there are very few helium deposits of their own kind around the world. So lots of it comes through the Strait, through the Middle East. And helium, it turns out, is an input not only in your children's birthday party balloons, but also semiconductors. Very important for semiconductors. MRIs. Helium is used to administer MRIs. So there are a lot of these other things that people may not think about that are also going to get more expensive as a result of this war.
What if I'm just spitballing here, shipped the helium by using it to float helium containers in big balloons? Like Balloon Boy. Like up? Or lots of little balloons, like Up, right? We use that. And we use the helium to ship the helium and just leapfrog the Strait. Maybe that's something we could look into.
Yeah, you should mention it to the White House. I bet Donald Trump, who wanted to inject bleach into
bleach, right?
Yeah,
shine a light.
He'd be into it.
I hear that
he wanted to nuke hurricanes, right?
Hurricanes,
so like he's an outside the box thinker like you.
So this is not all, but this is largely due to the highest. Give me what is the exact stat on gas price jump? Was this the largest month-on-month gas price jump on record?
On record.
Do we have a graphic on that?
Well,
oh boy,
this is
line
just
go up.
Yeah, this is
Whoa,
gas.
line go up.
This is gas prices, which go up very much so. I'm sure this is not news to anybody watching us talk about it. The thing that is the superlative is, if you look at how much line has gone up in the past month, it is at an all-time record high. So like the exact dollar amount of gasoline, I believe, has been higher, but it's that growth, that very rapid recent growth.
DXDT, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the calculus reference. Yes, so that is what is new, that it's the fastest increase in gasoline prices since the government began keeping records of monthly gas prices back in 1967.
So
yeah, that's the chart. It's like it's much messier to look at, but this is month over month, and you can see the line go up at the very end, and it goes up a little more than the prior spike, which I think was like in 2008 or something. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That seems bad.
does.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, politically, hey, man, keep it in the ground. All those climate people maybe could be happy, except we can talk about why the climate is doomed to because of this. But yeah, not great for general consumers at the very least.
Now, we have a ceasefire-ish, which is to say that the Trump administration is pretending there's a ceasefire, even if Israel and Iran are not. Supposedly, the strait was opened immediately, even though it does not seem to be. The Lloyd's list, which shows... Matt, you may be able to find a graphic on this. I just saw one a little while ago. But there's a Lloyd's list which just shows number of ships transiting the strait per day. And it still seems to be like that.
Yeah.
So I was... Optimistic is not the right word exactly, but I had thought, okay, we got our, Trump promised his genocide, and then he gave us this very predictable ceasefire. And the terms of it are very bad for America and quite good for Iran. But all things equal, this is still probably the best of all the bad possible off-ramps. For instance, because we are approaching some gates in timing where the costs do not no longer increase linearly, right? So as you approach the spring planting season, that all of a sudden the disruption in fertilizer precursors becomes really, really important. If we don't get if the ceasefire doesn't actually hold and the strait does rain, that's the, thank you, Matt. Look at that. I mean, that's right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. How I mean, there are lots of questions here, but one of them is, how concerned do you think people should be about whether or not the ceasefire turns out to be real-ish? And is the market pricing in the ceasefire? Because the stocks sort of look flat in all of this. And
yeah, last I looked, they were.
The market seems to think don't worry, everything's in hand. We don't have any more. The market seems to think there isn't a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, it's confusing, particularly if you look at spot prices in recent days. I don't know what they are today, but spot prices, for those watching, are what it would cost if you wanted a barrel of oil right now.
A physical barrel of oil, not a piece of paper saying that you own a barrel of oil.
Right. Usually when you hear people talking about oil prices, they're talking about oil futures prices. So how much you would pay for a barrel of oil 3 months from now, let's say. And the number 3 months from now is usually more expensive than the number today because there's a bit of uncertainty, prices go up, etc. Right now, or at least the last I had looked, it was the opposite, where the price
I'll
of
look that up while you talk.
Search for either crude oil spot prices, or there's a specific term.
I'm on it.
I'll think of it. Okay, sure. Anyway, normally the future price is higher than the current price. Recently, it's been flipped, and at least as of a day or so ago, spot prices were at their highest level on record, which reflects the fact that it is really hard to get oil right now, today, because of that chart that you just saw showing that there are very few ships transiting through the strait. So there's this air gap, as I've heard other people use that term, meaning that the stuff that was already pumped and got through has been shipped to its final destination, and now we're dealing with this period where stuff isn't getting through, stuff isn't getting pumped, oil and natural gas for that matter are not being produced because countries are running out of storage, etc. So it's really hard to get your hands on a barrel of oil today, a physical barrel of oil today, so it's gotten very expensive. But if you look at prices, they suggest that markets think that it'll get easier in a few months, and so that's why the future price is lower than the current price, which, as I said, is not normally how it works. Now, the question is, are traders making the correct bet on that things will normalize pretty soon? If you listen to things like what I think it was the CEO of Chevron has said. It's that maybe markets are like being a little too optimistic. And the reason why the futures price is not higher is that markets are like making a bunch of assumptions about what's going to happen between now and June that may not be based in reality. Now, you mentioned, JVL, that there is a ceasefire deal, there's a toll, maybe, that ships are having to pay in order to go through, which is also a new cost that companies have to deal with, which, off the record, oil executives and traders will complain about, but like they're too chicken shit to talk about it on the record, of course. So there is this toll thing that's going through. So maybe stuff will loosen up. Maybe we'll start to see more traffic go through on the condition that tolls are paid, on the condition that the transactions are done in like crypto instead of your favorite topic, the petrodollar. But even that is really not going to solve the problem right away because, like I said, there's this air gap where it's like you have this period, this like we're soon going to be dealing with a period where stuff wasn't getting produced, stuff wasn't getting through. And so even if everything went back to normal with the Strait today, that doesn't mean prices at the pump are gonna go back to normal anytime soon. Maybe they will eventually. But if you look at forecasts for like how much will oil cost, how much will gasoline cost, they may not be as high as like the worst case scenario, but they're still a lot higher than people thought before the war began. So it's like somewhere
we have the spot price.
What is it?
Jasmine, thank you. So we're like 130 and a bit, down from when it was like 144 last week.
Yeah, that was the record high.
But you can see the divergence between the futures and the spot prices starting, like as people started getting their head around the actual disruptions. And that's why I said, like, it does sort of, we've got this Schrodinger ceasefire that maybe works or maybe it doesn't. I have just sort of assumed that it would because I think it's in Iran's interest for it to work at this point, unless they just want to play for more.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of leverage right now because now that the Strait has been blocked, they can always threaten to block it again. Right. So, obviously Iran has sustained a lot of damage and the Iranian people have sustained a lot of casualties as well as a result of our war.
Not a thing the Iranian regime typically cares a lot about. Civilian casualties.
Yes, they have, committed plenty of their own, certainly protester killings earlier this year. But in terms of like their actual influence, their actual power over the region, in many ways, it's actually grown quite a bit. Quite a lot. Because they can always threaten to like put down the toll booth or to block ships, tankers, other commercial vessels in the future. And so like everybody has to do what they say, or at least, they have a lot more leverage than they used to.
This is the difference. The analogy I've made is this is the difference between North Korea saying that they have a nuclear weapon and North Korea doing 2 nuclear weapons tests that everybody can see.
Yeah.
Right. And so it is one thing for a country to claim to be a nuclear state, which changes your strategic calculus in dealing with them. But there is also the uncertainty. Maybe they're bluffing, maybe they're not. Once they demonstrate they have, and Iran has always threatened to close the strait, but nobody really knew if they could do it. And now it's clear not only can they do it, but they can do it, and the American Navy can't stop them.
Yeah, and they can do it kind of on the cheap.
And whatnot. Yeah.
They can do it on the cheap, I forget what the exact numbers were, but the missile defense systems, the technology that we have to block the drones costs like orders of magnitude more than the actual drones themselves. It's like $30,000 versus a couple of million or something like that. Yeah. They can do it on the cheap.
Yeah, well, and the asymmetry of this is that in order to block the strait, you don't have to be able to stop 100% of traffic.
Yep.
You need to be able to blow up a couple ships. Like if you can hit a couple ships, that's enough. And so things that the Trump administration does not seem to have thought through. So to go along with all of this, we also have some consumer sentiment data.
Yeah, that was ugly.
So this brings to consumer sentiment is one of my least favorite things because I
You're not
spent
alone.
the Biden years setting myself on fire, saying, why do people think that this is 2008? Like this is during the Great Recession, some meaningful percentage of all homes in America were foreclosed on. Like, you know, the unemployment rate was very high. Like it was bad. And what we had was like record low unemployment with some uncomfortable inflation, you know, and we had mortgage rates going up to something that, again, in 1990 would still have been seen as an incredibly cheap mortgage rate. We're now down, U.S. consumer sentiment down to 47.6, lowest it's been on record.
Ever. Yeah.
And I can kind of get that now. Like this is, and I think you and I had a conversation about this like 3 months ago during one of these where we got consumer sentiment numbers and you and I both said, it's kind of like the Biden administration again. Like the economy is not good. The economy is shaky and weak, but people are acting like the sky is falling. This, like with the war going on and prices spiking and like the U.S. ability to influence the world around us and the prospect of losing control of free navigation of international waterways, like now I'm finally willing to say like, okay, this makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, I
understand.
Yes. So I have many thoughts about all of this, which is I actually still don't think it's nearly as bad as the deepest, darkest depths of the financial crisis and the Great Recession. Because you don't have double-digit unemployment, you don't have gazillions of foreclosures, you don't have this sort of like earth cratering below you feel that you know that we were all going to be in free fall that we had back then. So I do not think it is bad. It is as bad in concrete hard data terms as it was then. Part of what has changed since then to today is that the responses to surveys like this have gotten a lot more partisan. This was the case under the Biden administration as well as the Trump administration. And it was the case to some extent under George W. Bush and Obama as well, but it's gotten like magnified a gazillion fold in the sense that if you are a Republican, if there's a Democrat in the White House, you think the economy sucks kind of no matter what. And vice versa if you are a Democrat and there's a Republican in the White House. So everything like kind of looks worse in terms of averages, but what matters right now is what's happening with like independent voters and also what's happening with Republican voters. Because like I said, Democratic voters are going to say that the economy is bad right now while Trump is in the White House, kind of regardless of what the data show. What's interesting is that Republicans have soured much more on the economy, as have independents. So, you know, you have to kind of take these numbers with a grain of salt, but they are reflecting real problems, as you mentioned. They are reflecting real concerns about rising prices. And in fact, the University of Michigan little research center that puts out those data said that when they asked people about whether their finances are getting better or worse, people volunteered when they said they were getting worse, concerns about gasoline prices and other indicators of rising inflation. So that's clearly an issue here. There's also a fair amount of worry about what the job market will do. Right now, unemployment is relatively low. Not a lot of people are getting laid off. Also, not a lot of people are getting hired. We're kind of in this stasis right now. There's just not a lot of churn, period. We've had a few months where on net we did lose jobs. You know, over the past year, I think we are close to flat. If the Fed thinks that like it's overstating things, that actually over the past year, maybe we have lost jobs, but it's not like the massive widespread layoffs that we saw again in 2008, 2009, let's say. But there's worry that because things feel kind of easy and because no one is hiring, if I lose my job, what are the chances that I can find a new one? And what happens if all of these factors that we've been talking about, including rising input costs because of higher energy prices, will that affect my employer? Will they be looking for cost savings? Will they let me go? And then there are other risks in the economy too, you know, like we've talked about this before, but AI is to a large extent propping up the overall US economy. This was true even before the war. And AI, there's a lot of bad money going after good. And so what if things blow up there? What if, as I said, like helium prices go up, and you wouldn't think that would affect AI, but it actually does because it raises the cost of semiconductors. So there are a lot of different like knock-on effects that I think some of them people are aware of and can articulate, and some of them just translate into this general uneasiness about where the economy is heading, where the United States is heading, and what that means for people's job security and general financial security.
Yeah, I mean, when I said that I understood it for the first time, I again, hard to agree with you. Not as bad as it was in late 2008. But we do have, like, all of a sudden a great deal of uncertainty.
Yes,
and it's not just like tariffs, which can be imposed and then unimposed. Like, it's like actual logistical, and so, well, shit, how are we going to get this stuff from point A to point B? And can we do free trade if all of a sudden waterways are not sort of free and open? And anyway,
yeah, and you know, we're also helping a bunch of our adversaries at the same time. Yeah. Again, I don't know how much of this your typical consumer is really aware of.
Oh, the great and good American people are very sophisticated, Catherine. They are dialed in. Trust me.
Look, it's not their job to pay attention to like big geopolitical changes in the world and what's happening to the petrodollar.
How can we possibly ask them to be citizens who are attuned to how the world functions around them? You know what?
You and I have different views on
Sarah
this.
are exactly right about this. It's true. It's true. We could never ask people to understand how the world works. That's asking too much. Listen,
I think we have.
We're going to do something fun.
Oh.
I'm going to show you guys a live beatdown on TV, courtesy of Pete Buttigieg, in a minute. First, quick word from sponsors.
Takes is sponsored by Sol. Now, if you've been listening to our show for a while, you already know how much I love Sol's out-of-office THC gummies, as well as their sparkling beverages, perfect for the summertime. Now they're launching something new, mood gummies. Now, lately, I've been more mindful about how I want to feel when socializing, winding down, or just living my life. Instead of defaulting to a drink and hoping for the best, I've chosen Sol's new mood gummies. Whether I need a little spark to go out or something to settle down at night, they've got the perfect options to make me feel just right. Sol is a wellness brand that makes delicious hemp-derived CBD and THC products designed to make feeling good simple. Sol's new mood gummies have precise dosing, clean ingredients, and formulations designed for predictable effects, so you can choose how you want to feel while staying in control. If you're looking for a bright, social, and energizing buzz, and who isn't, go with the Uplift Gummies. That's 3 milligrams of sativa THC plus CBG. It's perfect for daytime plans or just beating the afternoon slump. And when it's time to wind down, the Mellow Gummies delivers 3 milligrams of indique THC and CBN. It's ideal for cozy nights and fully unplugging. Make today a good day. Get yourself some Sol Gummies. Right now, Sol is offering our audience 30% off their entire order. 30% off. Go to GetSol.com and use the code BulwarkTakes. That's GetSol.com. Promo code BulwarkTakes for 30% off.
Wow. This explains why Sam is always so nice to me when I talk with him.
Very chill guy, that Sam. It's true. That's his
I
secret.
promised people some gladiatorial entertainment. Now I'm going to deliver. This happened this morning, right before we hopped on.
Said on day one it would go down. He came in on day one, and now it's up.
It's up to 3%. It was 21.5% price
promised
increases
it would go
over
down,
4
and it
years. Over 4 years, it was 21.5%.
He promised it would go down.
Democrats own the affordability crisis.
Listen to me.
Period.
Why did the president fail to keep his promise?
You don't think Democrats own the
Look at Aaron
affordability
Russ working
crisis?
in the background.
Why did the president fail to keep his promise to lower prices, in your opinion?
I'm laughing because this piece of it is basic. The president did say that he wanted to be in office to bring inflation down, and he has not brought inflation down. That's all.
He drove it up. He not only failed, he drove it up.
Mr. Secretary, let's talk a
Tariffs
little bit.
have had a minimal effect.
You tell a family where I live that $1,000 per household is minimal.
Stop the fight. Oh, no mas.
You love it. You
Throw in
love
the
it.
towel. It's I do love it. It is interesting as a political question that the response from Republican hacks like Joe is shifting into actually it was worse under Biden, right? Like they've given up the things are great. This is the new golden age. They've given up things are going to be even better in just a minute. Just you wait. And they're now, well, things were worse. How does that work as a...
It doesn't seem likely to me to be a winning political slogan. And I actually don't think that they've given up on the things will get better. The golden age is around the corner. We could have a whole montage of all of the times that like Lutnick has said, next quarter, things are going to be awesome. Let me tell you.
2 weeks. In 2 weeks, they're going to be great.
Kevin Hassett, I don't know if we have the video of it, but Kevin Hassett was on CNBC, I believe it was yesterday. Maybe it was Fox Business. Anyway, and promised that we were going to get 4 or 5% GDP growth this year. Ooh. For context, pretty much every independent economic forecaster, from the Congressional Budget Office to the OECD to blue chip surveys of Wall Street economists who are, by the way, not exactly like, red commie liberals. They're just paid to get things right. All of these forecasters are predicting now like somewhere around 2% growth, 1.9, 2.1% growth, somewhere like basically less than half.
Let me fix this for you.
Yes.
Let me fix this for you. Those people are predicting inflation-adjusted GDP growth. If you unadjusted for inflation, I bet we get 5%. I bet Kevin was really talking about nominal growth.
Could be. I think you may have figured it out.
I'm just solving problems left and right today.
I know.
I feel good about
You're
this show.
like, all of these
really good about
outside of the box ideas.
Look, Matt has it. Let's listen to
let's
Kevin.
play it.
Let's listen to my Kevin.
What would you say the impact is on the U.S. economy so far? I mean, we know, Kevin, that we just came off of the worst quarter for stocks in several years. We know that oil prices have risen 50%. What would be your expectation for the impact on economic growth in the coming quarters?
Well, I mean, absent this event, then when you and I talked about this last time, I said that because AI is creating so much productivity, because President Trump's policies, the dereg and the taxes are causing an investment boom that considers or continues right to this day. We just got advanced durables numbers that said that orders for capital goods and shipments of capital goods are at an all-time high. All of that is happening because of optimism that President Trump not only will resolve this in the short term, but in the long term, his policies are going to create a golden age. And so I began the year with a guess that we'd probably be in the 4 to 5 range for economic growth because of all this. And I'll stick by those numbers. I think this is a temporary a distraction that will very, very quickly go away. You saw that when you saw the markets celebrate yesterday when they thought that this would be over. I think our excellent negotiating team will finish the job, and then we'll be back on track to one of the best years ever.
Wow. So you still look for 4 to 5% growth for this year?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Because productivity is already giving us 2.5, and so if we get a little out of everything else, then you can get way north of 3.
Look,
you can get way north of 3 after saying 4 to 5. Okay.
Hey, directionally, that is correct. 4 to 5, way north of 3. Will it happen? Look, it would be nice. I am not someone who is rooting for a recession. I have been pretty clear and consistent on that.
Only bad people do that.
Because the people who suffer...
Terrible, broken people would root for a recession, Catherine.
The people who suffer the most from recession are the most vulnerable. It's like
the rain
poor people.
Falls on the just and unjust alike.
It'll fall harder on yes, on the poor people.
I'm
In
with
any
you.
event, yes, like I said, the forecasts from pretty much everyone else are for much lower growth than that. And there are a lot of things that are boosting the economy, like sort of artificially, including we have a big fiscal stimulus that's coming through this one big beautiful bill. You know, those are tax cuts. Tax cuts are a fiscal stimulus. So that's a tailwind for the economy. But Donald Trump keeps on jumping in the way and finding new ways to stress the economy, to make things worse through tariffs, through politicizing the Fed or attempting to politicize the Fed, through the war, through deporting a huge portion of our agricultural labor force. Pretty much every major economic thing that he has done has hurt the economy. And that is why you see these sort of like modest, they're not terrible numbers, like 2% growth, 1.9% growth, what the, you know, the Fed and CBO and Goldman Sachs or whatever, the things that they are predicting, that's not terrible. It's not a recession. It does not imply a recession, but
Without the tailwinds, it might be. We hadn't just done the big tax cut.
yeah, exactly. I mean, I think things would be worse. And like I said, that some of the things that are boosting the economy, propping up the economy, look a little tenuous on their own, including AI. Like you just heard Kevin Hassett talk about how AI is creating this productivity boom. And in some ways, yeah, it is boosting productivity and will probably continue to do so, at least in certain industries. But there's also a lot of data center building, a lot of investment that's going into the development of AI that is probably not going to stick around, because it's like all of these companies having an arms race for who can develop the best product in the end, and not all of them can. So some of them are going to be losers in what may be a winner-take-all market, and they're going to pull their investment. And so then what happens then, right? You're going to potentially have a lot of layoffs. You're going to, at the very least, not have that big boost that we've been having from this industry. And none of that is taken into account in any of these forecasts. So look, maybe it's possible that we get that much more Pollyanna-ish outcome that Kevin Hassett is predicting. Of course, one might be a little bit skeptical of his optimistic predictions in general, given other infamously bad optimistic predictions he has made in the past.
35,000.
36,000.
36,000.
Don't undersell it.
Sorry.
Dow 36,000. Yeah, he said that the stock market was going to go to 36,000.
He was right eventually.
He was like decades later. Yes, that was true.
20 years later, he was right.
My favorite wrong Kevin Hassett prediction is from COVID, which is the infamous cubic model. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do remember this, yeah.
Yeah, so he predicted in like spring, maybe like late April, early May of 2020, that COVID cases were going to drop to 0 by mid-May of 2020. And he did that by plugging some data into Excel and then saying, press the button, and Excel come up with every single regression model you can. And one of them was the cubic line of best fit, which most people would never bother with. And that happened to, produce a little nice arc, like a little parabola of cases go up, cases go down, which was coincidentally exactly the number that they were looking for. And he was like mocked mercilessly. You talk to any economist about Kevin Hassett, and you mention the cubic model, and you will immediately get a laugh, because for nerds, this was a very damning example of like he's just trying to reverse engineer the result that Donald Trump clearly wanted him to do, regardless of like how embarrassing it would be when that forecast did not materialize. But that's Kevin Hassett's job. It's Peter Navarro's job. It's to say, Peter Navarro even says this explicitly, his job is to come up with the evidence that supports Donald Trump's intuition. That is literally what he has said. That's not how economists, researchers in general, are supposed to operate, but that's how the people surrounding Donald Trump operate. And as a result, you get often very implausible, comically implausible predictions about COVID, about the stock market, and about GDP.
No price for Kevin Hassett for being wrong. It is funny. I mean, we talk about incentives often. Kevin Hassett is where he is in life precisely because he was willing to go out and say things which would obviously turn out to be wrong.
Yes.
Had he been doing good modeling and good predicting, he'd just be another dude at a think tank. That's great. All right, I want to switch gears and talk about prediction markets. You wrote a great piece for your newsletter, Receipts, about a bunch of insider-ish trading things that have happened recently. I just want to let you give like the 90-second version of that, and then I have some fairly puritanical questions that I'd like to ask you. Because
Sure.
I think these things are the devil.
So the top line is that if you are making any kind of trade or investment decision based on anything that Donald Trump touches and you don't have inside information, you are a chump. Because the people who do have a direct line to the president are getting information about military strikes, maybe about jobs numbers, basically about anything that they can bet on and make money off of. So if you are not privy to that information, somebody is going to take advantage of you. And it's like, I don't even understand why anybody would participate in prediction markets with anything that Donald Trump touches, knowing that he's probably blabbing to his friends and donors and kids and Mar-a-Lago members about what he's going to do. And so, again, it's not just about prediction markets. There have been a bunch of suspicious trades around oil. For example, when was this? A couple of weeks ago, on one of the many times when Donald Trump said something market moving that turned out to be bull. It was something like, our talks with Iran are very productive. And coincidentally, just before he said that, huge...
Like 17 minutes. Like it was
17 minutes, yeah.
Uncanny.
Literally minutes before he said that, there was a bunch of huge trades in oil markets. I think it was like $500 million worth or something.
Yeah, 500 million.
There you go. So, and it's not like maybe people got lucky. Certainly, it's possible to bet on Trump always chickens out taco, and that therefore, maybe people thought like high oil prices were not sustainable because he was going to back down in some way, or he was going to have productive talks with the Iranians. But the timing was just uncanny. And so you have a lot of examples like this, where people just happen to like create a Polymarket account immediately before we invaded Venezuela and only make bets on whether we were going to invade Venezuela and other Venezuela-related topics. You can see the records, actually, of various users of Polymarket. They're under pseudonyms. They have a handle, so you don't know who they are. But you can see when was the account created, what did they bet on, and did they have a perfect record? And lo and behold, there are a bunch of accounts for whom this is true about Venezuela. It's true about Iran. People making bets on whether the Iranian supreme leader, the Ayatollah, was going to leave office. They happened to make that bet on exactly the right day. And maybe it's coincidence, maybe people got really lucky, but it certainly looks like somebody had some inside information and are making money off of it, which is odious in its own right. It also means, again, that they are making money at somebody else's expense. This is a zero-sum market. Somebody wins the bet and somebody loses the bet. And, there's also the fear, of course, that people are not only using information that they have on decisions that have already been made but are not yet public, but maybe shading their decisions based on what will make them the most money. And we don't know that it's happening, but we might never know if it were happening. And I think there are a bunch of reasons why, again, this is morally odious, suggests that we have political leaders who may not be putting our national security in their, prioritizing our national security when they're making decisions about military strikes or whatnot. But they're also like robbing a lot of people blind, particularly when it's things like what's happening in oil markets or in equity markets. You know, I think we can talk about like who participates in prediction markets, which are a new-ish way to gamble. But there's a lot of money that changes hands in oil markets and in the S&P 500 that normal people may not even realize. Like, this is affecting your 401k when somebody is front-running you because they have inside information about our military action or some, you know, market-moving economic indicator or what have you. They are making money off of you.
So I think we have to disaggregate the prediction markets from like the stock market and the futures market, because you can legislate that stuff. Like you can legislate, hey, if you work for the Pentagon and you are involved in the planning of a strike, you are not permitted to go and purchase oil futures the day before, or something like that. Now, you would have to have an SEC that was functional. We don't have one of those right now.
Yep, we can talk about that too.
But in theory, like that's a thing. Yeah, also in your piece. The prediction markets are separate, and I guess I would ask you: is there any reason that prediction markets should be legal? Because they are, I feel like crypto, they don't really have any use case except to engineer wealth transfers. And like with crypto, I mean, and they sort of invite criminal activity, right? I mean, crypto invites criminal activity. It invites people to use cryptocurrency for illegal activities. It also invites corruption and graft, where people stand up coins for the sole purpose of allowing people to bribe them by buying their coins, which are worthless, right? It's just like legalized bribery.
Or to get oil through the Strait of Hormuz.
Or to get oil through the Strait of Hormuz. But I think that's basically the same for prediction markets. And it's not clear to me why Polymarket or Kalshi should be legal in America.
I think I'm less puritanical, maybe, than you are on this point.
That's not hard.
Okay. I don't think that they are. I think they are a tool that can be used or misused, and there actually are use cases for prediction markets that I think are helpful. Like, oftentimes they're actually helpful in looking at who's going to win elections, for example, because people are putting skin in the game and they are making predictions not based on what they want to happen, but what they believe will happen. And to some extent, actually, inside information can be useful to the public, right? If you know what these markets are pricing a particular outcome at, there's like, you know, in regular markets, we talk about price discovery. Here, you're talking about like potentially helping people understand the likely outcome. I mean, we do forecasts for similar reasons, right? This is a form of a forecast, but it's sort of like a crowdsourced forecast. So I don't think it's like on its face bad. It's a form of gambling. We allow a lot of other kinds of gambling, including in stock market.
I got a lot of thoughts about that too.
Okay. I mean, again, I think this is one of these things where it's like, I'm not a gambler. I've been to Atlantic City, I've been to Las Vegas, and like the idea of gambling stresses me out. I know other people like it. It's a hobby.
Understood.
I don't think we should ban it. I think that there need to be guardrails, certainly, for prediction markets, particularly if we're talking about like probably using classified information is already illegal. I think there have already been arrests for things like that in the past, although I don't know the law on it. So I don't object to these industries existing, or, you know, like, I don't think we should ban all sports gambling, even if it's not something I'm into. But I think you want to have, like, I also don't think we should ban alcohol, even though people abuse alcohol. So, you know, I think it's like things in moderation and have some guardrails. It's a hobby.
Tell me.
Tell me.
This is a larger conversation.
Okay.
But I would say the thumbnail version of my views on this are that activities that carry with them enormous economic risk and risk which ultimately gets borne by society, right? It is, I mean, people who get involved in gambling are risking themselves, but also then the economic damage that they can do winds up having, that tab gets picked up by everybody else. It's like with smoking. You know, you get a lot of people smoking all the time and getting cancer. Well, that shows up in like Medicare costs. These things do get socialized. And so to the extent you want to allow some of these things, I understand that, but they need to have a lot of friction to them in order to mitigate the larger costs. And what we have had, especially just with the mobile computing revolution, is the expansion of activities which once carried a lot of friction to being totally frictionless, and not just frictionless, but predatory. So you have your sports gambling app. It is in your phone, in your pocket with you at all times. And if you stop gambling, the company that is using all of your data knows how to lure you back in by saying, hey, we'll give you $25 for free. And, you know, just do this bet. Here's a 3-team parlay that we know you're a Bills fan. And so here's a good bet. Don't come bet on the Bills, right? And that when you have not just like frictionless, but also then big data allowing the companies which conduct the gambling to be really predatory in the pursuit of their customers, bad. You want to tell people that they've got to get on a bus and go to Atlantic City to a sports book to gamble for a day? I can live with that, right? But this is different. And I think we're starting to get some pretty good societal data based on, like, you know, state by state, where states which have legalized sports gambling versus not. And the outcomes, especially for young men, are quite bad with sports gambling. And so that's why.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I think, as I said, I think there's.
But I'm a nanny state guy.
So. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I guess I'm more libertarian than you on these kinds of issues. I mean, the other thing that I would mention, which is not about like what is the right thing to do, but what is the politically advantageous thing to do, is that it's going to be very hard to outright ban a lot of these things right now, in part because, which is again a different question on about the merits, but because it is disproportionately young men, for example, who are participating in these kinds of betting markets, and in, you know, whether it's sports gambling or prediction markets, I think it's going to be really hard to crack down on it unless you want to drive away those voters who are right now up for grabs. So that's it. I'm sure that is part of the calculus for politicians in both parties. Like, do they want to be the nanny state on this and piss off all of the manosphere listeners because they are cracking down on Kalshi?
Who would want to stop tech billionaires from making more money by siphoning dollars out of unsuspecting people who are getting fleeced on their platforms?
Yeah, I mean, well, like we already have laws against fraud. As you alluded to before, we do not enforce them. We last fiscal year, we had the lowest number of white-collar prosecutions at the federal level on record, going back to the 80s. And that's partly a long-term thing, that white-collar prosecutions have been trending downward, but it's also largely a Donald Trump thing. And again, this is, so like, there were prosecutions of, I don't know, people in crypto who were rug pulls, people defrauding unsuspecting users. I don't know about in prediction markets per se, but in a lot of these other ways that are essential, ways that democratize gambling, financial gambling, those kinds of things, there have been intermittent efforts to enforce the law on, more traditional laws, not things written necessarily specifically for these markets. And that was always going to be a difficult battle because the technology is going to, just like the people working in tech are going to be like ahead of the people trying to regulate tech. But there were at least efforts to crack down on this stuff, and then this administration has stopped enforcing and has been pardoning. You know, the president has been pardoning people like CZ from Binance for defrauding people. So there are a lot of ways in which I think there are going to be more chumps out there, essentially, because the people on the other side of the bet who have aligned to the president are going to have inside information, and they can use that against you. B, if there is actual funny business going on, nobody's going to crack down on it. C, people who have cracked down on it because people who have been prosecuted or pled guilty are getting pardoned. D, more people want to cheat, right? Because nobody wants to be the one chump who's not cheating. This is true when it comes to tax compliance, and it's true when it comes to market manipulation. To the extent people can, get aligned to the president, donate money to the president, more people are going to do that. And I don't know how many letters I'm up to at this point, but E, I would say that the administration is trying to encourage more risky financial behavior from the public. You know, we're talking about things like prediction markets, but also there was this 401k rule that the administration just proposed like a week ago that basically, that makes it possible for normal people to invest their retirement savings in really risky assets, where here I am more of a nanny state person.
Why not, right?
They're basically making it easier and encouraging people to invest their 401ks in crypto, in private equity, in private credit, right as private credit is maybe going to blow up. You know, this is a way of like, if you don't, there's this idea of the greater fool theory. Do you know this term? Mm-hmm. That there are, that like you can have a bubble, a speculative bubble of some kind, because even if everybody knows it's a bubble, because it's like, well, there'll always be someone dumber than me to buy this worthless bag of shit, essentially. And I can pass it along. And that's sort of what happened with the housing bubble. Like everybody kind of knew things, or not everybody, but a lot of people, sophisticated traders, knew that home prices, for example, were inflated, were overpriced. But it's like, I can sell it on to somebody dumber than me. In this particular case, when you run out of greater fools who are willing to buy the bag of shit, for example, a bad private credit loan, if you expand the universe of people, more unsophisticated potential buyers, more fools, you can continue the chain of the greater fool. And you can keep the bubble going for a little bit longer until it eventually bursts. And that's basically what this administration is doing.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly
go wrong? All right,
go wrong?
Catherine, thank you. We'll be back next Friday, probably with more fantastic economic news, because everything's going great. And the new golden age will start then. Good luck, America.
Like, Stephen Miller is so obviously not well. He is a very unwell human. But you see so many people excusing Trump for Stephen Miller's bad policies. It's like, dude, yeah, Stephen Miller's running everything because he's being allowed to, because Trump really doesn't give a shit.
Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. We have another doubleheader today. In segment 2, we get real heavy on foreign policy with Phil Gordon, who is Kamala's national security advisor. A lot of conversation out there right now about what Harris foreign policy would have looked like, in that magical alternate universe. And so we figured we'd ask the guy who would know the answer to that. So stick around in segment 2 for that. Also, just a reminder for everybody, No Kings is coming on Saturday. I got an interview coming up later this week with Ezra Levin, who's organizing that for Indivisible. So keep an eye out for that. But first, we're going to have a little fun. She's a co-host of the podcast I've Had It and iHip News, also an attorney and co-author of the book Life is a Lazy Susan of Shit Sandwiches. I paged through that a little bit yesterday. It is, and I just found out this morning, she's a Bulwark Plus member, so get on board. It's Angie Pump Sullivan.
Hi, thanks for having me. Yes, a Bulwark Plus member. I just saw it auto-renew.
Great. We appreciate your support, and I don't know what the rest of you are waiting for. And it looks like you just lost your earpod into your bra there.
Yeah, I got it out
second time. Okay, so we're good though. We're good now. For folks who don't know, I guess if anyone's like me, right? You guys have these niche followings. So I want to get to politics, but I want your backstory. A lot of people may know you, like if they're on social media, as the other one on iHip, because your co-host Jen is always going viral for like calling Trump Cankles McTaco tits or something like crazy like that. Yeah. And so we want to get your perspective as well. But I saw you guys way before that. I was on an airplane. I don't know if you do this. I like to do a little market research and I look at what podcasts people are listening to as I'm walking down the aisle. And I saw a couple of girls listening to iHip or iHip News, I forget. And I was like, what is this? And I asked a couple of the gays and realized that you had a huge fan base. A couple of them you had a reality show called Sweet Home Oklahoma I knew nothing about. So for people who are like me, let's give us your hero origin story.
Okay, so Jennifer and I started being friends like 25 years ago. I hired her to decorate a kitchen remodel. And she came into my house. She immediately insulted my taste. And I knew I had bad taste. That's why I hired her. And I was like, I know I have bad taste. I just immediately insulted it, which just, I fell head over heels for that because she is so honest. Okay. And that's one great thing about being a podcast person with someone who has total conviction and is fearless. I mean, she does not have any fear. And she's like that professionally and personally. So we developed a friendship. And then I think because our lives have been so crazy that we were on a reality TV show and I was the crazy one on that. I had a glove. I smoked cigarettes with the glove, trying to hide it from my kids, which, doesn't hide anything, but I felt like it did.
Yeah. Did that work? My mother used to, there was a brief moment where she started smoking again. I think maybe for 1 year, just a high stress year, and also tried similar strategies. Didn't work. Neither did my strategies hiding smoking from her, by the way. So it's kind of a two-way street on that.
Smoking
I was
is
not
so
creative
hard to
enough for a
hide.
glove.
Yeah. Oh, no, because here's what happened. I would have kids. So I'd put on a robe. I'd go outside. I'd put my glove on. Then I'd go in, take the robe off, wash my hands. Well, the kids still knew. I mean, it was just the dumbest thing on the planet. But anyway, so we had the reality show. And then I grew up a Republican. I was raised by Republicans that are now MAGA. And so as a part of my adult life, my entire life blew up. And I had to re-examine how I viewed my religion, evangelical Christianity, and that spilled over into politics. So I wasn't super political. Like I didn't watch Fox News, but, I registered Republican because that's what my parents did and, all that. And then I will never forget.
So voted for Mitt Romney? Voted for Mitt Romney? Or was that, had you switched by then?
No, I voted for Bush one time, but I can't remember.
Okay.
And then it was done. Then that was it. Okay. But I can't remember which time it was. I think it was, I voted for Kerry. So I probably did vote for Mitt Romney. Is that right?
No, that would be right. It would have been Bush Kerry. You have it right. It was Bush once and then Kerry.
Okay. So that's, I'm not proud of it, but I did.
That's okay.
But so anyway, then in 2016, all of this Trump stuff was happening and I wasn't super engaged politically, but I called Jennifer and I go, why are the people surrounding Trump not taking his phone when he starts drinking and he starts texting all this on social media? She was like, oh, he's a known teetotaler. And that just threw me for an absolute loop. I could not imagine that people would see what he was writing and not immediately assume we were in terrible hands as a country. And then I just got more and more involved and engaged, started seeing that, all the back and forth and the dichotomy of what he was saying versus was doing. And then I just became completely enamored with politics.
So I'm trying to figure the timeline here. So you guys were on the TV reality show, Sweet Home Oklahoma, where you were the crazy one. And then the podcast starts and you have a role reversal. But initially the podcast, like you were just kind of doing like making fun of other reality people, right? And like complaining about people who clap on airplanes.
It was just complaining about people like gender reveal parties. Like, of course, it's going to be one or the other, like stop. And just complaining about a lot of those things. And then Jennifer has always been very politically minded. So those conversations just kind of naturally grew. And as the climate became more and more oppressive and all of these things started happening, it just turned into where we felt like we had to speak out because we did have a platform. So we felt like we had to use it for good.
So I'm wondering how that has affected like because I get a lot of questions about this from people who, are listeners or whatever, or a lot of us are former Republicans. So, who are in conservative communities, who don't know how to deal with family members or friends who are still MAGA. I mean, when you started like speaking out on the podcast about politics, I have to imagine you got some negative feedback from your friend group.
Here's the thing. What's interesting is, and you're not as old as me, but as you grow older, you become you become closer to fewer people and you just kind of weed out the people that you don't necessarily have the same views with over time. And then all my kids are out of the house. So I'm not thrown together in situations with people that I would otherwise not be with. Interestingly about my family, because they are dyed in the wool, triple Trumpers, the whole nine, it just doesn't exist for them. The podcast just doesn't exist. Even if it's on Fox News, which I know they watch, it just doesn't happen. It never comes to my attention. It's just like, in my family, it's very easy to compartmentalize and deny willfully what you want.
Let's just don't ask, don't tell about
it
your
is exactly
in
that.
The family. Okay. Yes. Got it. So, well, I guess that's healthier than, losing your family over it. I do wonder, do you think in this moment where Trump is screwing it up so much, do you see any opportunities for engagement with MAGA America or not quite yet?
Okay. So on a personal level with my family, what I have said is, what super religious, what would Jesus do about putting people in alligator Alcatraz? I think that's what Jesus would do. Like, do you really think that? And they can't defend it. And then on other issues that have come up, it is, I'm sad that you can't have empathy for these people. That makes me sad. And so I kind of always take it to a place of empathy, because that's what I feel like when I was Christian, evangelical, practicing, doing all that. I look back and I had no empathy for anyone but myself. There was a narcissism to my thoughts that kept me from being able to think about, okay, what happens to a gay couple that wants to have a child? Why would I care? I want every child to be loved. Why would it matter? And those kind of things. So it kind of all unraveled at the same time, but I try to stick to empathy instead of, how can you be so stupid?
It's tempting to want to do how can we be so stupid? And I want to play a clip from that in a second, but I do, just on the empathy thing. This is hard. Are you ready for a hard thing to do? What about empathy for them? What about empathy for the MAGA types who either are misinformed or their intentions are, or they have been, kind of propagandized to or sucked up into a cult? Some of there, obviously in any group, there's some bad people, there's some deplorables, but there've got to be some that are reachable. How do you kind of think about that, given that, and you still live there, you're still living in Oklahoma, they're all around you.
Yes. Here's the thing, this is an example. Yesterday I went to buy bread and I noticed that there was a $9 loaf of bread on the shelf. And I just thought, that is crazy. And there was a moment where I kind of had a little bit of excitement that MAGA people were going to go in and be faced with the $9 loaf of bread. It was seconds. And then I thought,
were you at an artisanal bread shop?
No, I was at Whole Foods.
Okay. Well, yeah. Whole Foods is spendy.
It's spendy, but it was just like a $9 loaf of bread. Are you kidding me? And so then I thought, nobody should have to buy bread. I read about people, taking out of the retirement to make monthly income or to make monthly expenses. Okay. So going back to, there's a part of me that because I had a political evolution and a later in life evolution in general, that I feel like I have to have some empathy towards someone that is like, oh my gosh, everybody saw that video. I'm an idiot, I guess. Part of me is like, good, now you know it, you have felt it. But then there's another part of me that is like, you have to kind of put your actions with your words. You have to stand up and say, this is why I was wrong. These are the views that I had, and I realized that I was wrong. And I don't know that I see a lot of that. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm never, ever, ever going to believe that she is not just trying to further her own political career. But in terms of the everyday person, I would have more grace for that than probably some, just because of my political evolution. But I just think a lot of them, they're just never going to change. They're just simply not going to change.
Well, that I think is the key question at the moment is, are there enough of them that can change? And you referenced a video that everybody saw, but just for our own enjoyment, for like a little aperitif, let's just watch it one more time.
If you could say something to President Trump and he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
Thank you, Amanda Robbins. We love the bluntness there. Okay,
yeah, I like it.
But so that has to give you a little hope, right? Like in some level, there's the schadenfreude of like, yeah, okay, it's nice to hear somebody say that bluntly, I'm an idiot. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, if that lady that voted 3 times, that is probably watching some Fox and some Newsmax, if she can have a break, if you can have a break, if I can, other people have to be able to. Like what? How do you think they can be reached? Is it just pain? Do they have to experience pain, or is there other strategies that would be useful?
I think that, so the example, like in my family, I think that the pain would have to be loss of, stocks, bonds, portfolios, 401k. That is where, like, it seems the cost to humanity and humans and law breaking and corruption, all of that is fine until it affects my pocketbook. So I think the pain would have to be of a financial, I mean, and I say this because, I've viewed it all my 56 years on Earth, but you also have to think like, you've ignored so much by the time you get to, March of 2026 of the corruption and the hatefulness. And I'm glad James Comey's dead, all that stuff, that like you're pretty insulated. And what
James
I found,
Comey's still alive, just to be clear.
I'm sorry.
James
Robert
Comey
Mueller. Yes,
is walking the earth.
I'm putting him in an early grave.
He's walking the earth. He's doing rock memes,
He's trying to avoid indictment by the DOJ.
Yeah, okay, just to make sure. Because he's also a Bulwark Plus member. Just wanted to make sure nobody was worried about James Comey.
Yes,
still alive.
sorry, Robert Mueller, my bad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think my parents will ever change. I really don't. It's tied in with their religion so much. I don't think they would.
What about women, though, in red states? I do wonder if, like, you feel like that you hear it all from women. I mean, like, you had this transformation. And one of the funny parts of your book was talking about your divorce. You ended up becoming a divorce lawyer. It's funny for me. I mean, maybe not funny for you, because your husband was sleeping with every whore in the Paycom Center, I believe was one of the lines that you used.
Yes.
And so, I think that there are probably a lot of women in red state America who maybe are just going along with what is in their cultural soup. I don't want to say that they don't have agency, but like everyone around them is Republican, their husband's a Republican. It's like, why, they have some private questions. Like, do you, given that that's your background, maybe that's the first entry point. Maybe we can kind of pull some of those, middle-aged women and younger women who are in red America across the Rubicon.
Okay, here's the deal, Tim. I really believed that because I live in an abortion ban state where doctors are prosecuted if they even tell you about any type of abortion care, reproductive care of any kind. They would rather you die out in the hospital than, do reproductive care. Okay. So, and I have college age daughter who has friends with mothers.
Okay.
Knowing all of this, they still voted for Trump. And here's why, in my opinion, when I look at it, and this is based on my personal experience. When you're white, you're upper middle class, so you have the protection of privilege. And it's very easy to say, my privilege insulates me from, if my daughter had a pregnancy that had to be terminated for medical reasons, I could afford to take her somewhere else to provide health care for her. So there's no application to the greater good. And I mean, I cried for days about how many white women my age went to the polls and said, please take my daughter's rights. And now we have Pete Hegseth's pastor and all these people close to the administration, Project 2026, saying women need to be at home. They need to be making babies. I mean, they don't need to be in medical school.
Your daughter's
and law
friends,
school.
do you ever just kind of like throw them DM them little Instagram clips?
All the time. And
It's not working?
Maybe the daughter's friends it's working on, but not the daughter's mothers.
Got it. Okay, but that's good.
I mean, I don't know. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm not giving up, but I don't know how to reach them, or if I know that they're unreachable because they're protected by so much privilege and it's not applying to their lives.
You thought about doing a reverse Charlie Kirk thing where you and Jen go down to, like, I don't know, where do MAGA women hang out in Oklahoma? Is there like a
church?
A church? Well, yeah, so it's probably hard to do it at a church. Is there something else? Is there like a country club? Is there like a
country
ladies
clubs.
NASCAR or something? And go there. It's like, what's the ladies NASCAR? Explain to me what the ladies NASCAR is in Oklahoma. Go there and like you guys fight with the ladies that have Mar-a-Lago face. Have you thought about that? I think that would be a good content activation.
That is a good one, because when you talk to people, I think it's harder to defend the position one-on-one than it is in mass.
Yeah, sure, right. Q&A. It's just an idea. We'll talk to your producers about it. Now I'd like to tell you about a new podcast, The Briefing with Michael Waldman. Michael's a former White House speechwriter, lawyer, and constitutional scholar. He leads the Brennan Center for Justice, which works to repair and strengthen American democracy across a range of issues, from the abuse of presidential power to Supreme Court reform to corruption and more. What makes the Brennan Center unique is that it's more than just a think tank. It's focused on turning ideas into policy. And that's what we like about the Briefing podcast. You're going to hear new ideas, but you're also going to learn about the strategies of political fights and the deal making that will shape the next phase of American democracy. If you care about American democracy, this is a podcast for you. You can listen and subscribe to The Briefing with Michael Waldman wherever you get your podcasts, or visit BrennanCenter.org/podcast. That's BRENNAN center.org/podcast. You mentioned Hegseth's pastor. I interviewed James Tallarico last week. He's trying to do kind of like the liberal Christian thing, which I think is worth a try. I've some questions about whether that'll land. I'm interested in your take on that. But before we talk about James, let's talk about what Hegseth's pastor said about him on a podcast earlier this week.
Pray that God kills him. Ultimately, that means killing his heart and raising him up to new life in Christ. That's the first thing.
We want him crucified with Christ.
That's exactly right.
I want him to be, I think, Saul of Tarsus, Tallarico of Tarsus.
Yes,
That's what I want. Who would say, I was holding the garments while they stoned Stephen, and now I'm that's what we want.
Yes, we want death and new life, right? And if it would not be within God's will to do so, stop him by any means necessary, oh God.
The guy seems a little gleeful talking about killing and crucifying James Tallarico for me. I don't know.
These people are lunatics. They are fucking lunatics. Everything, like Pete Hegseth, I could start today and we could talk until I dropped dead about how vile I think he is. And it's probably a personal trigger for me because he sits there. He's so godly. I love Jesus and I'm a warrior for God. But yet he has women signing NDAs. He's taken employees to strip clubs. He's on the third baby mama, has affairs. Like, he is the essential hypocrite, and I will do whatever the fuck I want and face no accountability for it that I married. You know, so for me, he's so personally vile because you say all this about you don't want women in combat and so you hate women. Obviously, you know, you can't be faithful to one. You have NDAs. You don't worry about sexual harassment. But then you want to tell everybody how to live their life because you're a family values guy. Shut your fucking rattle trap. It makes me crazy. Can I say I do? Yeah, I can.
Well, please.
Yeah, you can.
Honestly, you've been a little PG for the podcast. And we've got Phil Gordon in segment 2. Not a lot of fucking rattle trap cum face stuff from Phil Gordon, so we can get it all out of our system now. What the crucifying, the calling to crucify James Tallarico, like literally, like it was not a figure of speech. Like he went out of his way to be like, I want God to kill him. Mm-hmm. I mean, I was Catholic, so I don't know. Was that common in evangelical church that you were growing up in, like wishing death upon foes?
No, I don't think it was wishing death upon Paul. I mean, I think we've gotten Christian nationalism times a million, and we've let these complete nut jobs that are not tethered to reality into positions of power. But here's the thing. It's always kind of been there a little bit with, but now the enemy it's emboldened the enemy from within, vermin. Like it's okay to say all that crazy shit now. And you think about it, like we have the dumbest people in the world in positions of power. When you really look at it, you go around the cabinet and you think this is the biggest collection of dipshits I have ever seen in my entire life.
It truly is. I mean, it would be hard to try to even get a collection of dipshits that are dumber. I was pretty concerned. We played, I guess, on Monday's pod, the clip of the guy who's in charge of FEMA response, talking about how he teleported to a Waffle House. You see that? He teleported to a Waffle House in a car, and I received some messages from folks who are like career officials inside the administration, and they're like, "This guy's actually the median." if you knew some of the other people that I have to report to, they're like, you don't even know. Like the collection of dipshits that you see at the top are bad, but like once you go down the scale, you get more of the Waffle House teleportation guy.
And you look at it, and here's the thing that makes me crazy too, is all these people, like Stephen Miller is so obviously not well. He is a very unwell human. Yeah. He hates people. He has this lust for power. But you see so many people excusing Trump for Stephen Miller's bad policies. It's like, dude, yes, Stephen Miller's running everything because he's being allowed to, because Trump really doesn't give a shit. He wants to cry about the Nobel Peace Prize.
What do you think? So Tallarico's response was, Jesus loves, Christian nationalism kills. You may pray for my death, pastor, but I still love you. I love you more than you could ever hate me. It's a nice sentiment. I like it. It's not, natural impulse.
I love you.
Yeah, it's not my natural impulse. It's a nice sentiment. I mean, Texas is a little bit more, you got more metros in Texas now. You know, he's trying to get Dallas suburbs voters, San Antonio. It's still Texas. It's a little different than Oklahoma. But do you think that the kind of liberal pastor thing is going to land? Do you think that strategy was going to work with people?
I mean, I'm optimistic, but I don't trust Texas voters because Ted Cruz gets reelected. Everyone universally hates him, and he still gets reelected. Do I think he stands a better chance than a Beto O'Rourke? I do, simply because people like Texas is great. I mean, Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, these people are so radical and they are such hypocrites. I hope that people of Texas, even in rural America, are seeing that. And then I think how the economy has been harmed under Trump, I think he'll get a natural boost from that. Do I think someone, let's say, for example, my parents, super religious, but very Republican, they may be able to, I mean, there's more of a margin for that than, say, a Jasmine Crockett would have been. So I increase his chances because he is the perfect cookie cutter. This is what a male Christian looks like. Do I think they're going to shame him for not like bodybuilding and, running around in jeans and no shirt? Probably. Right. But there will be a portion of the population that he's palatable to. I
hope that's right. There, you mentioned the economy and like how there are problems for the there are problems for the Republicans in the midterms just based on Donald Trump fucking everything up. There was this special election yesterday in Florida, a couple seats. Democrats flipped 2 state house districts. This doesn't matter for Congress, but these are the representatives who go to Tallahassee. One of those districts was Palm Beach, where Mar-a-Lago is. So Donald Trump now in the state legislature is going to be represented by a Democratic woman, Emily Gregory. We love that. The interesting thing to me is so Trump won that district by 11 points. in 24. This is South Florida. Emily Gregory won it by about 2 points last night. So it's a 13-point swing. And that's pretty good. Like Texas was a little bit more than that, but like Florida, Trump won by 13, Iowa 13, Alaska 13. And if this shift is going to be that great, like that's some good news for the Democrats, right?
No, I think it is. I mean, you're seeing a repudiation of Trump more than we love this person. I mean, hopefully, I don't know anything about that election, but I do think it's interesting as much time as he spends in Palm Beach and has all these parties and they applaud when he gets up and, walks into a room, that he couldn't muster up an election for his candidate. So we'll see. I think Trump being on the ballot actually hurts the Republicans at this point.
Is there a Democrat that's exciting you? Is there somebody that you really
like already elected? Ro Khanna, he excites me. Garcia excites me. I love Jasmine Crockett. I think it's a huge loss that she will no longer be in the House. I like Chris Murphy. I like Elizabeth Warren. I mean, there's a lot of really good people. Bernie Sanders, AOC, love them. And then a lot of it is disappointing.
Yeah. None of those people are really 2028 people. Are there any
No. Oh, you mean like
like
going forward? Okay, here would be my dark horse, Andy Beshear.
Really? This is so interesting. I have a theory of the case here.
Okay, let's
for
hear
2028, which is that, that for whatever reason, maybe there's some sexism involved. I think definitely there's some sexism involved. I say this, but it's not just Kamala and Hillary. I think this might be true for Gavin also. So it's not just sexism, but there's a sexism element to it, where Kamala got there's this conundrum where she got into the sour spot, where like progressives who really like the Bernies and the AOCs, they thought she was a corporate shill and didn't like her, right? Didn't fight hard enough, whatever. Moderates, who would be more like the Andy Beshear type, they looked at her and were like, you're a California progressive. I don't like you. You're too liberal, whatever. And so you end up losing kind of on both sides a little bit, and it's interesting that you just laid out those people, a couple of people, for the examples of which might be able to bridge that. And like Andy Beshear is an interesting example of that, because I hear this a lot from like progressive people and from middle of the road people. They both like him.
We had him on the podcast in person. He was in Oklahoma, and he is such a kind.
Where is in person? Is it like in your home, or do you have a studio?
No, Oklahoma City. We have a studio in Oklahoma City. And now,
so
we're
it was
opening
in your
one
house. I was
he came over to my house. We
studio.
fluffed up under the covers and we decided, here's what we're going to do. But something that spoke to me, coming from a super religious background, he said, I have to protect trans kids because as a follower of Christ, I have to be kind and I have to stand up for people that people are marginalizing. And he took that across, different spectrums, using his faith, saying, because I'm a Christian, I have to lift up the people that are being bullied. It's my responsibility. And I thought, well, that's a twist we're not hearing on Fox News. So I thought that might be a message that could resonate. Now, I'm not up to date on what his politics are in terms of the war and the relationship with Israel. So I reserve the right to back off if he's a super Netanyahu fan. For me personally, that would be a deal killer. But I do think there's potential there for him.
One other thing I do wonder, just about the Democratic stuff, then we're going to get into Hit It or Had It, which is a segment on your podcast that I'm stealing, is like there is this tension between kind of like the lefty that you seem to be kind of straddling, right? Because like, look, you're just a content creator. Like you came out of, you didn't like come up in politics. Like you don't really have a horse, it doesn't seem to me, in like the Bernie versus Hillary never ending wars like that you have inside the Democratic Party. Like maybe now you have an opinion, but like you didn't like kind of come up through all of that where like there's all this tension. And I saw that like Hassan Piker said about you guys in a profile that you guys are the most radical progressive podcast in North America, the headquarters of the actual resistance, not the 2016 Hillary Clinton era resistance, but the real resistance. And I see that stuff and I kind of think that that's like imaginary a little bit. And maybe I'm wrong, like that there's this big difference. I don't know. I think that like there's a category of people that like that whatever, it makes them feel more hardcore or whatever, to like insult the No Kings crowd or the MS Now watchers or the whatever,
Right.
resist libs and the pink pussy hats or whatever. And I don't know, it seems like you're able to kind of bridge those two. But what do you think about that? Or do you also look at or do you also kind of cringe at some of the other parts of the resistance?
You know, here's my thing. I think we need all the help we can get in every area.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're not in a position to be super down the middle centrist. We have to, because everything is marketed so much better on the right, the branding so much better, they push the message better, that we have to be very forceful and clear about. And something that Jennifer says that makes a lot of sense is you cannot leave a group out. You cannot say, we are going to fight against anti-Semitism. We are going to fight against Islamophobia. You cannot pick and choose which group you intend to fight for. It has to be across the board. You have to fight for everyone and you can't graduate what you want to do in human rights. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Like everybody should be equal in terms of protection. And that is just something we're not seeing. And now women are on the chopping block. White women, liberal white women are on the chopping block.
I agree with that as a principle. I do wonder, though, politics is pragmatic, right, too. I don't know. Like, look, I live in Louisiana. You live in Oklahoma. A Democrat is not going to win here, by centering the marginalization problems of Muslims and queer people and whatever. They just aren't, right? So I'm not saying that they should attack them also, but isn't there sometimes a need to not be mushy in the middle, to be forceful, but not always have to take every, whatever woke position on everything to be successful in these states?
No, I agree that puts some people off, but I think if you take a message like in Oklahoma, we're the last in education. We are poor. Let's look at fixing the populist problems. And then if somebody comes up to you and says, well, but you voted for gay marriage or whatever, it'd be like, why do you fucking care who voted for gay marriage? What does it take away from you? Put people on the spot about these culture war issues that affect them zero, but they're all wound up about.
I don't disagree with that. Okay. Before we get to hit it or had it, actually, I want to just say we've both certainly had it with Mark Wayne Mullen, the Oklahoma senator who is the head of DHS. I have two things to talk to you about, but I kind of just want to hear you cook on Mark Wayne Mullen first.
Okay, first of all, he runs around and he is so tiny that he carries a box so that he can stand on it at podiums.
How tiny is he?
I mean, he's maybe 5'2"-ish, maybe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's small. And he
carries a box?
He carries a box. There's a picture. Your producer can find it of him at a podium talking to another person. He's saying, so we call him Senator Booster Box. I'm looking at this right
now. He is in a box. He's standing next to what appears to be like an Asian man who's frame mogging him. He's being height mogged by an Asian guy.
Mark Wayne Mullen was picked because he is a dipshit. He is not smart. His grammar is horrible. And the reason they chose him is that he will do whatever they tell him because he is A, not smart, and B, not interested in doing anything than plastering his lips to Donald Trump's ass. So make no mistake, he is too stupid to run anything, much less the Department of Homeland Security.
I was watching this video of him. You may have seen going around the internet where he's talking about his daughter's in the audience. Yes. He's talking about her boyfriend's there, and he wants to drag her face. He told the boyfriend that if he ever sees him kissing his daughter, he's going to drag his face across the asphalt, which feels a little aggressive. He talks about how his daughter, when she was a kid, he liked to bust her butt, and she'd run around saying, "No, daddy, don't hit me. No, daddy, don't hit me." Whatever you think about that, I think most people would be opposed. The interesting thing to me was I was looking at what is he speaking to? And there was the insignia was something called City Elders, and then their motto is governing the gates. And I want to read you what this is. City Elders is a national network of elders charged with the mission of governing the gates of every city in America to establish the kingdom of God with strength, honor, and courage. The group sees its mission as biblical These modern day zealots take Old Testament passages as direct literal mandates for their intent to take over city councils and school boards. They want Jonah and the whale to be a literal guide for the school board and city council legislation. And that's who Mark Wayne Mullen was talking to when he's talking about beating his daughter's ass.
He is a religious zealot. And here's the deal. This whole thing, like, it's comical when you read the definition, but then you look at Project 2025 is making policy in the White House. These religious nuts are controlling policy because they've, like, the Heritage Foundation is the biggest bunch of kooks you've ever met in your life. But they're the same thing. It's like, we're going to, make a Christian nation. Like, they've completely forgotten why separation of church and state, why the original people came to the United States, religious freedom. They want to impose their religion on everyone, and they think they have a divine right to do it. These people are nuts, Tim.
Hit it, had it.
Okay, lay it on me.
For people who don't get it, for people who don't understand, it's pretty straightforward, but I notice that some of the dorky politicians get confused on the podcast. I've had it means I've had it with the person. Hit it means I'd hit it.
Right.
Okay. You're gonna see where we're going here. It's gonna get gradually more. I want to start. I'm curious where you are on Mayor Pete. Had it or hit it? Mayor Pete.
I hit it because I think he's smart and I think he's engaging. I haven't kept up with him recently. Like, if he were running the Department of Transportation, would have much more confidence.